And we are live. Welcome to the Political Orphans. My name is Nico Lavigne, and I am your in-house conservative. To my left, Rob Ambrose, our liberal, our token liberal. And together, we review what's going on in the news. Our goal is simple. We want to show you that it's possible for a lefty and a righty to get along. And if we disagree, you know what we do? We have a conversation like normal human beings. Because guess what? Common sense has no political affiliations. What's going on, bro?
Brother, how's it going? How's it hanging? We got an exciting night tonight. It looks like results are first just trickling in, and we'll get to those in a second. But you were saying before we went live, you're like, I really got to go take a leak, or you want to go do that?
Yeah. But I'll start by saying that I am in BC right now. First time in BC. Beautiful place, man.
Yeah. I've actually never been.
Bro, if you saw the view that I have
amazing?
right now, I'm so where I am, the guy is on a golf course.
Yep.
We're at the end of the golf course, about 20 minutes outside of Kelowna.
Yep.
But I can see Kelowna City. I can see the river. I can see the water. Thank you, sir. I can see the mountains, the Rockies in the background. Like
That's
the view is hard to beat. So if I'm tired of looking at your baby blues, I'm just gonna look in front of me.
Yes. I mean, how could you ever be? But yeah, guys, we're about to get to the results any second now. We're just gonna tease up quickly. Shano Vision, good evening to you, sir. Cheryl says, hi, Rob and Nico. Hello, Cheryl. So Sylvie says, you guys are late. Were you getting your security clearance? That's correct. That's exactly what we were doing. Yeah. We
And this is how it starts, huh?
Yeah, exactly right. So looks like I said, the polls are just starting to close. I don't see anything that looks too surprising right now, but we'll get into that in a second. Guys, if you are here for the first time, if you are just tuned into the Political Orphans for the first time, please like and share the stream. But other than that, pull a chair up, pop some popcorn, get some wine, go hit the bong if that's your thing. It's gonna be a long night. And we're gonna just talk about all the results as they come in. Mostly shoot the shit, have a watch party, and make yourselves comfortable because it's gonna be a while.
Guys, before I go to the bathroom, just want to thank Jason Lavigne because once again, he's restreaming us right now. So if you're a follower of Jason Lavigne and you're wondering who the hell are those two,
who are these two bald fucks? Yeah.
We're just the Political Orphans. I'm a conservative. Rob is more of a liberal, and we talk politics, but you got to be ready because Jason is he's better spoken than we are.
Yeah.
We're the, maybe we should change our names to the two bros of politics.
Yeah.
Something.
The political bros, politics bros. Did you say Jason was going to pop in at some point? Cause that'd be pretty cool.
We're hoping that he will, but he is having what would it be called? It's not a watch party, but he's in a restaurant right now with the people that helped him on his campaign.
Course. So he's running for the PPC.
Yeah. And you know what's funny about this is that he asked me, he's like, are you guys gonna show the results? I'm like, yeah, because he's gonna stream us on their screen at their event. So whoever's at their event might see our two bald-headed
these two bald-headed guys. Who are these two jokers? So
exactly.
So while we're getting in there, I'll just show quickly the initial results. So it's all faded because the results aren't official yet. This one here, Labrador, that's official. So we've got one seat won by the Liberals. I don't believe any of this is a surprise so far. Actually, this might be here. Conservatives all taking over the rural Newfoundland. I do believe Newfoundland is primarily Liberal. If you see over here, Avalon, which of course is St. John's, the city, you can see that the Liberals there lead. If you look here, 53% for Paul Connors. They're probably going to take that. Swing over to Nova Scotia. We've got, let's see what these are at. No, I mean,
50, almost 60% to 37.4. That is.
if you look here, though, you've got 255 votes in to 165.
Oh, yeah. So
pretty early days. Same thing here. Although, look at this. The Conservative has 28%. Wow, that's quite low.
And where is that? That's Saskatchewan?
No, that's Sackville, Bedford.
Okay, because I was going to say that doesn't make sense to me.
This is all New Brunswick.
Gotcha.
So yeah, nothing. Now I've also got. I don't think you guys can see it, but I've also got up a map of the last election to see like
I was going to say.
Yeah, to see where we're actually different. Like I'll stop sharing this one here, and just give you a quick look. So it'll be give you guys a quick look here. So if we can see that. Yeah, so this is the last election. You can see here we've got Liberals. So if you look over here, we've got the Liberals took almost all of Newfoundland. Right now, the Conservatives, both of these two rural Newfoundland ridings have flipped, or not officially flipped yet. Sorry, but if you look down here, we look at Nova Scotia. We've got the southern part is Conservative. The city, of course, of Halifax is. Most cities are going to go Liberal. Yeah. And New Brunswick, which we're going to start to see next, looks all fairly conservative. So,
hold on. Did you see the little face that just popped up?
Hello.
What's going on?
Bonjour, mon ami.
Yeah.
Hello. How are you guys doing?
Not too bad. How you doing? Where are you at? Are you at the watch party? Oh, nice. Oh, wow.
We heard you guys talking about us, and you said our supporters are here at the restaurant. We're at the Bourbon House here in Drayton Valley.
Perfect. Oh, it's our first celebrity appearance on the show of the night.
Absolutely. No, it's great. Oh, and I think Prairie's in the audience as well. Hi, Prairie.
Prairie is. Jason, now that I have you, I just want to say thank you for letting us jump on to your stream. That's always a huge help. How are things going on your end? How are things going on your end? What's the mood like?
The pizza's being eaten. The chicken wings are almost done. We may have a chicken wing emergency here soon. But the alcohol's flowing and we're enjoying ourselves. We're getting ready for some results here in Alberta.
Right on. That's all you
guys
can do.
Are going to start seeing. You guys are going to start seeing results around 7 p.m. is when you
7:30 the counting starts, and we have some scrutineers that are actually there. So we have 3 volunteers making sure everything's fair and accurate this time around.
Yep. No, absolutely. Wow. So how much work did you put in over the last couple of weeks? You must have been probably going nonstop, eh?
Yeah, no, we started in the middle of, so we're in April now, so March, we really kind of started to get going when that Rick got dropped. Yep. And we've been nonstop ever since. An event somewhere in Parkland, meeting hundreds and sometimes thousands of people. It's been a wonderful experience, and we're really looking forward to seeing some results here in Alberta. However it goes, we're ready to take the next step tomorrow.
Absolutely. I think what is the mood pretty optimistic there? Like what? Now, obviously, I'm sure you would love to see a Maxime Bernier win, but realistically, what do you guys expect to see?
Well, we'd like to double our support from last year, so we were at 5%. We'd like to get 10% national, and all over Alberta, we had 10% last time, so we'd like to get about 20%. And I got to tell you, there's a lot of people coming up to me telling me their whole family voted PPC. And there's a lot of secret PPC voters, people that are not talking about it, but they're voting it. We're seeing a lot of that happen this time around.
Well, and that doesn't surprise me at all. That does not surprise me at all, because it doesn't matter. People are going to hate you. If you vote PPC, the Liberals going to hate you, and the Conservatives are going to hate you. Oh, you're splitting the vote. Oh, you're voting for Mark Carney.
Steven says, I'm so stressed, dudes.
Steven, don't worry. Yeah. If you're in Alberta, we're getting ready for tomorrow, because no matter which way it goes, there's a movement here in Alberta to possibly separate. And if Carney wins tonight, there's a real strong movement to separate. So we'll be paying attention to that starting tomorrow.
I think, and I remember when me and Nico were on the show a month or two back, we discussed that. How much do you think? Now, do you think a Poilievre win would how would that go over with that crowd? Would that sort of put them in wait and see mode, or do you think they would still go full steam ahead?
We're about 40% that want to separate or become a state. And if Carney wins, it'd be about 10% jump in that. But yeah, I think you're correct. If it's a Poilievre win, it's going to take a little bit more time to see if he actually implements some of the things we need here in Alberta, like making sure our energy starts to flow, remove the gun bans, and deal with mass immigration by deportation. And if he doesn't start doing that within the first 6 months, I think we'll quickly have our answer. And by that time, we should be ready to have a referendum regardless, sometime in November. So he's got between now and November, if he wins, to straighten up Alberta and make sure that we're happy out here, or else we'll be looking at doing that referendum.
Yeah. Fubar here says he's an Alberta guy. He says, I'm leaving regardless, even if
Exactly.
win. And I'm sure that's not an uncommon thought as well. But
No, not at all.
I think definitely one lesson, and we've talked about this a lot on the show. I think one lesson that the rest of Canada needs to learn is I think we really have taken Alberta for granted. And I think we really have, we've been, the rest of Canada, we've been happy to take all the benefits that Alberta has to give. But when it comes back to giving back, I think we sort of, we don't quite live up to the same standards. So regardless of what happens, I would personally like to see that change. And hopefully it's not too late, because, we need you guys. I know it might not seem like that to the rest of to you guys, but there are lots of people who appreciate you guys.
No, and we do feel that love all over Canada. And regardless what happens here tonight for my seat, I do plan on visiting more of Canada in the next couple months. I'll take my show on the road and go have some more conversations across Canada, because I'm very thirsty for more information and knowledge, and to talk to more Canadians to get ourselves ready for the next stage, whether that's with Alberta or not with Alberta. But the sentiment that you're seeing there, that no matter what happens tonight, Alberta wants some change. So if that's going to be absolute sovereignty, where we're recognized and we actually have some sovereignty, or we actually take the step of doing independence, I think we're ready to make that move now. You saw the Reform Party had the tagline, Alberta wants in, or the West wants in.
Yep.
Well, it looks like that experiment didn't work out for us. So at this stage, the West wants out. So that's going to be the movement moving forward, and it will start tomorrow.
What's your prediction for tonight?
Carney,
have to ask, right?
Yeah, Carney minority, could be a majority. Depends how Quebec goes. We have seen a lot of NDP swing to the Liberals. So basically the NDP might be done. Jagmeet is looking at possibly losing his seat. And Elizabeth May, she's fighting for hers as well. So we may see the end of two parties tonight. And to be honest with you, that upsets me a bit, because we're just a step closer to a two-party only system if that happens. But that's what it's looking like. It looks like NDP has switched to Liberal, and at least half of Quebec are switching to Liberal. And that might be enough to get the win and possibly a majority.
So you really think the Liberal has it win?
Yeah, well, because of the propaganda that we've been hearing lately, they're really trying to prop up the Conservatives, and that could be because they know the real numbers. But for me, the big difference is the NDP swing vote going to the Liberals. That's a large chunk of people that are moving there. And Quebec looks like the Bloc is going to take a hit this time around.
Because, I still think, because you said something, we were talking about the PPC earlier, and how there's a lot of secret PPC voters out there. But
yeah, I'm surprised.
You know what? But as someone that's traveled a lot of the U.S., especially during the last Trump vote, the last Trump election, you saw a lot of those people out there that were Trump voters, but that would not talk about it. Don't you think the same thing's happening with the Conservatives? That there's a lot of people that are like you look at Rob, for example, he started taking medication and he's no longer a real liberal. And but a lot of people in his case, they're liberals. They still are liberals, but they cannot condone what they've done over the past 10 years. Yeah. So now they're like, I'm going to secretly vote for the Conservatives, but I'm not going to advertise it. I'm not going to tell anybody around me. So do you not think that's a possibility? Because in my eyes, I think I see a conservative minority. Like, who said that? Cesar Cornejo is saying that? I think the same. I think there's a conservative minority because of those secret conservative voters that are out there.
Yeah, and you have a good point there too, because they do want change as well. A lot of Liberals have woken up over the last, I'd say, 3-4 years for sure. But whether or not they have the kahunas to go ahead and do a Conservative vote, I don't know. Maybe they'll be looking at the PPC this time around, because all the staff around here said their whole family voted PPC, but they won't put a sign up and they won't advertise it. So maybe we collected a lot more of those.
And we saw that down in the States with Donald Trump in 2016 and 2024, when he strongly outperformed his polling twice. So there certainly may be that dynamic. Just reference to our last conversation a few minutes ago. Steven says Alberta is the backbone and Ontario abuses it, and I think that's probably accurate. I would even throw Quebec in there, not to shit on Quebec, but I think I think when
I'm right. I'm from Quebec, and I admit to this.
They're happy to take the equalization payments from Alberta, but when it came time to give something back in form of maybe the Canada East pipeline, right? It was shit hit the bricks, and you can't have a union. You can't have a nation like that where one side is getting. So I definitely understand, that sentiment. And the way you were just saying a few minutes ago about you're going to go across country and talk to people, I think there's a lot of value in that. I think when we talked on your show, I was sort of, I'm in New Brunswick, so I'm kind of insulated from Alberta politics. I had heard about the separatist movement, but I was surprised to hear how much it had already taken hold. And I think a lot of Canadians are really, really complacent and taking that for granted and need to wake up a little bit.
Yeah, and we're ready to understand that we have a very wealthy province, possibly a republic, and we really should be exploiting it and developing it. People can be very wealthy here. We can take care of the First Nations. We can make sure that we develop things properly, and we shouldn't have poverty here in Alberta at all. And I do expect a lot of people to leave because they're loyalists and they maybe want to get under a Liberal government, but a lot of people will come here too. I think we'll see a mass migration of Canadians moving their way to Alberta if we start taking those steps.
I agree 100%. I mean, we hear from our audience all the time. Even in this chat, I'm seeing people saying, Machiavelli here says, I'm moving to Alberta.
There we go. Yep.
Steven says, I'm in Ontario. But he says, ugh. So,
yeah, Steven, I escaped in 2021. You can do it. You can do
it. Yeah, exactly.
But let me run back to the party and I'll pop in again later, okay? So I'll definitely jump on again.
Absolutely, Jason. Pop by anytime.
Thank you, everybody. Nice to see you guys and keep up.
Yeah, you too, brother. Good luck tonight.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that, and God bless.
You as well, sir.
So, see, I found a stream right here that we can probably show.
We can just leave that in the I think
21 to 10.
Oh, hold the phone now. And we'll just jump back and forth. I'm just going to remove that. One thing that just for a quick second, one thing that I think there is some value in seeing here is this map. As I look at it, just make sure you guys get it. That's a lot of blue here over in New Brunswick. So right here in central Newfoundland, we've got a confirmed Conservative seat. We've got, looks like that's strong Conservative. You've got 55% over here. You've got, this one's pretty close, but those were all Liberal last time in the 2021 election. We go down here. This one's still too close to call. So a lot of these are still early, but New Brunswick is surprisingly, there's a lot of blue here. It's still early, of course, but yeah, interesting. Something we'll keep our eye on for sure. Let me throw that back. Wait, how do I?
Yeah.
Oh,
take some of them.
I'll take some of the comments there that jumped on just as
because I needs to go to the bathroom.
Oh yeah, you go take a leak there, do your thing. Let me see here. Sylvie says, happy to see you both. Missed the show on Friday. Did we do a show on Friday? Yeah. Oh, you missed the show. Oh yeah. No, well, you're a regular Sylvie, sorry. And we're always happy to see you. We know you're always gonna come back. Fubar says, I came across you guys just before you interviewed Max. Yeah, that was actually to the extent that we're on any sort of map. That was probably the interview that put us on the map. I think we'd only started the show maybe a month earlier, and then we got quite a few followers from that. Guys, if you are tuning in for the first time, we are the Political Orphans, and in case you're not sure of the format here, I am the resident Liberal. Now, I am a common sense Liberal, so you'll probably hear me say things that don't sound too much like too many Liberals or progressives that you know. But we do still exist. There are Liberals out there who think that the left has collectively lost its fucking mind, just like you have. Nico is our Conservative. Together, we are just a couple of common sense guys. We're not trying to portray ourselves as experts of any sort, but we, we're both a couple of political junkies, kind of disgusted with the state of politics these days. I think we started talking maybe a couple months ago about that, and then we decided to as we were talking about issues, we realized, you know what, even though I'm a liberal and you're a conservative, we actually have, we have quite a bit more common ground when you just apply common sense to it than the media would have us believe. The media wants us to believe that we're enemies, that the other side is your enemy just because they don't believe everything that you believe. And of course, that's nonsense. It's in their interest to have us at each other's throats. So as Joe Stradamus here, who is one of our regulars, as he would tell you, this is a place where we don't really stick with labels too often. We do say I am left leaning just because those labels still work. But at the end of the day, really, we're just common sense people, and a lot of the labels don't necessarily fit. If you come here, you make your argument and you can back it up, we have all the time in the world for you, as long as you just show your work. And as Joe will say, or as Joe will tell you, no one here is get judged. Everyone's opinion is just as valid, especially as long as you can back it up with some common sense arguments. Joe says, I noticed that none of the Canadian teams in the NHL are playing tonight. Good to see a nod to the importance of the election. Actually, I never noticed that, but that's actually kind of cool.
I'm surprised.
Donna Langeois says, good evening, all. Good evening to you too, Donna. Hopefully you stick around. I think that's the first time. First time we've seen you on the show. Dark Sage says, my prediction is simple. Polyev beats Carney and the Liberative Party.
No. Read the names. Mark Polyev beats Pierre Carney.
And the Liberative Party has a majority over the Conservatives. I think he's making a reference to something you talk about a lot, Nico, how
the Uniparty.
It's a uniparty, and it's sometimes hard to see some daylight between the two. But on that note, guys, tell us what your predictions are. Are you thinking, personally, I think it's going to be a minority liberal government. I'm not thrilled about that. I think the liberals have taken us down the wrong direction. And if the one thing we talk about all the time is, for me, it's just simple: the economy and crime rates. Like, those are the two things. I think the liberals have just done such a terrible job. It's not ideological for me. It's about competence and performance. And you simply cannot reward the kind of, what do we have? 1% growth, GDP growth over 10 years. Yep. That's
while we were head to head, we were literally matching the Americans head to head until 2015. We have 1% growth. They had 19 to 21% growth over the same period. There's a problem.
There's a big problem. And again, regardless of how you feel about any of these, like the ideologies of the parties, you simply cannot reward that kind of poor performance in a democratic system, because all it does is incentivize that kind of incompetence. There's no need for the liberals to ever get better, for them to say, oh, maybe we should do something wrong. We show this probably every second episode. I'm going to show it just once more, just because we've got a bigger audience here now. For me, it is about this chart and this chart only. This is real GDP per capita. Trudeau's stupid face here. That's exactly when he got elected. You can see, going back to 1995, our economy was essentially lockstep in with the American economy. And then 5 minutes after Justin Trudeau got elected, it all goes to shit. 5 minutes, literally. It all goes to shit. And you just, even if you love the guy, even if you loved Carney, you cannot reward that kind of incompetence. You can't.
And I agree. I couldn't agree with you more. And it baffles me to this day that some people cannot look at this diagram and realize what happened. Like, this is not a coincidence. And you remember the other diagram I was looking with crime
rate. That was the other two. Those two charts. The one we just showed and the other one.
But they're completely inverted, right? When the last Stephen Harper Conservative Party took power, the crime rate was like at 100.
Do you think you could find that chart?
It went down. I can probably find it. It's just on. I don't think I have my. I got it. Hold on.
Okay, sweet.
Let me find it because it's incredible that you can look. Yeah, it's right here. You can look at those two charts.
I know.
And still think in your head that it's a good thing to vote.
I know.
For the Liberal Party, like, just that should set your voting opinion right there. It should set it up.
Yeah, exactly.
But the
And
fact that a lot of people still can look at this and say, you know what, I don't see a problem with this.
yeah, and it shouldn't be ideological. I
No.
hate so much about how this election became that. Like, it's just performance, man. It's just competence versus incompetence. And you can, they tell us all the time, well, Carney, he's this financial wizard. He's a genius. He's going to come in and do all kinds of things. But they're forgetting two important points. One is that, as the Liberal Party themselves said, that platform was set even before Carney came in. And two, he was fucking Trudeau's top advisor for the last 9 years. These are Carney policies. And anything he's going to do is he's already doing it. I don't know. If you just want to vote for Liberals because vibes and feels, and you just want to, that's fine. I mean, that's democracy, right? We all have that right. But like, don't pretend it's an economic decision. Don't pretend it's about anything other than that. So here's that crime index you're talking about.
Insane, right? The crime index in 2016 is 100. This is when Stephen Harper became the prime minister as a conservative.
Yep.
Over his tenure, goes all the way down to 65. And you look where that 2014 hole is, right around where.
Yeah, there's no Trudeau head on this chart, but it would be.
But I should
right
add
there.
one. I should add a Trudeau head right between 2014 and 2015, and look at what happened afterwards. Like, it literally, and prior to Stephen Harper, it was another liberal government. So it's just, these are policies, right? As we said multiple times, in Canada, there's no such thing as real conservatives. Even if you look at Pierre Poilievre, he's not a real conservative. He's not the equivalent of a Republican in the US. But they normally have a bit different policies when it comes to crime and when it comes to fiscal responsibility.
Yep.
Which, they're still lefties, but they're on the right side of the left. Not as in the correct side of the left, but literally the right political side of the left. But how can you look at a graph like this and not see a problem?
That's my guy.
And see that it's okay. And then you look at the GDP per capita and look at that and say, oh shit, exactly when Trudeau got in power, we're no longer trending like the US. US goes up it was between 19 and 21%. We go up 1%. We're literally on the same place, at the same place that we were 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Yet, if you look at the inflation, has removed 33% of our purchasing power. So what used to cost $1 in 2015 currently costs on average $1.33, on top of having a shitty GDP. It's insane. It's absolutely insane that people can look at this and look at Carney, that's been advising Trudeau since 2020/2021, and say, yep, that's my guy.
Yeah, I don't
insane.
I don't really understand it either. But guys, if you have voted Liberal out there, let us know. I mean, there's lots of reasons why people vote for the way they do, right? No one here is going to say that you're ridiculous or
No.
My girlfriend voted Liberal. And
I'd like to hear it. Actually,
she doesn't feel great. She doesn't feel great about it.
So what's her reason for voting Liberal? Is it because in her head a conservative is voting for Pierre Poilievre is voting for Trump?
I think it's. I honestly don't know. I like we've talked about it a lot. Like she recognized a lot of the trouble. I think a lot of it is just politics are tribal. Politics are, a lot of people identify with their party and their politicians, and it's difficult. I mean, I recognize it. Like, I did not. I voted for Poilievre, but I didn't feel good about that either. I don't particularly like the guy. I don't think he certainly didn't win my vote. And in Carney's defense, I don't think there's anything he could have done to sway me because of those two charts that we just looked at, the crime rate and the economy. And then if you want to throw in things like the housing affordability crisis, things like that. These are all policies. They're not just things that happened. These are decisions that were made by a party. And our system is heavily party based, right? That's what a lot of people, it's not like the States where a guy like Donald Trump can come in and grab the Republican Party by the pussy, to quote the man. And when you're a star, they let you do, when you're a star, they let you do it. This isn't that. You can't just imprint yourself onto a party. The party will imprint itself onto you here in the Canadian system. And so for me, it was just, I wasn't looking at it as Carney versus Poilievre. I was looking at it versus liberals versus conservatives, because we are a party first system. And I think, and I feel like, she's definitely aware of a lot of the problems that are being faced. I think she likes Carney a bit, and she thinks he's going to do the things that he says he's going to do. She definitely put thought into it. Like we spent a lot of time talking about it, and she actually didn't know until the very end who she was going to vote for. She was very conflicted. But it is difficult to, like I said to her, I was like, look, she came out, she's like, oh no, she's like, what did I do? But I was like, listen, it's a hard election. Nobody's good. Like nobody out there you feel good about. In some ways, the system failed, right? Like, is this the best you can do? Is these two guys as our options? But it is what it is. If anyone else did vote Liberal out there, let us know.
Yeah, I'm curious to see the people out there. Who'd you vote for? And like Rob said, I'm a conservative. Rob's more of a liberal. Actually, it's not more of a liberal. He is a liberal, but there's no judgment. I'm just curious. I think you're right, Rob, when you say that not a lot of us or any of us actually feel that great about the options, but some are voting with their logic and saying, I cannot condone the past 10 years and reward the same party that fucked the economy for the past 10 years. So I'm going to vote conservative. But see, that as a conservative, that's a question I have for you guys out there. If you voted for Pierre Poilievre, do you feel good about it? Is that your guy? Because again, no judgment here at all. That's why we're here. We're here to talk about what other platforms will not talk about. We are political orphans because I don't feel represented by any of the party that are out there. So I feel you, I get you, but I want to know, the whole point's to be able to have a conversation with you guys, because if you just wanted to look at election result, you don't need to look at those two bald-headed fucks, right? You don't need us to be here. You can literally look at the same screen that's right there. But the whole point's to have a conversation with you guys, because I want to understand. We got followers from all over the place in the US and Canada and every provinces, and I'm curious to see what you guys think, because I look at, for example, take the comment from Bonnie. Bonnie is saying y'all all forgot about Saskatchewan. All I hear is Alberta, but Saskatchewan sends tons of money to the east as well. And see, that's a valid point, because I'm from Quebec originally, but I spent half of my life in Ontario. But at the same time, I always hear about Alberta. Equalization payments are always from Alberta, and both Quebec and Ontario take advantage of those equalization payment with a lot of complaints, right? They don't want to drill, but we will take your money and spend it.
Yeah.
Right?
And I think,
good point, Bonnie. I just appreciate Bonnie for reminding us that you're correct. Saskatchewan does pay. Thanks for reminding us. So those are the type of conversations that we want to have. So guys, who'd you vote for? Did you vote for them because that was the right thing to do? Do you feel good about your vote?
Or whoever the lesser you voted of for? Two evils?
Exactly. Think, let us know in the comments.
I think, Bonnie, that's a great point, because I think we all talk about Alberta, but I suspect if there is a true Alberta succession movement, I suspect Saskatchewan's probably going to piggyback onto that as well. I think. Yeah. So I do want to make a quick correction, because my girl was watching and she corrected me as we are speaking. And actually, this you might actually kind of see where she's coming from here. She votes for Carney because, frankly, she thinks Poilievre seems incompetent. And I think it's more leader-based. She said the Conservatives had to do the bare minimum to win, and they couldn't even do that. And honestly, it's hard. It's hard to argue. You can see where she's coming from, right? There is You know,
It's just, we talked about that so many times. Like, if I would have been responsible for Pierre Poilievre's campaign and telling him what to do, and I'm not saying I endorse him by any stretch of the imagination. If you've ever heard me talk about him, you know I'm not a fan.
Mhm.
But it was him to lose. It was his to lose. Like,
absolutely.
he did not have to do much in order to win a landslide, but yet refused to separate himself, refused to fight the topics that really mattered. He refused to differentiate himself from the Liberal Party, and now he just looked weak.
Do you guys think if they lose, do you think Poilievre is out as leader?
100%. There's
Has
no
to be,
way.
right? Has to
Oh,
be.
there's no way. There's no way that they're keeping Poilievre if he loses.
Because this is a pretty epic collapse.
But I cannot see another 4 years of Liberal. Like, in my head, the next 4 years of Liberal makes no sense to me. I don't think it's possible. I don't think we're going to have anything left of the Canadian economy after the next 4 years. Like, I literally see a Carney completely rejecting the US because of Trump and aligning with China. This is what I see under 4 years of Carney, and I won't lie to you guys, it scares the shit out of me.
Yeah. I mean, it's I don't know. I mean, who obviously if he wins, he's gonna get a chance to prove people like me and you wrong. But I don't see how he's gonna do it, because as we talked about on the show quite a bit, because we dug into it, like, how do they do so bad, right? How do you only gain 1% GDP over 10 years? Like, because that's hard to do. If they literally took no decisions whatsoever, just completely hands off, the economy would have done better. And as I can see it, and you guys can let me know if you agree with this or not, I think there's a fundamental worldview that the Liberals have that extracting our natural resources or exploiting them in any way is almost like immoral. Like, they think it's like wrong. It's almost like their opinion that there's almost no way to do it responsibly, which I strongly disagree with. And for a country like us, where our fucking backbone, we're built, that's our secret weapon, is our natural resources. We are blessed with a wealth of natural resources. And if you elect in a country like that a party who fundamentally believes that extracting natural resources is an immoral or unethical act, and I'm not saying that they won't say that they believe that way, but everything that they do suggests that is how they believe, how they look at that. The fact that they passed Bill C-69, which essentially makes it almost impossible to really have any true resource extraction. You can't build any significant mines, you can't build any pipelines, you can't exploit any natural resources as long as Bill C-69 is there. And that's why Carney's promises ring hollow, because he's talking about, oh yeah, we're going to build pipelines, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. And then they ask him, okay, well, are you going to get rid of Bill C-69, which is the anti-pipeline bill? And he says, no, we're not going to do that. So essentially, he's saying on the one hand, he wants to do all these things, but then he's refusing to do the one thing that is required in order to get that done. And you know what's going to happen when he doesn't get all the things done that he said. He's going to be like, hey, guys, I tried, but Bill C-69, we got to obey the law. So he's kind of talking out of both sides of his mouth here.
This is a perfect image right there. So look at the numbers of this. So this is for PEI. We're at 57.4% Liberal, 37.4% Conservative. But look at the changes. You're looking at 11.2 plus for Liberals and 5.7 or 5.8, sorry, for the Conservative.
Oh, is that from last election?
No, I believe this is right now. Look at the Green and look at the NDP. Minus 7.3%, minus 2%. Minus 7.2%.
No, but that's what I mean. Is that minus 7%? Is that like down from the last election?
Yes. Everything you're seeing now is plus. But see, and this is, but I suspected that. So I like that Jason talked about it earlier, saying that the Green Party after this election might disappear. The NDP might disappear too, which, as much as I dislike both those parties, we are looking at a two-party system after this election. This is something that we really have to consider, because I strongly believe that as much as the people are not going to vote for the PPC because they don't want to split the vote, they're going to vote for the Conservative. The people are going to do the same thing for the Liberals. Instead of voting for the Green and the NDP, although they might agree with them more, they're going to vote for the Liberal in order not to split the vote, to make sure that the Conservatives don't win. So it's very interesting that the Conservatives are really looked at as the evil that's going on in Canada, that everybody on the left is going to vote for the Liberals, although they might like the Green and the NDP. And a lot of people won't vote for the PPC and vote for the Conservative in order to make sure that the Liberals don't win. So we're really in a situation where people are voting against the Conservative for the Liberal, and a lot of people are voting against the Liberal, so they're voting Conservative. It's insane.
Yeah, nobody likes nobody likes who they're voting for.
And again, that's always the question that I'm going to repeat for the guys out there. Do you feel good about your vote? Voted left, voted right? You voted for the Liberals, you voted for the Conservatives. Do you feel good about this? Do you feel good about your vote? Let's take some of those comments. And Melissa, what's going on, Melissa?
Melissa,
great to have you. You want to take this one?
Yeah, Commodore 64 Payette says, I'm disgusted with the CBC, how they throw flowers for libtards, but of course they will. Liberals keep giving them billions of dollars. Watching Rosie makes my skin crawl. Yeah, she doesn't. I only became familiar with her watching clips for this election, and she doesn't strike me as a very professional journalist. I guess I will say it very nicely and politely.
But at the same time, brother, the only reason that we're showing that, have you noticed? There's no volumes. We have no intentions of enabling the sound on CBC, but they do keep. I guess that $1.4 billion that we give them every year.
They're good for this stuff. They're good for the actual results.
Yeah, they're good for just keeping up to date on what's going on right now. So hopefully that makes sense.
Yeah,
great
and
name, Commodore 64. I'm old enough to know exactly what that is.
That was my first ever computer, a Commodore 64. You loved it.
Yeah, man.
So guys, something to keep in mind, guys. Right now, you see Liberals is 21, Conservatives is 11. First of all, those aren't for sure yet. Those are just right now as they're still counting results as they come in. So those could change. But so far, we've only really gotten the Atlantic provinces, and they are historically quite liberal. I believe so far, I see a slightly more conservative. Conservatives are doing better than they did in the 2021 election. So that's perhaps something like the Atlantic Canada is not going. The numbers aren't big, but it will be interesting if there is if there's a trend towards the Conservatives happening. We'll probably see it in the Atlantic provinces first, and then as Quebec and Ontario come in, it'll be confirmed over there. Not that that's what we're seeing yet. It's still way too early, but just something to keep an eye on as these Atlantic provinces votes start coming in.
But I'm curious when it comes to the Liberals in Quebec. I wonder if the Liberals are going to lose votes to the CAQ.
That's the first big question.
But the Bloc.
The Bloc. That's the first big question that I want to see. Is that one there?
Because man, I wouldn't be surprised if if there's a good portion of Ontario that becomes conservative, because you've seen it in the past, and even Doug Ford, although he's not a conservative at all, they still voted against the Liberal. So I wonder if we're going to see that in Ontario. And I'm also curious to see if people are going to vote against the Liberals in Quebec. They won't vote for the Conservative, but they're going to vote for the Bloc. Because, man, we both said it. We covered the debate. And my biggest surprise was Blanchet, was the leader of the Bloc, because he did call out Pierre Poilievre. He called out Carney. He called out Jagmeet Singh. He called them all out. He's the only one that really called everybody out. But obviously, he's never going to become prime minister. But in my opinion, he was the best one on that debate. As per, he did his job, right?
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that.
Let's see.
Yeah,
some
we'll take a
comments
couple
here.
from Steven there.
Stevens voted Liberal in 2015. Guess that makes sense. I hadn't quite got here yet. At that point, I was like 22. So now you're 26.
It's a journey. It's a journey, brother.
Right.
It's a journey for sure.
Oh, 2015. Oh, snap. So you're like 32 now. So you did vote for Trudeau. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. It's okay, man. We all make mistakes. We all make mistakes. There was no way for you to know. He had beautiful hair and beautiful socks. So right then and there, right?
Great hair, though.
He was so dreamy. So dreamy.
Mm-hmm.
He also says had some major worldview shifts in the decades.
Oh,
since
fuck
that
yeah.
for sure. What happened, Stevens? What happened? Because you're always on the show. But what happened? What made you go?
Yeah. What's your?
Actually, did you vote for? You voted PPC, right?
He went PPC. Yeah, as he says right here.
I figured as much. Yeah. Well, there you go. Stealing my thunder.
Oh, sorry, brother. And he says, got a lot of the herder. They're gonna take away gay rights. And I had to push back a lot on that this election as well. They people they're thinking these are the conservatives of 20 years ago, and times have changed. You know what I mean? Most of the Conservative Party does not give a shit anymore. Nobody's fighting to take away gay marriage. That is a settled issue. I believe most conservatives would agree with that.
There's no conservatives in Canada when it comes to the party. They're not conservatives. They're leftists with a fiscal sense. That's it. That's all they are. They're not going to push the abortion issue. They're not going to speak about gays issues. They're not going to bring any of those topics up. They're not. It is not an issue for them. This is not the Overton window is not there. It's not part of it. This is not going to change anytime soon. We haven't accepted those things for 20, 30, 40 years in order for Pierre Poilievre to change it. He's not that type of leader at all. So I love how they sell that idea that, oh, you might lose them. Oh, I saw a lot of posts from feminists. Oh, voting for Pierre Poilievre is voting for you to lose your rights as a woman. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, I know.
Like, what are you talking about?
Let's so as we're talking, I'm sort of watching this. There, so far the map's looking interestingly. It's obviously more liberals, but like I'm looking at Newfoundland back in 2021. They were all red except for.
Do you have a picture?
Yeah. Let me see here. I will
pull it on.
Yeah, I'll just move that one quickly. Share my screen just to show. This is the actual election of 2021. So if you look up here in Newfoundland over here, we've got, the middle central Newfoundland is blue, but you got red, 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 red. You look here in Nova Scotia, the northern part is red. Then you've got blue down south, and then you've got New Brunswick, mostly conservative, with of course the center there, which is Fredericton. That was liberal. St. John down here is liberal. So just keep that in mind as we go back to the map from tonight. Specifically, I remember that Newfoundland was mostly liberal. And then we look here, live results. So now here we see Newfoundland is conservative.
Oh,
you've got, yeah. So again, these numbers aren't big. It is only Newfoundland, but if there's
but if you can change that in Newfoundland when both the sides were liberal, now you're looking at 2 out of the 4 portions, so half of the portions now are blue.
And if you remember,
one is red and one is light blue, as in it has a chance to become
49 to 50, 49.3 to 46.5, and it looks like the polls are 190 out of 270. So a little bit left, but I'd say that's probably going to go conservative. And if you remember from the map from 2021, the northern part was all liberal. Here we have Cape Breton is still liberal, but we've got down here, Central Nova is, again, these are all very close, but as of right now, they are light blue. So, again, the numbers, it's still early and all that. New Brunswick's pretty heavily blue. Nothing to suggest anything major yet, but there are some slight shifts from the Liberals to the Conservatives. Will that be enough as we see it shift to the left shift west and start to hit Quebec and Ontario? I guess will remain to be seen. But as you said, I think the most interesting story right now is going to be what happens in Quebec. Are the Liberals going to pick up seats at the expense of the Bloc? After that,
I think it's going to be the other way around.
You think the Bloc is going to get seats at the expense of the Liberals?
I don't know, but it depends what people are voting about. What are people voting about? Because I get it's going to be hard for Quebec to vote Conservative. I'm not sure why we have such a big problem with Conservatives yet. Quebec trying to separate themselves from Canada over a language makes them conservative. This is the biggest fallacy in Canada is Quebec. They have their own federal party that only runs in Quebec, and they don't see themselves as more conservatives.
Yeah.
Do you understand how it's insane? You are conservative. I'm not saying conservative party with a big C. I'm saying conservative like me with a small c, just to say I'm more of I like tradition.
Yep.
You're fighting for your language laws. You want your immigrant to assimilate more than anywhere else, yet you don't think that you're conservative. Of course you're conservative by nature, but it's like we just don't like that word. That word hurts our feelings for some reason.
I agree. I completely agree with that.
Makes no sense to me. I don't understand.
I think
I don't
Quebec
get it.
politics, I think, make a lot more sense if you understand that for the most part, they're just using a lot of these issues to get more shit from the rest of Canada. You know what I mean? Like a lot of the language issues and stuff. I don't think Quebec ever really wanted to separate. I think they wanted to use that threat to extract more benefit. I have no doubt that there were lots of Quebecers who actually wanted to separate, but as a whole, I'm not sure the Quebec government actually did, because the Bloc gets all its power from holding that threat over the head of the rest of Canada, right?
Yeah.
And so I think that's and you know, you could say that it's their job to advocate for Quebecers, and you know, to that extent, they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. So it's hard to shit on them for it, but I think Quebec politics makes a lot more sense if you think of it that way. Cheryl says, Nico, I feel like you've said this before, but at least Poilievre will stop the bleeding. If he actually does what he has promised, I feel hopeful we'll be on the road at least to restoring Canada. At the end of the day, you have to stop bleeding first, right? Before you can even get better. So I get that. For me, you know, it like I said, I didn't feel good. I don't feel good about voting for Poilievre. I don't like the guy very much. He's not very charismatic. He doesn't seem like a leader. And I just don't see him as, you know, going sort of toe to toe with world leaders and really getting the best of them in the way that you want to see from your prime minister. For me, I think the whole thing is just a lot simpler. It's just a change election. It's change versus status quo. Do you feel like we're going in the right direction? Do you feel like we need to change? And obviously, if you do, then you have to vote for the party that's not in power.
And I agree with you, Cheryl. Yes, I dislike Poilievre. I don't think he's a strong leader, but I do agree with you 1,000%. If you give me a choice between going down another 4 years of Liberal Party, which I'm not sure we're going to see Canada at the end of it, or go for a Conservative Party where Pierre Poilievre will probably stop the bleeding, I agree. This is the way I see him too. But again, it's the lesser of two evils, but is it better for Canada to have a Conservative Party? Yes. Over the Liberals? Yes. No questions about it. But, you know, let me show you something.
Yep,
so I had a conversation on my flight between Vancouver and Kelowna, where I am right now, with a VP. He's not a VP, but he's probably a director or a VP of marketing for a large firm in Quebec. I won't say who it was. I don't want to put the guy in trouble, but an executive from a firm in Quebec. And it's funny because we were talking, and we talked politics, and he's more of a liberal than I am, obviously. But have you noticed how Pierre Poilievre, because he mentioned something, he's like, hey, it's interesting because I've been liking more Pierre Poilievre over the past 3 months. As a liberal, he said that, and I'm like, shit. I'm like, why? Because he's like, oh, his speech seems more polished.
He's good at speeches.
But did you notice how much his appearance changed over the past few months? That is something that I noticed, because
he got cool. He was nerdy before, and now he's quote unquote cool.
More than that. So as I was thinking about it, because I do all of our thumbnails, right? All of our show thumbnails, I make them. And I've told you this before, that it's hard for me to find
complaining about
good pictures. Of finding good pictures of Polyev, and the thumbnail today was no different. But here's something that I found that is absolutely fucking interesting. Is let me just show some pictures from Pierre Polyev. I just typed Pierre Polyev in Google, but look at the difference. Like, I'll show you a picture that we're all very familiar with, right? This one. We all seen this picture, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the one where he's like holding his tie, and it's kind of obviously he's posing, right?
Yep.
But look at the gut. Look at the gut at the bottom. Look at the pudgy face. Look at the glasses. Look at the hair.
Definitely seems like he got an image consultant.
Look at that now.
Yeah,
that's
different.
That's him now. Different haircut, no more glasses. And look at his face. He looks like he lost a good 10, 20 pounds. You know how you're a fit guy like I am. As soon as you go on a really strict diet,
oh yeah,
you start sucking it in. But tell me, who is not more appealing, this or this?
Fucking Clark Kent versus Superman right there. I mean,
but
he clearly hired an image. He clearly hired an image consultant, and I noticed that too. He always seemed super nerdy before, and now he's kind of got like, almost reminded me of. And I'm going to date myself a little bit here. Remember that show Family Matters with Steve Urkel? And then later in the show, they had cool Steve Urkel come out. Yeah.
When he goes on you're going to date yourself. I'm going to date myself. When he goes on Will Smith's show, what was the name of the show?
Yeah. Fresh Prince.
Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. And he's dating Tatiana that we all had a crush on growing up. Like that one.
Oh, yeah. Ashley? Oh, yeah.
Oh, bro.
She was my celebrity crush.
But Urkel would show up normal. And you're absolutely right. You look Pierre Polyev today. Yeah. Pierre Polyev when he became the leader.
Like, yeah, it is completely different. And I mean, it was smart. I think he had to do something like that.
But it's appealing as, you know, to the eye. You might not notice it, but it's like me, for example. I'm 230 pounds. I'm a muscular guy. When I walk somewhere, I stand straight. Mm-hmm. You always provoke attention. You know what I mean? Yep. Like people will notice you. I walk straight. So it's more intimidating, but it's more welcoming to people. It's more pleasant. Same thing's happening here. Who the hell you're winking? We all see you wink, right?
I was talking to my girlfriend there. She's on, she's trying to get my attention. And I'm like, sweetie, I've got to work now. Got to do my job.
Okay, we gotta ask now. What is she doing to get your attention exactly?
not that. Trust me, it would definitely have my attention if she was doing that. I gotta go for 20 minutes. I'll be back in a half an hour. No, she's excited to watch the show. She's actually quite the political junkie now. I guess now that we started the show and she's watching it now, she's got into it a lot more. But this is that election, right? A lot of people are. I'm curious if any of our audience is sort of new to politics. Is it because of this election? It seems like it sort of woke a lot of people up one way or the other.
Yeah. No, that's a good question. You want to take some of our comments there?
Yeah. We'll get a few more here.
Let's run them down. Yeah, I don't think we're seeing anything yet. I'm gonna take the comments. I'm gonna go check if there are updates right now.
Yeah. Steven says, I got to hold out hope that Quebec abandons the Liberals, just to what you were saying. Yeah, I mean, I guess we're going to find out real soon here. But that would be a huge trend shift that would suggest that perhaps there's something, because we really won't see really what's going to happen until we hit Ontario.
Yeah,
that's
agreed.
that's when we're really going to get probably the one way or the other. We're gonna see what's going on here. So let me see here. Rachel says Alberta is leaving Canada if the Liberals win. I mean, that's what Jason said.
I agree.
We're certainly hearing that a lot from people, especially from people in Alberta, but you hear it from people all over the West. They should. Deb Gordy says, Rob, it's not about moral or immoral. It's about money, a made-up commodity. And just that's a reference to me saying I believe that like the liberal worldview is that it's immoral, or they believe it's immoral to extract our natural resources. And so Deb is saying it's not about moral or immoral, it's about money, a made-up commodity called CO2, never about the environment, a way to steal our money and enrich themselves. These people are parasites, not saviors of the environment. And yeah, I mean, certainly there's space to debate why they do what they do, what they're, where their head's at. At the end of the day, I think we can both agree that it ain't working. And so, in my opinion, personally, I think, and probably most people on the shows, I see this as a change election, and change has to happen. Mr. Robot says, yo, hey, everyone. Good to see you, Mr. Robot. I think the first time we saw you was at the debate coverage. So it's good to see you again here at the election coverage. David Azzo says, you're gay if you voted Liberal. Yeah. I mean, it's
Rob is kind of gay, so
certainly a take. Yeah. If I didn't vote Liberal, can I still be? Wise guy says Quebec is pivotal this election. Yeah.
They normally are, like we normally are, very pivotal.
Yep.
Yet we're sucking the titty of Alberta dry.
And
we never seem to vote for parties in their favor. It needs to change. Like I'm from Quebec, and it really bothers me what we do to the West. We don't want pipelines. We don't want to build it because it's not good for us. It's going to be bad for our environment. But we're very happy to take the money that comes from equalization payment. They're basically paid with oil and gas. It's bullshit. Absolute bullshit. So, Bill, we've spoken about this before, but what is it? A 69. Bill C-69
Bill C-69, yeah.
It's 69, right? It's Bill C-69.
C-63 is another one. I'll look that up.
63 was 63. Bill C-63 is for the hate
speech one.
Hate bill online. Yeah,
that's right.
If I'm not mistaken,
that has to die a horrible death as well.
But this is the one that we need to be careful about, and this is basically where I really agree with Pierre Poilievre, is that it needs to be repealed. Like, there's no way. Like, we did an in-depth analysis of their platforms, of Carney and Poilievre's platform, and everything that Carney is proposing or promising cannot be accomplished. It's impossible for it to happen because he's not repealing Bill C-69. So it's impossible. It's not possible to do anything different with oil and gas. Unless you repeal C-69. And I think that's where Poilievre is 100% right. You need to remove Bill C-69. It's not an option.
Yeah, exactly. And you can tell what Carney's doing because he knows as long as C-69 is in place, he can say whatever he wants about pipelines or infrastructure or any of that, and it won't get done, and he'll have the perfect excuse.
How do you feel about it, Cheryl? You voted Conservative for the first time. How'd that make you feel? Are you happy about it? Why'd you do it? Let us know.
Yeah. What? Are you sort of like me, who you did it without feeling thrilled about it, or are you
kind of feel dirty? Do you take a shower after you voted?
Donna says politics is a dirty game and getting dirtier all the time. Yeah, you're right. You're 100% right. Sylvie says, so I see they're ignoring the PBC again. No updates, typical MSM. Yeah, they're never gonna give the PBC any due whatsoever. Which I think is ridiculous, but they're definitely going to talk about the Greens, even though they'll probably get about the same amount of votes. Probably
they're going to lose a lot more than the PPC. That's for sure.
Yep.
Because I wouldn't be surprised again. We spoke about that before, but Jason mentioned it earlier too. I would not be surprised if the Green lose all their seats, basically disappears after this election. Same thing for the NDP. If
Well,
you can
Jagmeet looks like he might lose his.
look at the East right now. If the East is any indication,
Mm-hmm.
they lost, both of them lost massive amount already
Yep.
in the East. So if
Yep.
that represents what's going on, what's going to happen throughout Canada, it's not going to be good for the Green. It's not going to be good for the NDP. And, it bothers me because at the end of the day, we need more parties, especially, in my opinion, we need one that's actual conservatives. Like the PPC platform is more aligned with what I believe in, and they're not even allowed on the debate stage. So what's going to happen if the NDP and the Green lose their like they lose a lot of their seats, if not all their seats? What does it mean? Does it mean that they're not allowed to be back on 4 years from now? Because if you look at the new regulations, you need to represent 90% of the territories across Canada. So you need to have a candidate that's running for that sector of Canada throughout Canada, 90% of it. But you need to have, what was it, 4% of intention votes prior to the election, and you need to have at least one sitting MP in order to hit the federal election. What happens if there's only, they don't have any seats anymore? Does that mean they cannot compete? They can.
So
like, this is tricky, man. This is really tricky.
So there's something called, I believe, official party status, and I think you need 11 seats. So right now, NDP, I believe they've been an official party for a very long time.
They are.
And it looks like they're going to lose that status this election. So that means they are, in the eyes of Elections Canada, they are just as insignificant as any of the other, 1,000 other minority parties, which is kind of crazy if you think about it, because I think most people perceive them as a smaller party, but a small major party in Canada. I think it clearly Jagmeet Singh has to leave if they lose their official party status.
The problem, though, if the NDP loses their status, that means that even with a minority government, whoever wins has the equivalent of a majority, right? Because there's not enough votes.
That's right. Because
don't forget, that's one of the advantages. Like in the if you look at the NDP and the Liberal, it has worked against conservatives because they've had a uniparty for years. Like Jagmeet Singh has been supporting Justin Trudeau and the Liberals any chance he got to make them win in a minority government against the conservatives. But now, if they don't have those seats anymore, that means that it probably went to the Liberal Party. So even in the minority government, there's still, man, that is scary. I never thought about it until now. That's a problem. We're starting to see a massive problem.
You're right.
A minority government, it does not need to convince anybody anymore.
Essentially a minority government that can't be toppled, that can't have a vote of no confidence, which is, that it will effectively be a majority government, even if they don't get a true
the majority status.
Yes. Yeah.
But there's still majority because there's no other party that can swing the vote to the other side if they disagree. Hey, man, that is scary.
That's wild. And however you slice it, it looks like this election is going to be historical in a lot of ways.
100%. Yeah, couldn't agree with you more, man.
Steven says, I'm dreaming of a conservative minority with a seat or two of PPC, so they have to work with PPC unless Bloc props conservatives up. Yeah, I think
I like that.
Yeah, I think a conservative minority would be pretty cool. Mr. Robot says it will be interesting to see if the PPC can win a seat. I think it's just one seat, but I think if you're Maxime Bernier, I think that one seat is probably the difference between success or failure at this point. One seat could make all the difference. If he doesn't win one seat, doesn't mean it's over for the PPC. Doesn't mean they can't regroup, but it definitely puts them back a few years. It definitely pushes their plans back. They need that one seat to springboard for the next election, because with one seat, they'll get into the debates. Surely, you would think.
They should at least, yeah, because they run. I'm pretty sure they ran the 90%, but they got them on the 1 MP and the 4%. So did they run? I'd have to run the numbers. I'm not. You know what? Maybe they didn't run 90%, but I thought they were pretty damn close if they didn't.
Yeah.
But at the same time, man, did you consider that? Here's what's interesting is, if the PPC doesn't gain one MP, I doubt that Maxime Bernier is going to continue. I think
you're right.
This is just my opinion, but listen to this though. If Maxime Bernier doesn't elect one MP, I don't see him continuing. If Pierre Poilievre does not become prime minister, I don't see him staying in as the leader of the Conservatives. And if Carney doesn't get elected, that guy's not staying. He's going back to the private sector. So do you see that whoever wins and consider that the NDP might lose their official status this year and the Green might completely disappear. No matter who wins, the political environment, or slice it the way you want, it completely changes today. Like, it will completely change. Carney's not staying if he doesn't win. Pierre Poilievre is not staying if he doesn't win.
No, that's right.
Maxime Bernier is not staying if he doesn't win one seat. You know that the Green are probably out the window, and you know that the NDP are not going to be an official party after today. This is fucked up. When you start putting into perspective, this is insane, man. Wow, we're looking at a very interesting. The only party that's not really affected by this is the Bloc Québécois.
Oh, because they're just doing their thing. They're over there like, yeah.
That is funny, but not funny.
Yeah. Because they don't give a shit. Like, it's neither here nor there to them. They're like, again, their purpose is just to extract as much concessions from the rest of Canada as they can. So it don't matter to them who win. It's not like they were ever going to win in the actual election.
But they can't. They're not. They're only presenting people in Quebec, and I think a couple of places in Ontario.
Yeah. Steven says, I'm terrified but optimistic, gents. Well, stick around. If nothing else, we're here having a good time. We're watching as results come in. PP's Robin Lee McIntosh says PPC are the only true conservatives. Certainly Nico would agree with you 100% on that.
I'm more conservative than the PPC. I'm more right than them, but you're correct. In Canada, they are the only real conservative is the PPC. I couldn't agree with you more in Canada. But in real terms of politics, they're more libertarian than conservative. Like, they're not the
I think that's
they're not the Republicans in the US, right?
If you have to put a label on them, I think that's probably the best. But
they are right of the conservatives.
I agree with that. It's almost like right and like slightly up or something. I don't know what other direction. It's something
let's keep it simple. Let's go left or right.
Yeah, it's just. Obviously, and one of the things about this show is labels, traditional labels don't necessarily always work. We use them because it makes sense. It makes some sense. Yep, and we all understand what they mean, but they don't fit neatly with just about anyone anymore. And certainly, I think the PPC would be right there as well. Donna Langeois says, "Oh yeah, I remember calling the election in the middle of the pandemic and all the election interference. Make sense." Yeah, that's funny. I forgot about that. It's interesting how they're saying, it's so deadly you can't leave your house. You have to be 6 feet away. You must be masked, but also come out and do a fucking election. You know what I mean?
No, but it's the same. Is the same thing as being able to go to the restaurant and take your mask off when you're seated down. Because COVID is not affecting you 6 feet or below. So and like I've said on the show many times, a guy like Rob never has to wear a mask. It's never been a problem for him. 6 feet is not the distance.
Yeah, if you're just tuning in, this is what buzzing. This is what this show is. Me and Nico just ripping each other all the time, and once in a while we'll talk. We'll get a politics something in there once, but that's pretty much the whole show. The politics is the cover for us to make fun of each other the whole time.
But we have to be able to laugh at this because it's too sad.
Yeah.
Like
I mean,
like Steven said, how did he say it? I'm terrified
but optimistic.
But this is what it comes down to, right? If we don't make fun of what's going on, we're all gonna cry. So
I agree with that, and we we got to laugh. All you can do is laugh at this point, even if the results are not what we want them to be. Wake up tomorrow, sun's still gonna come up. We're still gonna get back to work, I guess.
I guess.
Steven says the gym bro Polyev memes are so funny. Are they actually? I haven't seen any. I'll
that's
take a
what
look.
It looks like, right? He looks like they put him in. I don't know. Maybe they have.
I'll take a look. I'll Google and I'll try to find some.
They just put a superhero, like a Superman Halloween costume on it.
Yeah. Like the fake muscle built in.
He has like fake muscle builds underneath.
Yeah, that's kind of the vibe I've always gotten.
He doesn't strike me as a gym bro.
No, I don't think so.
He seems, he seems delicate for a gym bro.
Yeah, he definitely seems like they had a meeting. He had like an image consultant meeting, and they told him, you got to get these clothes and wear this, but I don't think I doubt he actually went to the gym.
No more Millhouse. We need to change it.
Yeah. Millhouse without the glasses. Memorino says, hello guys, got several different streams running at once plus CP24. Good to see you, Memorino. I'm glad that we're one of your streams.
Which one do you like best?
What's the best one? What's the best one? Think very carefully. Sheila Burasa says Western Independence. It is
I understand it, and I would welcome it too.
Not an uncommon statement around here. Mark says police, and I assume he's referring to Sheila with the Western Independence. Donna says, I voted Conservative for the first time. We need a change. Canada can't take 4 more years of this crap. Yeah, and I would say I voted Conservative once when I was early 20s for Stephen Harper. But I agree with you. For me, I see it as a change election. It's just status quo versus change. I think a lot of people get bogged down in that. For me, it wasn't even about platforms. It was just, are we headed in the right direction? Do the Liberals deserve another term?
Donna, let me ask you this. I'm sorry to cut you off, bro, but Donna, do you feel good about it?
Yeah, that's a good question. How do you feel about that?
Because that is the question I wanna ask. Because
how did you vote in the last couple elections, if you don't mind us asking?
Yeah, because do you feel good about your choice? Did you do it for Canada because we can't take another 4 years or 8 years of Liberals? And did you vote for the lesser of two evils? Do you feel good about it or not? That's a question I have for everybody that's out there.
It seems like, we've talked a lot of politics and a lot of people about politics over the past couple of weeks. It seems like most people have one of two trains of thought. You've got politics is pragmatic for you. You're going to vote for the lesser of two evils. Then there's the other train where it is, you have to, someone has to earn your vote. And if they do not earn your vote, then you won't vote for them. I'd be interested to hear, guys, how you feel. For me, I think me and Nico are probably on either one. Like I personally am more of a pragmatist. For me, it's just the lesser of two evils. I don't like Polyev, but I think he's better than the Liberals would be. But again, correct me if I'm wrong, Nico, but would you say that you're more the type where they have to earn your vote? That you have
100%. I don't vote for people. I've said this multiple times, and I'm going to repeat what one of my buddies said years ago. He judged everybody that was part of his close friends as, what would be your role in a zombie apocalypse? Would I want you on my team or not? No matter, would you be a leader? What are you bringing to the table in a really bad situation? What do you bring to the table? And I'm looking at a guy like Polyev, and I can't see him being a leader. I wouldn't follow him into war. So nobody deserves my vote. You have to work for my vote. I don't do the lesser of two evils. I don't do that. But
Yeah,
I can't blame people.
and I don't think there's right.
that-
I don't think there's a wrong answer.
But I don't blame people either that did vote for the lesser of two evils, because I get it. I understand it. I fully understand. This, I think, is why this show's so great, because as much as you might not agree with me, you might not agree with Rob, you can see that we still try to use common sense as the base for everything. Because this is what we're missing today, right? We're not able to have those conversations between the liberals and more conservative people because that channel is closed. We don't want to sit down with people that we might disagree with because we don't want to be challenged. So no matter who you voted for, you could vote for the liberals. That's your choice, man. That you have the right to do that in Canada. And as much as I disagree with you and I don't think that was the right choice, I welcome you explaining me why you did it. And I'm not going to judge you for it. At the end of the day, you have the right to do that. But I'm curious to understand people. So if you did vote for the liberals, why did you do it? If you voted for the conservative, did you do it because you believe in Pierre Poilievre, or did you do it because you voted for the lesser of two evils? Or did you do it just so that the liberals would win? Same thing did you vote for the liberals because you don't want the conservative to win? Were you an NDP voter and you voted for the liberals because you voted against the conservatives? So do you feel good at the end of the day? Who'd you vote for? And do you feel good about it? Do you feel good about your choice, or did you just do it because you believe it's the best thing to do, not because you like the policies of the party?
Yeah, and that's a great question. I'd actually like to know that myself. So as I'm looking at this, it says see time until next polls close, 4 minutes. What we'll probably do is we'll probably turn the volume up for those when the polls are about to close. And I think that would be a good way to do it. And then once we get the initial news out, then we'll just go back to doing what we're doing here. Wise guy says
we're probably all covered the East by now, right?
Yeah, and I'm looking.
The next polls close. That's probably that.
Yeah,
look at
that would.
This is. Let me go pause this so that we can look at this. But look how close this is. You're looking at 10,006 versus 10,002.
Oh,
like this is fucking close.
Really close.
We're literally talking about 400 votes. Like 400 votes more for the conservative, they win.
And
this is how close we
so
are.
It says 159 out of 231 polls report. So quite a few polls left. Certainly enough to make up 400 points. But it looks like Perkins is the incumbent there. So he's the existing MP for that riding.
Oh, that's probably why they have the cool star right next to their
that's
name,
what the star means. Yeah.
It's not because they're Jewish. I get it.
It's not the Star of David, no. Cheryl says, Nico, I felt it was the only chance of not having a fourth Liberal term. So that's her explanation for why she voted for Poilievre. I voted PPC in the last election and Green for elections before that. Never voted Liberal before. That's an interesting...
Green to PPC to Conservative. Yeah. Jesus.
That's a very interesting voting history. And it's kind of, when we had Maxime Bernier on the show, we talked to him about that. He said that there was quite a few people who came from the Greens.
But, put Cheryl back on.
Yeah.
Cheryl, do you agree more? So in a way, in a world where you're not air quoting splitting the vote here, that you would really vote for the person you wanted to vote for, would that have been Maxime Bernier, the PPC? If you were, because correct me if I'm wrong here, but your main objective, it seems like in your voting today, was to make sure that that the Liberals did not get a fourth term. So basically your vote was not for the Conservative, but it was against the Liberals, right? And if that's the case,
what it sounds like, yeah.
Would you have voted in your heart? Was it the PPC you wanted to vote for? But logically, you voted against the Liberals, and the best chance of a party beating the Liberals, obviously, is the Conservatives.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. And I suspect, and we'll let Cheryl answer, but it sounds like she would have voted PPC if I think she thought that they could have won.
That's what I'm thinking too.
Steven says Jagmeet is tanking the NDP on purpose, and he got a fat check for doing it. I mean, that wouldn't.
He got his pension. His pension is paid. He has his pension. He's golden. This is what I think he's doing. He doesn't care. He never cared That's just free money for him.
Yeah, I think there's definitely something to there. You want to just resume that there?
Oh, yep. I'll go back. You're tired of looking at her?
Yeah.
Why do you
Well,
hate? Why do you hate women,
so much? Yeah. Well, we got a minute till the polls close, so we'll turn the volume up when it's got like 20 seconds left, just so we don't have to listen to this. What's her name again? She's terrible. She's just the worst. Steven says making labels uncool again. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think a lot. Like I said, we still use some of the labels here on the show just because they still work enough so that you can kind of know what we're talking about. But I feel like you always have to explain something, right? You can say, "Yeah, I'm a liberal, but not one of those," or "Yeah, I'm conservative," or "I'm libertarian, but." The labels, they still work, but they are breaking down, I do believe. And we've got. Mark Edmund Tetro says Alberta will be getting pipelines galore by whoever wins this election, including Energy East. I mean, I don't know how Carney's going to get it. He says he wants to, and that's a good thing, but I think he's talking about out of his ass a little bit. All right, hold on. We'll just go to the polls if you want to crank that up a little. See what the next.
Yes, sir. Yeah, let me clip that on. Bang.
Polls have now closed in most of Canada, and that means we're about to get the biggest waves of results we'll get tonight from Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, the Northwest Territories, and Nunavut. 266 more seats will be added to the count. Many of these are key battlegrounds of this election, ridings you need to win to form government. Okay, so that is what is to come. Let's look at.
So we can stop that right there, unless you want to continue going.
Yeah, no, as long as no, I just wanted to see that part. So, we'll just put it in for a few minutes, or like not even that, maybe like 2 minutes.
Early results were put in for one riding in Quebec, but there is one riding where the Bloc is leading, and that's in Gaspésie-Île-la-Madeleine. But you can see there, this is not exactly the way the Liberals wanted the evening to start. It's an encouraging sign for the Conservatives, but remember,
I was thinking that's what we were thinking in Atlantic Canada.
They were kind of hopeless, not only in forming government, but certainly.
No, but it's more than that, because now they're saying that, as I was thinking that might happen, is that the Bloc is going to win some ridings, and they're not going to vote. You know, they're not going to steal them from.
I see what you're saying.
Because look at the numbers. The numbers you're talking about too. So the Bloc Québécois seems like they might win 2 ridings, and we all know that they're not stealing that from the conservatives. No, but they're not stealing them from the Conservatives.
Oh, it's one or the other, right? It's Bloc or Liberal.
Exactly. Where in Quebec, it doesn't vote Conservative. So you're basically, if they're stealing right now in Quebec, they're going to be stealing from the Liberals. So the more votes the Bloc gets, the better for the Conservatives. No questions about it.
Yeah, 100%.
But look at that. Hey, man, on this one in New Brunswick, they're reporting on the PPC.
Yeah.
You see that? It's the first time we see them under
Nancy Mercier. Yeah.
Nowhere close to winning.
No,
but at least they're reporting. See, now they're at 3 for the Bloc.
3 for the Bloc.
So they're basically, I don't think that they've been. Can you find the map that you had?
I'm looking at it right now. I'm gonna see if they were Bloc. Let me see here. So the Gaspé, I believe that was the Bloc last election. Oh wait, hold on.
I don't know. I don't know if Gaspé was. I'm not
the one that's just. At the top.
It was Gaspésie. Yeah, it was Gaspésie. You're not sharing your screen, by the way.
Oh shit! No, Hold on here. I'll remove this here and I'll share it. Actually, so if we look here at these are the live results. So this is the one that I was looking at. This right here, Gaspé. I don't even know how to pronounce that. You can see it here. Gaspésie, whatever.
You want me to say it? Gaspésie.
Yeah, you try that,
Madeleine. I'm not gonna try. It's French.
Yeah. Okay,
Gaspésie, Île de la Madeleine.
Okay, so
if you're if you like motorcycles. I've done Gaspé. I've done all of Quebec around like the Saint Laurent. I took the boat from one side to the other and went around. if you're a motorcycle guy, oh, I took 3 weeks to do it alone, tent, just left. It was fucking awesome. Just saying. They might vote Liberal or Bloc, but their place is beautiful.
So if you look here, just to see, it's 43.7% to 39, and it's about half done. But if we look back at the election results of 2021, we can see that in fact that is right here, and that it was Liberal at the last election. So,
but you can see that the Bloc is right next to it, right? Just like southwest from there, it was definitely Bloc. And what was it right now?
Right now, it's so sorry. If you could, can you see my cursor? This big red. That's the one that we just talked about. The Gaspé, whatever. So that's leaning Bloc right now. So that would be a flip from the Liberal to the Bloc. I think if we look over.
But what was it in 2021?
This is 2021. This is 2021.
So this is 2020. And what is it showing now?
Right now,
it's still showing the three parts.
It's Bloc right now.
But you see how there's three writings?
Yeah, like one.
Like there's literally.
Do you mean like one here, two there, and
yes,
three there?
Yes.
Yeah. So
is
right
it still
now,
the same right now? Is the Bloc?
Right now,
is the Bloc winning the three of them?
Bloc's got two, the top and bottom right now. Actually, no, it's got all three. Sorry, as of right now.
And what about the Île La Madeleine, like the little island that's right there?
Up the top there?
What's that?
That is right now. Nothing's in right just yet. I don't see anything at all. Okay. So, as the let's see if we'll put that back up there. But as she was saying, oh look, 30 to 19 now, and remember. 30 to 20. Remember, these were going to go, like, Liberals needed to win these bigger than they are right now. Well, they didn't need to, but it certainly is more conservative than Liberal. Right now, if I'm Poilievre,
I'm a bit happy now because you have Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Alberta.
Yeah, because those are kind of coming. They're coming in blue hard. So the Liberals need to run up the score before then. So that's very interesting.
Can you find the actual final results in 2021? Because the Bloc, obviously, a lot of Quebec was Bloc, right? If you go away from Montreal and the suburbs of Montreal, maybe Quebec City that was Liberal, but all the rest was probably Bloc. Because you're seeing them. The higher that them number gets, the worse it is for the Liberals. But I think it was already high. Like, I honestly believe that the Bloc was probably high already.
Yeah, you mean like the Bloc's numbers in general?
Yeah. How many seats? Like, what was the seat split?
Let me
I'm looking for it too in 2021.
I got 32 is what they have. Obviously, all in Quebec. And
so the split. So you're saying that the amount of seats, so the last election in 2021, we had 157 seats for the Liberals.
Yep. No, 160 versus 100.
Oh, shit. No. It was 160 versus, it was 155 after, like before, like the election prior.
Oh, okay. All right. I got you.
160 seat one for the Liberals in 2021, 119 for the Conservatives under Aaron O'Toole, and Blanchet, the Bloc Québécois, had 32. We had 0 out of Maxime Bernier, 2 for the Green, and 25 for the NDP. This is the one that is going to change so much. The NDP, the NDP is going to change the game, in my opinion.
I think
for the
Liberals, NDPs are. There's a good chance they get more or less wiped out. At least, like, they'll win some seats. Don't get me wrong, but as a effective political, as a relevant political party. Oh, hold on. What do we have there? That's a lot of. I mean, I guess you're going to see a lot. Are we going live there?
No, this is me changing it because I saw something for Ottawa.
Okay.
That obviously Ottawa is going to be very Liberals. is going to be won by the Liberals, obviously, because they're a government town, right?
Well, the second biggest story is, in my opinion, is Poilievre going to win his seat, and that should be Ottawa, right? That should be.
It's Carleton. I don't know that do they consider? I guess it's west of Carleton is west of Ottawa, so I guess they're going to consider it. Is Carleton a suburb
of Ottawa?
Yeah.
I don't see any. Is it near Nepean? There's Ottawa South. There's Carleton.
No.
Okay, I see it, but there's nothing in yet. There's nothing.
So you're gonna have Ottawa, then you have Nepean, then you're gonna have Canada, and then to the west of Canada, you're gonna have Carleton. Because Carleton is a smaller-ish town. Like, it's not small. It's like what do we say? Like 150 like 150 Canadians live there. I think it was around that last time we checked, right?
Yep. So
the NDP won a seat.
Oh, attaboy. Well, that doesn't mean they win for sure. They just winning. They're on the way to win.
I don't like when they do that. They should have two rows of numbers.
Or should make it clear or something like that. I agree. I don't like when they do that too. Now we can see it on the CBC map. So we'll just keep you guys updated as to specifically what's actually been won and what hasn't. But so far, I think the Conservatives have to be a little bit pleasantly surprised. They had to make up a lot of ground in order to at least beat the polling numbers. And I'm not sure if they have quite done that yet. But if you're Carney, you might have started out pretty confident, and you're still probably confident. But I think you might have that feeling in the back of your gut a little bit right now. There's still... some things still have to happen, especially in Ontario, for the Conservatives to really, really turn this thing around. But we're right in the crunch time, and it's I don't know. It's just as a political junkie, it's pretty exciting. Just from just watching it. Let's get some of these comments here that have built up a little bit.
Let's take them all. I
think we marks it. So Alberta being pipelines glory. Yeah, we already covered that. Yeah, and as we were saying there, I think that's where we had to stop to go to all the polls closing. Bill C-69 is, Carney said he's going to do all these things, but he's explicitly said he won't get rid of Bill C-69, and I don't see how he can do those things unless he does. No. So it seems like he's sort of saying all these things, knowing that he can't do them, but knowing he'll be able to say, oh, hey, I tried, but, what can I say? The law is the law.
And, now that I'm seeing NDP for the first time on that line right now, although they haven't won anything, the higher the NDP number, the better it is for the Conservatives. The higher the Bloc Québécois number is, the better it is for the Conservative, because none of the guys that voted for the NDP were debating voting for the Conservatives, right? They would have voted for the Liberals.
Yeah, I think that's right.
So it's interesting, man. It's very, very interesting.
I think, it's just, again, it's a historical election one way, however you want to cut it. So, I mean, in some ways, it's kind of exciting to be part of it. Wise Guy says, lesser of two evils here. I like Poilievre, but no, the party is corrupt. And I think, did you vote for Poilievre, Wise Guy? Or was it someone else? Cheryl says, Nico, the PPC would have been closer to what resonated with me. But yes, she didn't want the Liberals in. So yeah, she did a lesser of two evils for her. And again, that is, that's how I voted too. Sylvie says Robbie hates women. That is not actually true. I do not hate women, but that is a
Robbie back.
Yeah, she brought it back. She's never gonna let me down.
No, and thank you very much for reminding us all. Thank you, Sylvie, for doing what you do best.
So yeah, Sylvie definitely does. Sandy says blue heart. So I suppose she's going for the Conservatives, which, as we can see now, is 44 seats for the Libs, 34 for the Conservatives. If you're the Liberals, you definitely want to have more of a lead by now. You really want to run up the score in Quebec and Atlantic Canada, because the West is coming in hot for the Conservatives. Mark,
At least that would be, if I had to bet, that's what I would think.
Yeah, Mark says, I suspect the Libs will win most of the Toronto ridings. Yeah, I would think so. As we speak, I'm just going to kind of look back, and as expected, they did win most of the in 2021. The Libs went, broadly speak. Actually, I'll show you right quickly what the charts look like here in 2021.
This is not good right now for the Liberals.
It isn't.
Because they were at like 11 to 20 earlier. Now they're 39. They're projected 39-45. So that gap keeps on getting smaller and smaller.
And again,
but I called it. I've been saying this for weeks now. I see the Conservative winning. I would not even be surprised that the Conservative has a majority. I don't think it's going to happen.
Well, it's clear
it's going to be a minority. It's clear but I wouldn't be surprised.
It's clear that polling's not working. Polling's broken in the modern era. It's not picking up Conservative votes. We saw that with Donald Trump twice, and it'll be really interesting because I think up until now you could say, well, it's just Donald Trump. He's a unique character, but it seems like, and it's still a little early. Still a little early, but and I think it's what we've talked about. I think it's that there's a taboo, there's a stigma towards saying you're voting Conservative.
There's a what? There's a taboo.
A taboo.
There's a taboo.
A taboo.
There's a taboo.
It's a taboo. A stigma, if you will.
Yeah, there you go.
And and then it's so strong, and some people won't even tell fucking pollster that they don't know that they're voting Conservative. Now that's ridiculous. That's weak as fuck. But it is reality, I guess. So here's what we see down here in Toronto. This is all the Toronto ridings in 2021. So you can see that yes, almost entirely downtown Toronto all went Liberal. And then once you get outside the city, and then of course if you look over here and all of Southern Ontario, the rest of Southern Ontario pretty much is Conservative. So that's the context on that. So we'll keep an eye on that as the Toronto votes start coming in. Quick look at the and when it's 13 minutes till the next poll is closed, so we'll throw the volume up on that and when that happens. But yeah, very interesting. It seems like so far the Conservatives are probably doing better than most thought they would. They still have a little ways to go, but yeah, if I'm Carney, it might be pucker time. Time to pucker those cheeks. Steven says the Bloc clearly seems to want to work against the Liberals at the moment, so that's encouraging. Yeah, I got that vibe too. I don't know, just from the debate, I guess the Bloc is kind of in a good position, right? They could go either way. They could support a minority Conservative government or a Liberal government, whereas the NDP, they would never support a minority Conservative government.
Quebec is going to do what's best for Quebec. So if Poliev is doing something that's good for Quebec, or Carney's doing something that's good for Quebec, they're going to vote for them because he made it very clear. It's not the Bloc Canada, it is the Bloc Québécois. They do what's best for Quebec. So if you can keep giving them enough money for them to shut the fuck up.
and that's essentially all it is. Yeah.
Let's call a spade a spade.
Yeah,
give them enough money. Oh yeah, give enough money to Blanchet, and
we'll be whatever you want.
Ever.
Yeah. We'll be whatever you want.
And P.S. Yes, I'm from Quebec. I'm just
and to be honest, to be fair, I mean that's I guess it is that's how democracy is supposed to work. You're always supposed to try to get the best deal you can for your constituents. If anyone's to blame, it would be the people, the rest of Canada, who are just over the years have just constantly bent over and just given Quebec everything they've demanded. It's not it's not Quebec's fault that the rest of Canada is terrible negotiators and just gives them whatever they ask for.
We just have very powerful mouth. We're very good at sucking the titty.
That's right. That's right.
We good sucklers.
Which explains a lot of your weekend activities as well. when you go by Nicole, when you identify as Nicole on the weekend.
Are you trying to get me back for that?
Yeah, I'm trying to get you back. Yeah, exactly. Sylvie says Carleton is part of Ottawa, and it used to be Ottawa Carleton. Yeah, so that would be Poilievre's riding. So we'll keep an eye on that for sure. Cheryl says Carleton is about 40 minutes outside of Ottawa. Yeah,
Yeah.
Same thing. And Cheryl says Carleton and the outskirts of Ottawa is traditionally conservative. So that would, because I heard a lot of talk of like, oh, maybe Poilievre might not even win his seat, but I suspect that is not
If they
correct.
were that worried about him not winning his seat, there wouldn't have been 90 other people getting on that ballot. It would.
Yeah.
If
Yeah,
they
yeah,
weren't worried about him, if they knew he would lose, they wouldn't have put 90 other people on that ballot.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah, that's
Like,
right.
Yeah, sure.
A wise guy said he did vote conservative, so that was the lesser of two evils vote, which again,
How do you feel about it, wise guy?
yeah,
That
how do you
voted
feel
for the
about it?
conservative? Stop assuming that you know Rob. Maybe he did vote for him because he supports Poilievre. It was a dig at you and not at wise guy.
Yes, of course.
I don't make fun of our listeners. I make fun of you.
We never do that, just each other. Mr. Robot says, regardless of the result, the globalists run a country. Yeah, I always kind of find it funny, like the liberals acting like, Mark Carney is their savior. It's like, what the hell? Like, weren't you just? Isn't that like the guy's like what? He checks every box that supposedly the left hates, right? A fucking straight white old billionaire. And I mean, it's ridiculous that they hate on people like that just because they're rich or whatever. But it is also it is funny how this guy's now their fucking savior when he's supposedly, like, just on the outside, at least everything that they're supposed to be against.
But if you look at the U.S. and when Kamala Harris took over Sleepy Joe Biden, people all forgot that she was the VP for 4 years and didn't do shit and was looking for a promotion. Somehow she became the savior of the party after Biden has said on camera that she was part of every major decision he's ever taken as president. So again, this is not a Canadian thing. This is not an American thing. It seems that, sorry for you, bruh, but it's a lefty thing. But I think that the same would happen on the right too, right? People have very short memories, or they cross that line of the naive/stupid line. As much as I'm not calling anybody stupid, it's hard for me not to think that people are that naive. That's hard for me to believe.
Yeah, I agree with you. Steven says conservatives don't trust giving their info out. Yeah, I mean, well, like, and he's talking about the polling. Like, why does it seem like, and and obviously, like, for a split second, I'm laughing, but at the same time, like, that could actually be a real factor. Another factor, and we've talked about it. It's just behaviors. I know every person I know that's 60 and over will answer their phone every fucking time it rings. Everyone I know who's 45 and younger will not answer the phone. Certainly if it's a number they don't recognize, they'll screen the call and check the thing. But it seems silly. But if you're pollsters and all you're getting is you can only get information from who answers the phone, if you extrapolate that to 10,000 people or 5,000 people, then it can skew the results for sure.
But that's the thing. I was just talking about this today. Imagine that this is the case, that what you and I have been speaking about is right, and I believe that it is. Imagine if the numbers are that close and the only people you've been talking to are people above 60. What does that tell you of the people that are not watching CBC? Yeah, that for the Liberal Party is scary. Because if that's the case, if it is just people older than 60 that are picking up their phones, remember the voting intention when you split them out by demography, and every single demography that was under the 60 years of age was voting conservatives.
Yeah.
And as we said with Jason earlier, how many conservative voters out there or PPC voters out there are secret voters? They're not going to admit it to a pollster. They're not going to admit it, even if they would, to pick up their phones.
Yep.
They're not going to admit to it. Because it's not that they're ashamed, but maybe they are. I don't know. Maybe they just don't want to have to provide the explanation. We saw that in the U.S. with Trump. A lot of people did not want to vote for Trump, but clearly a shit ton of people voted for Trump because he won. And he won the popular vote on top of the Electoral College. So it wasn't just one, it was both.
He strongly outperformed the polling, and again,
solid, yeah. Solid,
and I think
solid.
you could say like, oh well, that's just Trump, or someone could say that, but it turns out it may perhaps it's a phenomenon that's affecting all conservative parties, because it seems like Poilievre's going to outperform, even if he loses. I think he's going to outperform his polling already.
Well, because I kept the numbers from earlier. So last time in 2021, they won 119 seats versus 160 for Justin Trudeau. So 119 versus 160. So in order to outperform Arian O'Toole, he needs to win more than 119. To me, it's going to happen. Like, to me, it's a conservative minority, but I think you're absolutely right by saying that he's going to outperform his polling the same way Trump did in the US. I'm not saying that Poilievre is Trump, because goddamn, they're not the same at all, whatever the liberals want you to believe. But will he outperform the polling? No questions about it. No questions about it.
I agree with that 100%. And I think that is very relevant for polling going forward. Essentially, you're going to have to either just get rid of it or tack on 5 to 10 percentage points to whoever the conservative candidate is. Melly
Fresh 613. So you're clearly out of Ottawa with 613 in your title, unless those numbers have nothing to do with your area code. I voted PPC. I vote for policy, not party. Good for you.
Yeah.
So basically I would imagine that you feel good about your vote, because that's the thing. That's really the question that matters to me today is, who'd you vote for and how do you feel about it? Do you feel dirty? Like after you just check marked and you're like, like, do you feel dirty? Did you have to take a shower, or do you feel good? Yeah, do you feel good about it?
I think the overall vibe that I'm getting both from tonight's show and just the last week as we've talked is most people don't seem to be excited about the vote, and that's a sad state of affairs. When it, because you want to like who you're voting for. It's I think it says I think it's an indictment of our party system right now, when if these are the best you can do.
It's hard to disagree with you, man.
Eddie Air says, "Fuck you." Say Sleepy Joe.
Tell us how you really feel.
Yeah. Like I said, guys, as we just saw from Eddie's comment, throw your comments in here. We're gonna play. We'll put everything on the screen and we'll respond to everything. We don't care. This show is built around audience engagement. And so if you got something to say, if you agree with me or Nico, if you disagree with me or Nico, throw it on there and we'll put you up on the screen and we'll respond to it, because this show is fundamentally about audience engagement.
And not only that, but if you do like this show, if you're not somebody that follows us, if you're seeing us off of Jason Lavigne's stream, bro, thank you for resharing the stream. If you want to hear more about us, make sure to follow Rob at Rob_the_builder, me at Real Nico Lavigne, and especially the show at the Poly Orphans. My apologies, the Poly Orphans on both X and YouTube. But above all, thank you for being here. Thank you for watching this mess of an election. I don't know how to describe this. This very interesting. It's
a dumpster fire for sure.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good way. I want to throw all the politicians inside that damn dumpster fire. But I'm not sure. What's the word that you used? It's going to be changing, but you used a
change election, like change versus status quo.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think no matter what, it's going to be, shall I say, historical?
I think it will be. I mean, if you have an election where the NDP loses their official party status, and I think they will, that's historic because the NDP have been a major party for as long as I can remember. I think Jagmeet's thing is going to have a lot of questions to answer. And as you know, maybe not though, because as Steven said, you know, I think there's some people who think he's possibly just, you know, in the tank for a paycheck.
Oh, that's easy to say. Like
Yeah.
I could have told you that before this election. Like him losing his seat is never going to convince me that that wasn't the intent in the first place. He has his pension now. Why would he care?
Yep. Wise guy says I would have voted PPC, but could not allow Libs win. I mean that seems to be on both sides. There's a lot of Libs, and that's where I think where we're seeing the NDP getting wiped out here. I think a lot of Libs are vote splitting seems to be the word on the streets for this election. But what Wise Guy is saying, I think is a very common thing, especially in this chat here tonight. Lots of people who would have liked to vote for PPC, but they can't allow a Lib to win.
Hey, before you go to the next,
I was a founding member of the PPC. But yeah, go ahead.
Oh shit, eh? Good for you.
Yeah, that's cool.
I just got a text from my wife because my wife is in Montreal. I am in BC right now, and you know, for the people that don't know, my wife's pregnant. She's 7 months pregnant, and I record a lot of content. And she's always telling me that he responds to. Because babies respond to voices of their parents, and I'm always talking to him, right? And God knows I talk a lot. Like I record more than 2.5 hours a day, and I'm loud as shit, right? She's listening to our feed right now, so shout out to my wife in Montreal. But she's saying that the baby's reacting to the voice.
Oh no way! That's super cool, man.
She tells me that all the time. That when you're on the podcast, the baby's kicking. Well, it's either you fucking dread it already, as in shut the hell up. Like,
yeah, like this fucking idiot again. Oh my god! Thought we got rid of this guy.
So hopefully it's good. But I thought I'd share it.
Yeah, that's cool, man.
That's letting me know. Yeah, I like it.
That's a really cool story. That's really heartwarming. It is. You know, it's a magical time. I've got a 16-year-old now, and that's when it really becomes real. Is that moment? Like we said before in the show. For women, I think it's real. Like it's real right now when he's inside you
and seeing it.
Yeah, he's kicking. It's very real. But I think for guys, you're like, holy shit, that's a real person. I mean, you know it, but like when you hold it, it's like, yeah. It's but yeah, that's a cool update. Give us something. Some good news on what might be a depressing night. So we'll say, and then we go to Steven, who is a proud PPC voter. So I mean, there's also that too, and that I think those two scenarios, Steven saying proud vote for PPC versus Wise Guys saying would have voted PPC but could not allow Libs a win. You know, I think those are the two sort of side. It's the pragmatism versus no, I gotta feel good about my vote. I just gotta vote my values. I don't think there's a right or wrong answer, to be honest. I think both are valid. It's just a matter of how you feel, or how you feel about your responsibilities as a citizen.
Give us a second right here. Let me put some volume on because we missed the 7 p.m. update. So
okay, let's see.
Polls are now closing in the westernmost parts of this country. There are 43 ridings in beautiful British Columbia and 1 in the Yukon. That means that polls have closed right across the country. 343 polls reporting. And British Columbia, aren't you excited? We haven't called government yet. That rarely happens to you. So guess what? Your votes are going to matter here as we get ready to decide where this is going to go. Let's give you an indication of what we're noticing already. And that is the change in the share of vote. Liberals taking off now at this stage, well over 50%, and the Conservatives at 38.8, which, to be clear, is a very good score for Conservatives on any other normal election. But this election has been unusual, and you could see the NDP and the Bloc not performing where they normally would be. That, too, has been the story of this election. Let me show you now what seat change looks like. Okay. Let's go through this. Liberals seem to be at this stage leading or elected in 17 seats. Conservatives down 5, Bloc down 11. That would be a devastating amount of losses for the Bloc.
That's good for the Liberals.
NDP
Oh,
down
yeah.
1. Of course, that is going to change as British Columbia starts to report. But remember, that number to keep in your head here about whether we can get to a majority government is for the Liberals to gain 18 seats. They are one away right now in our projections, not everything confirmed, but they are tracking towards that at this hour, and a lot of it coming at the expense of the Bloc Québécois. Let's go now to Catherine.
Yeah, let's try to look a little bit closer at what that story is, the Liberals and the Bloc Québécois. Let's start with looking a bit at the big picture in the province of Quebec. The seat change, the Liberals up 14 seats. The Bloc down 11, the Conservatives losing 3 seats in Quebec. But again, these are still relatively early numbers. Let's dig into some of what we're seeing in the province. Here is a riding that folks are going to remember the name of, La Salle, Émard, Verdun. That consequential by-election in the fall. This, it's on the island of Montreal. This is part of the Liberal Château Fort, right, of Fortress. And yet the Bloc Québécois, Louis-Philippe Sauvé, a former Bloc Québécois staffer, won in that by-election. Now the Liberals have something of a star candidate in Claude Gay, former president of IBM Canada. Right now, with 2 polls reporting, he's in the lead by almost 300 votes. Let's move over to Shefford, where, again, the Bloc Québécois incumbent, André-Anne LaRouche, in second. And in the lead, the Liberal candidate, Félix Dion. I believe he's a councillor in Granby. And finally, Rimouski, Alexander Reifert, again, a name that would be known well in that area, the former director of the Métis Gardens in the area, English.
No, I mean, but look at these numbers here: 5 of like 225 versus 120
in second. So all again, Rosie, you know, these are only some of the polls that are coming in. But interesting to see how those numbers are shaking.
Yeah, Métis Gardens also just a lovely place.
Beautiful.
Yeah, we could just do ads of places.
You know what's interesting about what they're saying? Not only are they reporting when there's like 400 people that went voted, but they're very biased. Where if you had any misconception that the CBC is not pro-liberals, she just said it. In order for us to win a majority.
Oh, is that what she said? I didn't even catch that.
How the fuck can you consider yourself to be unbiased? She didn't say in order for the Liberals, in order for us to win a majority. Okay, so hold on. Excuse me?
Yeah.
Read that again. Pardon me, madam. You represent all of Canadians, right?
Yeah. They're kind of giving the game away.
Oh yeah, like
giving the game away.
Thanks
there.
for being honest for once in your life. Good job.
All right, so we'll get back to a couple of these comments.
100%.
I think, yeah. So Melly Fresh says, "I feel great about my vote. Never been more excited to vote in any election." And Melly voted for PPC. That's funny. The one thing is, the people who voted for PPC they're the only ones who feel good.
What does that tell you?
Yeah.
Right? What does that tell you?
That's the only ones that feel good about it. Steven says, I think the PPC is the next in line of populist right parties picking up steam across the West. Yeah,
I want to see them win one. I would love for Jason Lavigne to win his riding.
Yeah.
If there's one PPC I'm really biased towards,
clearly
it's Jason. Clearly,
but I agree.
I'm very biased, and I hope
that would be
it
really
happens.
cool. That'd be super
Jason,
cool. If
you're listening,
yeah, we got you, brother.
Bro.
We got you, brother.
I hope you are that one, that number
I think
one.
I would like to, and just going back to Steven's comment here, I think the PPC is is in a line of populist right parties picking up steam across West. I think that's correct. I think they do well to sort of go in a more libertarian direction, and they're already kind of there, just a little more clearly. Just sort of try to be, I think, portray themselves not necessarily as right wing, although they clearly are, but more just like outside of the mainstream, just not necessarily left right, but more establishment versus outside the establishment. I think there's a lot of
but you're bang on, because listen to what they were describing the job of the 3 liberals that were beating the Bloc. They're all big corporations.
Yeah.
Oh, he used to work for this corporation.
Yeah, IBM Canada, like exactly right.
So it's interesting because you look at the conservatives and the Republicans in the US, they used to be big business. They used to be the representation of big business.
Mhm.
But you look at what happened over the past 20, 30 years, it's the Democrats and the liberals that are becoming very big business. And then it completely swapped to a point where Republicans, and look under Trump, they've become the party of the blue
Working
collar
class,
guys.
right? Yeah.
Isn't it
That's
interesting that
Very
you look
interesting.
at Kay, for example, 50 years ago, he was the small people, he was the working class, and now even in Canada is the complete opposite. You can't tell me that they're the small. You cannot consider a guy like Mark Carney to be for the small people.
No, he's he's in the billionaire class, right? He fucking work. Well, he's a member of the WEF.
Yep.
Oh, do we have Jason here on?
Hey, we got Jason. What's going on, man?
Jason, how's it going, brother?
How you doing?
Not too bad. How you
Can
guys
you hear
doing?
us?
Yeah, we can hear you. How you guys feeling so far about all this?
We're having a good time over here. We got a good audience now, and it's, you can hear them getting excited.
Yeah.
And I got my good friend Dr. Roger Hawkinson joining us here tonight, and he wants to say a couple words to you guys.
Doc, how's it going tonight?
Well, it's an honor to be next to a real trooper here, Jason Lavigne. I've been supporting him since the start of his campaign. Regardless of how it turns out tonight, Jason put his oar in the water and pulled hard. And that's what it's all about, is making sure you're heard. I sincerely hope that Carney wins tonight and greases the skids for an independent Republic of Alberta, because that is the only solution to control our destiny with a fence around it.
That's fascinating. I mean, I guess it makes sense. Obviously, I'm sure, Jason, you would like to win your seat, but let's say the PPC probably, hypothetically, if Bernier were the next prime minister, I'm sure you'd like that. But assuming that we all know he's not going to be, I guess there's value for Mark Carney to be elected if your end goal is an Alberta Republic, because I think that's really going to sort of, as Dr. Hodgkinson said there, that's going to really grease the skids, I think.
Absolutely. We hear that all over Alberta. There's even people talking about voting for Liberal just to make that happen. And we got that message a lot. And another message we got a lot of was people were like, yeah, the PPC is the best platform, the best party, but we can't let Carney win. And I saw a lot of your chats were saying exactly that.
Everybody.
And that was a little discouraging, because those are people that are splitting their values. They're not really helping the vote at all. They're just splitting their values. And can you imagine if everybody that really wanted to vote their value actually voted their value? We would see a lot more support for the PPC, for sure.
And the big thing about the PPC...
No, go ahead, Doctor.
The big thing about the PPC is, really, if we are moving towards independence, they're the only federal party that would give Alberta the green light. And with Bernier's approval, that is a tremendous difference from the other parties.
That's one of the things that I had to share the message of all over Alberta, is I'm actually running very hard to potentially lose my job. Because if Alberta voted yes on a referendum to leave, it would be my job to go and debate and argue that in the House of Commons.
Yeah, but then you'd be a minister.
Well, then I would be, congressman or something like that over here in Alberta. But it would be my job to bring the divorce papers to Ontario and start that process. What we're concerned about a little bit here in Alberta is having a complete house of all these legacy parties, and not one of them are going to help the debate. Even if we have a 60 or 70% vote here for a yes, we're probably going to get stuck in the House of Commons. But we do have other options in Alberta. So if we get to that point, we'll be able to have those conversations in the near future.
Jason, what's your guys' take on Daniel Smith and as it relates to the Alberta Republic plan? Do you think she would be a help to that, or would she be a roadblock to that?
She originally said independence would be a conversation that she would entertain. Those were her words when she was running for leader and running for Alberta. But she's kind of shifted that conversation. She definitely said no to statehood. And then she also talked about having a what's next panel after the election. I reached out to her when she made that announcement on her radio show, and she responded back to me and she said, let's talk on the 29th. So in other words, she's waiting for the result of this election to come through. But I can tell you that Alberta is not going to wait for Danielle Smith. If she wants to delay things by having another panel that goes nowhere, Alberta itself would be prepared to go ahead and have the referendum. And currently, it looks like Danielle Smith is possibly going to help a little bit by reducing the requirement for a referendum to 160,000 people. And if that's the case, we already have 400,000 people on mailing lists ready to go. So we'll be able to get to that referendum. Our goal is to have a binding referendum with the provincial government support, because that would be the easiest path forward. However, if she doesn't do that, we can also do the people's referendum. It should be a little bit more difficult path, but we can also go ahead and do that and force her to go ahead and represent us. Now, the good news is Danielle Smith is the type of leader that if she has the support from the public pushing hard enough and the numbers are big enough, she will go with the people. So if she doesn't do it, yeah, that's right. She checks the wind and takes the next step from that. But if she does do that, then we could get her support. But I put a prediction on my X a couple days ago, maybe a week ago, where I predicted a Liberal majority in its election. But I also predicted that the House of Commons would reject Alberta's independence and that the Supreme Court would reject it as well. And if those two conditions happen, I suspect Danielle Smith herself may reject it. But the next move after that is to declare independence. If the will of the people is high enough, we can just declare it. But we would need an international partner to recognize us. And I have a really good feeling, because we've had some good conversations, I have a really good feeling we already have an international partner not too far from us that will go ahead and support an independent Alberta.
Just down south.
And that's the question I have for you, Jason, because there's a few avenues that you guys could use if Carney wins. A lot of people, at least that I heard behind the scenes, would be trying to force the Carney government to do something by claiming that they want to separate. But in your case, what you're talking about is real separation. You're not looking for the Liberal Party to help you or to concede anything. You're tired of it. You want separation, but you also need alignment from an international, the U.S., to help you out in order to make that a reality, right? That's what you're saying.
I'm just going to tell you, it's going to be huge. It's going to be huge. That support will get it. Big support. I do expect us to have some international support, and that would be a step in the right direction for us. Because I don't think Canada, even though they might reject Alberta's independence if we vote it, the international support would be enough to trump that particular decision out of Ottawa.
Well, I make the point that
I like the word, bro. Very good choice. Trump. Yeah, that's a good. Good
very.
right there.
Who could we be talking about?
I don't know.
Yeah.
But go ahead, Doctor.
I'd make the point that if Quebec lost at 49%, Alberta should be able to win with 51. You can't have it both ways. So even a minor majority should be sufficient to sway the day.
Yeah, he makes a good argument. The Clarity Act is anything but clear on this issue. It kind of sets the next stage for us to go ahead and do that. And they were kind of representing Quebec when they put that together. But the big snafu here is going to be the House of Commons. It's going to be filled up with globalists from corner to corner. There's going to be no independent voice in there unless we can go ahead and take a victory or two out of Alberta. And if that does happen, I would be the sole voice bringing that forward. But if it doesn't happen, and we have all of these Conservatives and Liberals and a couple NDP left in there, they're going to do everything they can to block it because Alberta funds Canada, and all of them are going to be concerned. And the Supreme Court has 3 Quebec, 3 Ontario, 1 from the East, and 2 from the West. So the Supreme Court's already stacked in favor of the East. And we know how dangerous it will be if they lose all of that funding from Alberta. And the last note here is Carney's current cabinet, nobody on that cabinet is west of Winnipeg. So there's nobody on that cabinet west of Winnipeg, but he's got 4 members that were not born in Canada on his cabinet. So he's a global banker. He's made that very clear. And he's also made statements that Alberta is going to suffer during this trade war with Trump, plus the currency war that he kicked off, the loonie dollar system that he kicked off as well. It's going to hurt Alberta oil, and it's going to hurt Albertans the most. So we're prepared to go ahead and take care of ourselves. And we do believe that when Alberta makes this step, another province like Saskatchewan is not going to be too far behind.
And in the meantime, put blinkers on, ignore everything that's happening to the east. It's utterly irrelevant. Let them do what the hell they want and focus exclusively on getting independence for this province. screw the East. We've got to look after ourselves.
And Preston Manning came out not too long ago, and he did it op-ed in the National Post, where he said exactly this. If it's a Carney win, you can expect the Western separation to kick off again. And both Carney and Pierre Poilievre both said the same thing. They ignored Alberta. They said that's not the time for that conversation, and they're absolutely going to stand in the way.
So it's now time to return the favor, ignore them for a change.
And I think we're ready to do that. We've tried hard to make this work in Canada. We've had the Reform Party work hard. And as we saw, the West wants in, but the East doesn't want us in. So it's nice and clear now what we need to do.
But Alberta is not proposing to leave Canada. Canada left Alberta a long time ago. For those patriots out there, like I was when I joined this country in 1970, for those patriots out there, they have to understand the divorce has happened, and what you do in a divorce, you divide the assets. Let's get on with it.
100%. And I do think the First Nations, we've had conversations there. They want sovereignty as well. They want to be respected and honored. And they definitely want to make sure that they get everything that they need to go ahead and prosper. And this is something a Republic of Alberta would be able to offer. So I don't see really any cons to this situation at all. I just see a bunch of pros to Alberta and all the people here.
How incredible it would be to get rid of the Department of Indian Affairs and to treat Aboriginals as equals, to respect the massive underfunding on their reserves for clean water and appropriate healthcare, drug addiction management, etc., etc., etc. We are complicit in their poverty, and that can be redressed very eloquently and very quickly with an independent Republic of Alberta, with the money to spend on that infrastructure that's been massively delayed.
I sat down with a chief of a tribe here in my riding, and I had a conversation with him, and I asked him what's the most important thing to him. Is it truth and reconciliation? And he laughed at me. He's like, no, that's a distraction. What's most important to us is our health and welfare.
Right on.
They don't even have high-speed internet. The line stops right at the border of where the reservation starts. They have poor water. They have poor representation, and they don't have a voice. So he was very clear that health and welfare is a top priority, not truth and reconciliation.
I have a question here.
Do you
So,
see?
sorry, go ahead, Nico.
All I was going to say, do you see? Because I have no intentions of staying in Canada after this election. Like, if it's going the way it seems it's going right now, I'm going somewhere else because I think we're done. I think the state is done. But do you see a lot of people leaving different provinces like Quebec, Ontario, and wanting to go to Alberta? Because if I had to, if tomorrow I need to stay in Canada, that's the only province I could see I would go. So first, would you accept a little Frenchie from Montreal and his family to move to Alberta? And two, do you see others doing it? Do you see a movement similar to what happened to Florida, for example, during COVID, where Americans are like, yeah, we're going to go to Florida because we believe in what they're doing? Do you see a similar movement taking place in Canada?
We're expecting it. I'm sure if you check your chat right now, there's a lot of people that say, I'm going to move to Alberta, because we're expecting that. So sovereignty is really on the table, and independence is truly reachable. It looks like it's going to happen. You're going to see a bunch of people come. Now, if there's a bunch of people that want to come here to participate in the vote, I don't believe that's going to work out. You have to be a Canadian citizen and be in Alberta for four years in order to qualify for the referendum. So it's going to be Albertans that make that choice. But I do see a lot of patriots and people that want true freedom moving their way here. Because one of the first things that we'll do when we become a republic is we'll elect positions like chief medical examiner, an officer, those kind of positions. And then you're going to see things like COVID accountability really start to take hold. And things like justice reform really start to take hold when we start electing people to these positions, because they're accountable to the people at that point. They're not appointed by the government. They don't work for the government. They work for the people. So Republic of Alberta, you're going to see a lot of reform immediately with our institutions, accountability, and we probably see a bunch of people in the Kenny government in handcuffs, and some of the healthcare officials who did things like, go after Dr. Roger Hawkinson when he was telling the truth. Some of these people need to be held accountable, and I'd like to see criminal charges laid for some of that.
The beautiful thing about an independent Republic of Alberta is not just the prosperity that's implied. The prosperity will lead to a freedom to redefine all the institutions that have been demonstrated to be so corrupt. that would be an incredible outcome of an independent republic. And it's not just that we would enjoy that. It could be a model for the rest of the world as to how to reinvent democracy and put the family at the center of it all.
100%. And that's why I think Alberta is going to attract a lot of people who want accountability, they want freedom, and they absolutely want prosperity. Those three things will be on the table immediately. And as I'm watching these results coming in, I can see that our predictions are coming true. Quebec is going Liberal. I saw a bunch of bloc seats lost go Liberal, and I've seen a lot of NDP losing as well, going Liberal. So I think the Liberal majority is going to happen. I think we're going to see this tonight.
I think you're right. It certainly looks that way, especially over the last half an hour. Now, I have a question here for the rest of Canada who would like to see us stay in one piece. Is there anything that we could do, or is it too late? From the Alberta's perspective, anything we can do?
Honestly, like Bruce Party, he's been on my show a few times. He's a lawyer from Ontario. And he kind of thought that there would be a domino effect. Like once Alberta says yes to a referendum, other provinces will start to step up.
Saskatchewan will probably jump in.
Saskatchewan, I think, is all ready to go as well if there's a Carney majority. But then Quebec and others. And then his hope was that that'd be enough to force the negotiations in Ottawa to do new provincial deals and be a lot more fair and spread out the representation. But I don't think this particular government, whether it's Poilievre or Carney, are willing to do that. I think they'd rather see Canada sink because that's their goal. Their goal is to make us dependent on global debt. And I actually think this would work in his benefit on that particular thing. So any provinces that stick around, they're going to be stuck to the Carney global debt. So that'll be like the Maritimes in Ontario, possibly Manitoba. And what I would truly like to see, and I'm sorry that we're talking about a lot of split and separation here, is BC split to a lower and upper BC, because lower BC is very different than upper BC. And upper BC would be something that might split as well. And I also want to highlight here that I'm not talking about like a Western group. I would like to be Alberta to be independent, but I'd like to see some roommates. I'd like to see some other people doing it as well, so we can go ahead and do some trade and work together. Because as we identified, if Alberta separated as its own country, per GDP, the GDP per capita, we'd be the 97th richest capita in the world. So Albertans would be the 97th richest people in the entire world if we did this move. And I think that is enough to get not even conservatives out here in Alberta, but even Liberals and NDP, because one thing that will make a Liberal and NDP vote yes is their wallet increasing. And that's exactly what will happen. So I think we're going to have a strong 60, possibly 70% vote for yes as soon as we have that referendum for all of those conditions. It will look prosperous.
Once we have a leader.
He makes a great point. We don't currently have a leader who's going to take this movement forward. I am confident, because I have been talking to a whole bunch of these different groups in the movement, that a leader will come forward. But right now, that is one of the things that we are lacking, is a strong leader with a charismatic voice and the ability to bring together a whole bunch of these herded cats. Because here in Alberta, we have a lot of strong voices and a lot of strong people. And getting them under one particular roof in order to make this happen is going to take some effort. But I think Carney is going to be the one that assists us with that.
I know a guy you should talk to. What was his last name? Jason Lavigne, I think. I think you heard of that guy, right?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you over the crowd. They're getting pretty excited.
I'm saying that you should probably get there. There's a leader I have in mind for you. His name is Jason and last name Lavigne. Just saying, just putting it out there.
Well, look, we got a night to get through here. We haven't seen the results from Parkland yet. I worked really hard on my campaign, and I know that we have Dane Lloyd against the ropes. When I was going to small towns to do meet and greets, he would show up at the same time and knock on doors. So he definitely was keeping an eye on me and making sure that he got out there when I was out there. So I do think he knows more than we do about the polling out here. They have a lot more money, and they definitely had a lot more phone calls they can make. So let's see what these results are, because I'd love to lead Parkland into the House of Commons and potentially lead Alberta into an independent country, if that's the direction we want to go.
Bright future for Jason Lavigne.
Yeah, I mean it's certainly, like I'm in New Brunswick, so I'm not super plugged into Alberta politics, but it's super interesting and frankly a bit scary, just to see, I guess, how far along this really is. It's funny because as we're talking now, I've got my brother's messaging for me, and he lives in Alberta, and he's saying he's like, this is not going to be good he's like Alberta. He's like, so many of his friends want to separate from it. And I was like, it's hilarious. I was like, tune into my show because we're actually interviewing a guy like as we speak who's saying the exact same thing. So it's a widespread thing. It's not just on the fringes or anything. It's really it's a real thing. And I think for some of us over on the East Coast are probably really need to pay attention here, because I think there's a lot of things going on that a lot of us just aren't even anywhere near aware of. And I think that broadly speaking, Canada as a whole has really taken Alberta and the West for granted.
Yeah, Preston Manning was pretty clear. If it's a Carney win, that Carney is likely to be the last prime minister of Canada as we know it. It's likely going to break apart, and it's going to happen pretty quick. There's a lot of people thinking, 10 or 20 years. No, this is going to happen during Trump's term. It's going to be completed during Trump's term. And that's kind of one of the prerequisites. We got to get it done pretty quick while Trump is in power, because we do need that international recognition. I do expect Carney to team up with the EU, the UN, NATO, and the rest to reject Alberta's independence. So we definitely going to need some international support.
To which the reaction is, so what?
So what? And China's going to reject it. We know that too. They're trying to hold on power here. But an independent Alberta would mess up their plans, I think.
Well, it's interesting because I actually think Trump would, because I suspect a whole lot of the reason why he's talking about Canada as a 51st state is probably just to get Alberta. I don't even think he wants the rest of Canada. I think he'd be ecstatic to get just Alberta. That would probably be best case scenario for him.
For sure.
140 million liberals.
Without all the baggage of the rest of Canada?
No, you don't want 40 million liberals to be added to the electoral voting system in the US. You don't want that. It's Alberta that he wants. No question.
That's all he wants. Yep.
Yeah, if you read The Art of the Deal, Trump comes in high, expecting something a little bit lower. So when he says 51st state, he really means some independence so that the trade barriers can be eliminated. And I do think Alberta is one of his targets, because that will open up the energy sector that he's looking at. Remember, he declared an energy emergency basically the first day when he took over the presidency. And I do believe Alberta is going to prosper to insist on that one. So we're going to keep an eye on the election results here tonight for Parkland. There's a lot of good people here. And I keep hearing there's a lot of secret PPC voting. People went in there and marked PPC, and then they kept it quiet. So I'm going to keep a close eye on our results here today. And then we'll make some decisions in the next week or so about the next steps. But I definitely am going to fight for my future and my family and my faith. Those are all the things that are really important to me. And that is definitely a message that is being echoed out here in Parkland.
Absolutely. Just while we still got you, I've got a comment here from Savage. It says Jason Lavigne and Dr. Roger Hogginson, two great Canadian patriots. So it's a little bit a shout out there from Savage.
We're a big fan of Savage, no doubt. She's a wonderful woman. And she's actually sitting at the table over there, and she's been working very hard with us. Yep, she's one of our volunteers. We have some really great people out here.
Oh, that's amazing.
You guys are texting each other from the same room.
That's too
But
funny.
let me go ahead and show you the crowd, and then we're going to get back to it, okay? And watch these results.
Yeah,
so here
absolutely.
we go. Hey, everybody.
Oh.
Hey. Say hi.
Hey, guys.
They don't know they're on the screen yet.
They just freeze up. Oh, no.
It's kind of like one of those hockey games. There's a delay. Then once they see themselves on the screen, they go wild.
Yeah, it's the kiss cam.
Good.
The kiss cam. Oh, should we? No, maybe not. But I did want to ask, did you guys start your show with the land acknowledgement?
No, it slipped our mind.
That's too bad.
We're gonna have to fire our DEI director, our director of DEI.
Oh, so you're gonna be like most corporations, getting rid of your DEI department. That's fantastic. Good news.
Yeah, exactly right. It's we got to trim the budget. We had to make cuts somewhere, and the DEI department got it.
But keep up the good work. I see your numbers are up there pretty good. So keep up the good work. And we'll do our best to jump on again in an hour or so. We'll see how the results are looking then.
Jump on anytime, Jason. See you later, Doc.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, guys.
Bye.
Well, that was cool.
It's until, and that's a question for the people out there. This is something that I've always known about the equalization payments. I've always known that the Liberal parties over the past decades have done everything they could to stop the oil from being dug. But it's not until I really started getting involved with people like Jason that I hear about the real struggle from the West, right? I don't live there.
Yeah, I
I
agree.
don't know that many people from there. Although I've known for years that we've been fucking them, we've been taking advantage of them. It's really when you speak to guys like them that you start to realize that it's not a small problem. Like it is not, it is heavy on them.
Yeah, as he said, like, you know, I think he was trying to be diplomatic, but when I asked, like, is there anything we can do? I think the answer is
I don't think there
no.
is.
There
Yeah.
isn't. That's the vibe that I got. He politely said, "Fuck no."
Yeah, but that's Jason for you. Jason is polite.
Well, of course, but I think he's reflecting probably the feeling of the people in that movement. And the thing is, like, I think for someone like me and people over here in this part of the country who maybe haven't paid attention, it might feel like it's coming out of nowhere. I'm sure for them it feels like the end of, or maybe the beginning of a journey, but it's also been, they've been at it for a very long time. I don't think this is a new thing for them. I feel like this is something that they've been, what they say, an overnight success, years in the making kind of thing. Obviously, if what they have in mind comes to pass, it will be a lot of work for them. And I will also say, as much as I respect and like Jason and Dr. Hodgkins seem like a lovely fellow, I hope they don't succeed. I would like to see Canada stay in one piece. I understand, like, I absolutely understand where they're coming from. And I think if I was in Alberta, I would probably be in the exact same place. And I understand why they feel they need to do it. And if anything, the only people I would ever have any anger towards is the fucking idiots in Ottawa who allowed this to happen. You know what I mean? You can't be mad at Alberta for just refusing to be abused again and again and again and again and taken advantage of again and again and again. If you're gonna be mad at the people who's taken advantage of them.
Yeah, and I don't see that happening.
Yeah,
I don't see us taking accountability for this. It's just that I don't know if you understood what he meant or what he said, but he basically said that he believes that today will be a liberal majority, which that is a nightmare to me. That is a worst case scenario for me.
Yeah.
That basically says that I cannot stay in Canada. And for the people out there that might be thinking, because I've heard those messages before, I've heard those things before, those comments made where, oh, you're not a real patriot if you don't stay here. If I stay in Canada with the content that I've created over the past 4 years, give it a few months to a year, there's a new bill that's going to be put in that's going to replace Bill C-63, where my content that I've put out there will have me put in prison. I'm going to be in trouble. Like, free speech is gone. If you have a Mark Carney that's elected with a majority government, free speech is gone. So this is very historic for an election, because if it's true that no matter what happens, Alberta wants to separate, and the fact that Trump is in power right now might give them the power that they need to be elected, because Ottawa is going to refuse their referendum. There's no way it's good. Doesn't matter if Pierre Poilievre wins, they still want to separate. If Mark Carney wants to wins, they separate, and the rest of Canada is screwed. Like, no matter what, it does not seem that there's a good outcome possible with Alberta, which means that the rest of Canada is screwed. Because as he says, it's not just going to be Alberta. If Alberta gets in independence talk with the U.S., Saskatchewan could follow, Manitoba could follow. What does that leave? Ontario, Quebec, and the East? Bro.
Yeah, that's not much of anything. Especially because Quebec, like, yeah, I don't know. It's I mean, if Alberta leaves, it's the end of Canada, pretty much. Canada may still exist officially, but it's not going to be any type of. Honestly, if Alberta left, probably the rest of Canada will eventually have to join the U.S. as well. I don't know if they'd want us, but without Alberta,
I wouldn't want us as an American. That's for damn sure.
Without Alberta, they're the only thing keeping our economy for like as bad as our like. Think how like our economy was this bad 9 years, 1% GDP growth, and that's with Alberta, like the only real driver of economic growth. If you take away Alberta, we're just a third world country, basically. And again,
Jesus, that's an interesting talk.
You can't be upset. You can't be mad at Alberta for refusing to be taken advantage of. I mean, I first heard about this decades ago, 20, 30 years, not 30, but maybe 15 to 20 years ago. I never really thought it was ever going to be a thing. But the point is these aren't new things. There's been a lot of time for our leaders in Ottawa to course correct, to adjust the situation so that Alberta isn't constantly, but like just that Canada East pipeline, like that keeps sticking out to me as just a perfect example of everything that's wrong with how Canada works. You've got Alberta, who is the absolute economic driver of the country. They are pretty much the only ones paying equalization payments that are getting sucked up by the rest of the provinces, primarily Quebec. Quebec is the largest recipient of equalization payments that is paid primarily from Alberta, and most of that is oil money. So they're happy to take Alberta oil money every year, but when Alberta asks for one thing, we need you to just allow a pipeline to go through Quebec.
No.
Can't do it. No can do. By the way, make sure those equalization payments aren't late. You know what I mean? I'm angry, but it ain't at Alberta. I'm angry at our leaders in Ottawa for putting us in this situation.
I just hope that in a best case scenario where a conservative party comes in power, even as a minority, that there's still something they can do. Because again, I agree with you where I wouldn't be mad at them. There's no way to be mad at Alberta for wanting to separate, considering how Ottawa's been treating them. That, no questions about it. I get it. And I fully understand where they're coming from. But at the same time, we're really talking about changing Canada. Like he said something where Mark Carney might be the last Prime Minister of Canada. Like Canada as we know it right now, this might be the last. That's messed up. That's really messed up when you think about it.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is gonna, like, if actual traction happens on this front, I think it's gonna shock the shit out of most Canadians, because I think this is just not on anybody's radar screen outside of Alberta. I think they have no idea how advanced this really is. It sounds like, just the way Jason's talking about it, it's not like these aren't just a couple of guys having a beer and talking about, what could be. Like, it sounds like they've got real plans. They've got real politicians that they're talking about. They're having real meetings with high-level people. Like, he's talking to fucking Daniel Smith, right? That's the premier of Alberta. Yeah, I mean, and I'm someone who hopes somehow we can figure it out. I want Canada to stay in one piece. I'm a proud Canadian, and I'm sure that I'm sure Alberta at some point probably would have liked to be in a position where they could stay. But if there is any way to bridge this gap, I don't know. It doesn't sound like it, but either way, Carney better fucking take this shit seriously, because I don't think he has any clue how, it seems like he's super worried about his own legacy. I think he's got to worry about having the legacy of the man who oversaw the breakup of Canada. That's what.
But if you look at what he did in the UK, I don't think he cares.
Well, I mean, as
someone that was responsible for Brexit and completely dropped the ball, and so I don't think he cares. Personally, I really don't think he cares. It's mostly, you made a very valid point, and this is what blows my mind, because I was not aware of this 6 months to a year ago. Like even
Yeah.
6 months ago, I was aware that there was a problem. Obviously, I knew that the East took advantage of the West. That was pretty obvious. I did not realize how bad it was. That's the part I did not get, is how bad they felt about this. Because you heard two guys right now that those are very mellow guys compared to me. Like those guys are a lot more polite. They're a lot more level-headed than guys like me. But
Yep.
I know that there's guys like me in Alberta that are just, what the fuck is going on? Screw this shit. We need to do something. So if those are the level-headed guys,
Well,
damn.
yeah, and that's sort of what stuck out to me as we were sitting there listening to Jason talk. Is
Yeah.
like you said, first of all, he seemed pretty resigned. It seemed like it was,
Yeah.
but he he's, what did he talk about? He said he's already spoken with Danielle Smith. He's got like a movement that's sounds like it's quite well established, and I think the rest of Canada just has no idea. I certainly had no real clue about this. I mean, I'd heard vague talk about Quebec or Alberta separatist movement. I had no idea that it was in any form of an advanced movement with like leaders who were talking to like he knew exactly the numbers I had to do to have a referendum. He figures are probably a couple of years away, 2 to 3 years, I think he said from having.
He said it needs to happen within Trump's term. So you're talking within the next 3.5 years, right?
Well, and I think he's right. I think if Alberta just says, okay, we want to leave, Trump will be the first out there to say, yep, we recognize Alberta as an independent state, and we
They
will
need
now
freedom over there.
We will now protect them from aggression from the Canadian state. You absolutely
They
see
need
that happening.
freedom.
Yeah.
They need freedom over there.
So let's send a bunch of fucking fighter jets to drop a lot of freedom. You know what I mean? Just the way they've been given freedom all over the world, like all the freedom they brought to Iraq and Afghanistan.
We really need, I think, the rest of Canada really needs to wake up after this election.
Well,
yeah, it's just it's mind blowing that it's gone that far without the rest of us knowing about it. And again, this is a question I'm going to ask you guys, you listeners out there. Is that
then we should probably take a bunch of comments whenever
we will. We definitely assume
we got a big backlog here, guys.
If you shut the hell up for 2 seconds, I'll just ask one question and then we can go. But all I was going to say, does that surprise you? Like for the people that were there for the past 20, 30 minutes, does that surprise you to hear guys like Jason Lavigne talk like that? If you're not in the West and you're in the East, does that surprise you?
Actually, yeah. And even if you're in Alberta, does that surprise you, or does that kind of jive with what you're seeing?
Yeah. So let's take some of those comments, man.
Yep. Okay. So I believe we're about here when Jason jumped on. She says, I voted Conservative. I didn't feel dirty because this was, we had asked the audience how you felt about your vote. She says, I want change for my family. 2 working parents with absolutely no wiggle room in finances is not okay with me. Seeing this 84 lib, 54 con is making me really nervous. Yeah, and since then, it's gotten worse. 160 lib, 132 now for Conservative.
They're obviously talking about, right now, they're talking about the
Carney's ballot. You can look at it right there.
Not Carney.
Sorry, Poilievre's ballot. Yeah, that's the Poilievre ballot. I wonder how.
But obviously, they're not going to mention the fact that there's an organization. What was it? Longest Ballot that has put all those names on there.
Yes. Derek Harder says, I believe this election is a referendum on whether it's bad enough in Canada yet or not.
100%.
Yeah. It's hard to see it any other way. Clearly, a lot of people think it does. Like I've said from the beginning, I believe there's a change election, but it doesn't seem like a lot of people want change, and it is what it is. Sylvie says, I voted PPC, the only party with real common sense, would never have voted for the establishment and status quo. Yeah, that's that's certainly in the comments here tonight. That's a common sentiment. A vote for the NDP is actually vote for the Libs. In other words, it's a wasted vote. Satoshi Ape says, hoping for a liberal win, but more conservatives in Alberta. Referendum, here we come. So it sounds like he's well.
Pretty
That's why
much saying.
I
Pretty
found
much
it.
saying what Jason was saying.
I was a little surprised because how excited they were, or at least in good spirits they were. But then, as you heard them talking, you could see that they see a Carney win, especially majority, as probably the best thing that could happen for the separatist
of
movement
separation.
in Alberta. Yep.
At the same time, though, as somebody that does not live in Alberta, I don't want Alberta to separate. Like, if you ask me, and once again, I've said it multiple times before today, I get it. I understand why they want to do it. And I don't blame them. I blame Ottawa. Clear. But at the same time, I want to be selfish and say I don't want Alberta to separate. And I don't want
I don't
a
want them
liberal
to either.
majority. But I don't want a liberal majority. Even if I decide not to stay in Canada, go live in the US, go live in Italy, I still don't want my family that's around here to be stuck under a majority liberal and to have Alberta separate at the same time. Bro, this is like the worst case scenario for Canada, if you ask me. But
yeah. Now, would you move to Alberta if that was a thing that was, let's say, it became more and more real, I guess?
If it was, I've told my wife this, if I had to stay in Canada, if for some reason I can't be in the US or can't go to Italy for some reason, which is very unlikely since she has her citizenship there, so we could move there tomorrow. But let's say I had to stay in Canada, it's the only place I would stay in is Alberta. If that was where I need to stay for the next few years, and I understand what Jason was saying, that's why I asked the question, do you expect to have kind of a migration, an inside migration?
I think there would be. I think some people would leave as well, but I bet you it'd be a net migration, a net in migration.
Yeah, similar to what happened to Florida, right? Florida received a bunch of people during COVID because of the way DeSantis was more of a free approach, right? You want the vaccine, no problem. You don't want it, nobody can force you. You want to wear a mask, no problem, but nobody can force you. If you want to send your children to school, no problem, they're open. But if you don't, you can still learn from home. He gave the best options, if you ask me. And man, as if you're a slightly conservative, if you're not a liberal person, and Mark Carney is in power, I don't see them wanting to stay in Canada. If they're capable of moving to Alberta, I see it. I fully understand.
Well, I mean, look, my brother's in Alberta, and actually, I think he just texted me. He's watching the show right now with my sister. But you know,
what's going on, bro?
Yeah, Darren, chime in here if you're at the. Although we still got like fucking 30 comments we got to get to before I even get to them, but yeah, I mean,
talking.
But yeah, it's funny because I haven't really talked to him about it. Darren, if you're still listening, just chime in. Like, is this a thing that you hear from a lot of your friends or anyone else if you're from Alberta? So Derek says, congrats on the baby. They're the best.
Thank you. Thanks, brother.
Cindy Irwin says, I voted PPC because they're the only party with policies that are for the people and not the party. Again, common sentiment here tonight. Chelsea says, I would love to vote PPC too, but could not allow Liberals to win. Also a common sentiment. As we heard Jason saying, he kind of was a bit disappointed to hear that. But, at the end of the day, it's like we've talked about, there's kind of two types of voters. There's the people who just feel you have to earn my vote. And there's other people who try to do more strategic, pragmatic. I don't think there's a right or wrong way. It's just how you're I guess, how you feel about what your responsibility is in an election. But I can definitely understand the argument that, you just got to vote for your values and let the chips fall where they may.
I think that should be the directive line for everybody.
Yeah.
Vote for somebody. Nobody deserves your vote. And vote for the party or your MP that represents your values.
Yep.
That's the number one thing. And I will never be able to speak ill of somebody that did it backing their values. Even if your values don't align with mine, you did the right thing by voting, not out of fear, not because a party deserves your vote, but because that aligns with who you are.
Yep, absolutely. Chelsea says, this is continuation of her saying, I would love to vote PPCLE or PPC. So she was stuck between the Conservatives and PPC, and she eventually went for the Conservatives. Cindy says, we are literally fucked.
Oh, Jesus. I hate to admit it.
Yeah, we could be, especially after talking to Jason there. I'm like, yeah, we kind of are. Mark says, I'd love to see the block disappear permanently.
And he's clearly Quebecois, right? You go back to his name, that ain't an English name.
Oh, yeah.
Like
even the way he spells the name Mark, I believe, is a Frank.
M-R-A-C. M-A-R-C, sorry. And Tetro. Like Tetros is French. That's the type of words you can't pronounce.
Yeah. Chelsea says, this makes no sense. I don't understand that. Any person I speak with in my life is not happy with the Liberals, aside from our elders. I don't understand that at all. Yeah, it definitely is a generational election. If you look at the numbers by generation, it's every single
Liberal voter looks like to me. When I imagine a Liberal voter, that's who I'm looking at.
Who the woman speaking here, this older woman?
The woman speaking, not Chelsea, but the woman speaking on the CBC. When you tell me that there's a majority of elders that vote for Liberals, that's what I'm thinking about.
Yeah, I agree. So Chelsea, where are you from? Because I suspect if you're from out west, yes, most people you speak with probably are not going to be happy with the Liberals. But yeah, again, it is a broadly speaking generational election. We've showed charts on here saying the polling, every single age demographic is going for Conservatives, except for the 65 and plus group, and they're going hard for the Liberals. So again, I personally, I think it's just, I think they're voting for a system that they think works for them, but doesn't work for the rest of us, right? These are people who are now probably on paper millionaires, middle class millionaires, because they bought a home 20 years ago for $150,000, and now it's 1.2 million. And that's a common story in that age demographic. They hit the jackpot with the timing. They were born at a time, or they came of age at a time when they could have a middle class lifestyle, like as a plumber or a teacher or a financial
I was just talking to a
advisor.
guy today in BC. That's exactly what he was saying. He worked for a plant around Kelowna, and he's like, we did it on one salary. I bought this house in 1989, really nice house in a really nice place. And he's like, I could never do that today. Never. And he's like mid 60s to 70s, probably. Like he's between 65 and 70. If I had to put a number on it, that's exactly. We had that same conversation.
And he's probably a millionaire.
Today, a couple hours ago.
Probably a net worth of 1.5 million or something on a middle class salary, and they sit back and they think, well, fuck, that's a great system. Why would I vote for change? What they don't understand is that the system that worked for them doesn't work anymore. It doesn't exist. Exactly. That's why I don't think they're trying to fuck us. I just think that they don't understand that the grounds have shifted. You can't be that middle class, have that middle class career, buy a nice home for $150K and then see, 10 times appreciation of your housing value, which makes you on paper a millionaire.
Look at those numbers right now. Look at those numbers. See, this to me makes more sense.
That's
157 to 144. I don't see the. I hope I'm right.
Maybe it's not going to be a majority.
I want Jason to be wrong, bro. If you listen to this, I want you to be wrong. I don't want, because it seems like they're going to separate no matter what. So I hope it's a conservative minority, but at the same time, bro, I just want you to be wrong. Sorry, man. Sorry, not sorry.
Yeah. I mean, that does seem pretty close, though, right? Like,
just look at those numbers right now: 44.3 versus 40.1, almost. That's good.
Certainly a lot closer than it felt half an hour ago or 20 minutes ago. All right, so let's get back to some of these comments. Satoshi Ape is a founding PPC member from Alberta. I'm actually happy. Oh, okay, that's right. So he's hoping for the Liberal win because he's I believe, the supporter of separatist movement. Cindy says you're so right, Jason, and I'm not exactly sure what she's referring to, but probably just most of what Jason was saying. Marvin, joining late. How we doing? Not good, Marvin. Although a little bit better lately. It depends on what you want, I guess. He continues, independent Alberta, the number seems to be saying Canada does not want Alberta to be on our own for the Albertan, by the Albertan is all we have left. Time to rise, Alberta. So clearly, Marvin is a supporter of the Alberta separatist movement. Wise Guy says, I hope Alberta stays with Canada, but if they don't, I'll try to move there. I bet you there's a lot of people who feel that way. I fundamentally hope that they stay. I want Canada to stay together. But again, you can't, especially listening to Jason, I think that crystallized for me really how badly we've really taken Alberta for granted. It's we've taken and we've taken and we've taken. And as soon as they need something from us, we're the first to shut it down. A big fuck you, like Quebec, loves taking the equalization payments, but refuses to do anything to actually generate those payments. So I understand the frustration. I hope, I don't know. I hope I don't. It didn't sound like there was anything we can do, but I hope that there is. Marvin says, Alberta, it is time to be like Quebec, independently on our own within Canada. I mean, that's, I'm kind of surprised there isn't a Alberta equivalent to the Bloc, an Alberta party. I guess I believe it's called the Wild Rose Party, but it obviously doesn't have any seats. I'm surprised it isn't more successful. Marvin says, talk is over, Jason. Time for action. And then Marvin continues, 100% agree. Independent Alberta, it is time for the rest to see just how good Alberta really is, the leader of Canada. I mean, no doubt Alberta is the backbone of our economy. We would be, I don't see how Canada continues as a nation without Alberta in it. Because I think Jason's right. I think if that picks up steam, I think Saskatchewan's going to jump in. And then, it is a mess. And then, it'd be interesting to see if what happens in BC. Did you catch what he was saying about northern and southern BC?
Well, he seems to be saying that he wants, he could see BC splitting in two, because there's obviously one that's closer to the US, one that's closer to the rest of Canada, that's away from the US. So I think this is my fault. I don't follow the provincial politics from BC, nor did I do Alberta until recently. Do you know what I mean? So it's like I'm lacking the knowledge. I know what he's saying about Alberta, because that I've done a lot of research, and I'm lucky enough that I consider Jason a friend. So we've had a lot of conversations offline between the two of us to kind of explain to me what's actually going on behind the scenes. So I really appreciate that from Jason.
Yeah.
But in BC, I don't know. Again, I think I'm not aware of. I don't really follow provincial politics outside of the Ontario and Quebec, because that's where I lived. Right. I don't follow Eastern politics, which maybe I should. Maybe that's exposing a hole that I have in my knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
But he was definitely mentioning that the province should be split into the south and the east, and the south and the north. For the people out there, again, this is why we have great listeners. We always praise our listeners for being extremely intelligent. So, is there somebody from BC or somebody from the West that can explain why would Jason see not Alberta but British Columbia split in two?
Yeah,
North
like
and south.
which would be
like, what's the ideology behind that?
With the north, is it maybe the south is the more liberal because it would have Vancouver, and the north would be more likely.
I would imagine.
Yeah. And guys, just we're gonna get through more comments, but like again, as Nico said, we cannot praise enough our audience. We have I watch a lot of podcasts. We have by far the most intelligent audience I've ever seen. Like the comments, guys, just keep us on our toes. So please, if you're listening to the show for the first time, as you can see, the show is heavily based on audience participation. That's why we do it live. So if you do have something to say, if you agree with us, if you disagree, or just want to put in your 2 cents, throw it in the comments and we will get to it. And if you do like this show, if you think that there's a need for a show like this where we kind of just cut through the bullshit of politics and just talk common sense. Please like and share us here at the Poly Orphans. We cannot thank you guys enough for spending your time here with us tonight. I know it's a lot going on. There's a lot of places your eyeballs could be, and you chose to be here with us, and we cannot appreciate that enough. So I want to take this comment here from Bonnie here. She says, I've lived through too many conservatives. They cut and pick on the poor and disabled. Seniors will die of neglect. They cut the social network. I mean, I know what you mean. Like I said, I'm a liberal, right? I'm a progressive. I've been liberal my whole life. I feel like, and I've heard this kind of thing a lot lately. I just feel like this is the conservatives of 10 or 15 or 20 years ago. I don't know that like this kind of, it's kind of, you hear all the time, like when Stephen was saying, he hears all the time, oh, well, Poilievre's he wants to get rid of gay marriage. And like, no, he doesn't. There's no desire for that in the Conservative Party today. Like, it's just not a thing. So, I mean, I understand where you're coming from, but I do think sometimes we get in the mindset of what we think things are without really sort of adjusting as we go. Because I would probably have agreed with that statement, maybe 15 or 20 years ago. And even I shouldn't say agree with it, but I understand. I understand it a little more.
But the thing is this to me, and sorry, Bonnie, for this, but this is, can you leave the message there? This is complete fear mongering, if you ask me. Nowhere is Pierre Poilievre saying that he's going to do what you just said there.
Yeah.
Pierre Poilievre is not a conservative. Pierre Poilievre is a leftist. Pierre Poilievre is a liberal with a fiscal sense. So he is not one of those cut. He's been saying for a while that he wants a balanced budget, but can't even put it in his own policy. He said he'd reduce spending by 70%. Like he wants to get the spending under control. So it's not one of those old school conservative. That being said, the problem that needs to be addressed, that never seems to be addressed, that they wouldn't even debate on, is immigration. Everything that you're saying there, I don't want to cut into old people's social services. I want to cut in immigration. I want to stop providing them with free money. Because one of the things, I was having a discussion with my parent-in-law that are elderly. They're close to 70s, if not past 70s. They barely get any assistance while they work in Canada their whole fucking life. And brand new immigrants that can't afford to be here, that shouldn't be here, get more money than them. How's that fair for people that never participated? So I get what you're seeing, but this is not the old school conservatives. Plus, the real problem is not our elders. Let's cut on immigration, reassess, and figure out why do we have those immigrants here? Because if they're here to live off the system, they're not supposed to be here. So here's the real conversation they should have had this election. They didn't have the balls to have it. It wasn't even debated. So,
oh yeah, I mean, I think if anyone is immigrating to Canada and have to go on social service immediately, there's no reason why we should be accepting people like that.
Agreed.
That's the whole point of immigration. It's got to be a net benefit for the host country, because otherwise, why would we do it? It's not charity, and it will also be a benefit to the migrants coming in. Of course, Canada has a lot to offer, but it has to be a benefit for us as well.
Look at those numbers. Oh shit, he won the government.
Okay, so he is the next prime minister. The Green Party won 2. I believe Jagmeet.
No. Okay, no, wait, hold on. That is just an assumption. They only elected 37 versus 30. Oh, and they're leading in 121 versus fucking people. Man, why do they do that?
Look at the popular vote. Like, it's only 2.5%, like 43% to 41.1, 1.9% difference, and yet they're projecting a significant. I mean, it certainly is not a majority.
No, but they already labeled it as government, and this is CTV News. So they basically, earlier we heard the CBC say that we only need 12 more seats in order to become a majority. So clearly CBC has admitted that they're left-leaning liberal party. They're just an arm of the Liberal Party. Now we have CTV News saying basically the same thing. There's literally 39 elected Liberals. They already predict 156. They're up. You formed government. Like, are you serious? Like, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly where they're getting that from. I mean, it's probably likely, but at the same time, look, they're only 10 seats behind. That seems a bit premature.
A bit premature. Right now, you look
yeah.
at CBC, they're projecting 156 versus 147. So, man, it's oh boy, because it never happened in history that the beginning of the counts were for one party.
Well, I
and
can
then
remember.
like,
I can
come on.
remember. I can remember that happened in. I believe it was the George Bush and Al Gore election in the States. They called it for Al Gore, and then overnight, overnight they're like, "Oh, just kidding." So I mean, yeah, it does. You got to be real careful with that stuff. Mysterious commentator says it doesn't matter. The election is fake. It's a show they put on so people believe they chose this. Yeah, I mean that's a take for sure.
It's hard for me to believe that it's easy for me to believe that you're correct.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, just look in Canada. Do you really see that much difference between the Liberals and the Conservative when it comes to their platform? Like,
no,
there's a good reason why Mark Carney's been able to take pretty much anything that Pierre Poilievre says, put a Liberal color behind it, and they're like, oh yeah, that's a great idea. It's because they're so fucking close to each other that there's no difference really between the two, outside of one's a bit more fiscal responsible than the other, but outside of that, they're both leftist party. So does it really matter? I think it might to a certain extent, but is it real choice? That's the question, right?
Yeah.
So I see where he's coming from.
So Anthony Policia says, I'm from Quebec and I am ashamed.
I'm right there with you. Right there with you.
Mark says, oh God. And Shelley says, they are saying the Liberals won. How long ago was this? This was like a half hour ago, was it? Like 35 minutes ago?
No, that just turned up, like right there. But see, as we're talking, they lost 2 seats.
Yeah.
And the Conservative picked up 3. Like, come on, can you stop? Like, stop.
Marvin says, time for action. Set the wheels forward, Jason. You are our leader. Let's get our independence in Alberta. Donnie says, bye, Alberta. I mean, that's not good if they leave, because if it's by Alberta, it's by Canada, because Canada cannot survive without Alberta. Mark says, ain't going anywhere. Well, hopefully. I hope. Lavigne says, Lavigne can beat Lloyd Ontario. Says so. I'm not sure what that means. Tom Paisley, if you can just clarify that for us. Carol Scobie says both Global and CTV have called the elections for the Liberals. Carol Scobie says 150 to 117. So this was what, 40 minutes ago, but now it's 155 to 149. I don't know, like Toronto Groiper says, good job, you loser. I mean, sure. Like I said, we're built on audience participation. I don't know either. Yeah. I don't know if it's me, you, Jason, or if he's talking to fucking Polyev, Carney.
Yeah. Put the name of who you're talking about.
Yeah. Carol Scobie. I'm so sick of this election. It's so funny. Like, yeah, you can Liberals whooping some asses. So again, this is about we were a bit backlogged because we were talking with Jason. So most of these comments are about half hour ago. Immigration won this election for the Liberals. Interesting, though, that none of them wanted to talk about it. Maybe that's why. Mark Tetro says, just a question of whether the Libs will have a majority or not. It's close. Goodbye, clowns. My God, the West must hate the East, says Stathy. It's been like this since Pierre Trudeau's government. So a lot of this is just our audience just kind of talking to each other. Quebec didn't have Conservatives as an option on the ballots. Rigged selection. They're all in it together, says Tommy. It sounds like the comment section really exploded here in the last 20 minutes. Ottawa cannot refuse our referendum. About time the East gets screwed. We've been taking it up the rear for years, says Deb Gordy. I mean, one thing that's sort of clear to me, doing this show, but also when we went on Jason's show, is how deep the anger from the West sits. I really am truly had no idea. And it's honestly, it's a bit unsettling. Just because I think a lot of people are in for a very rude awakening because as you could listen to Jason, this is a pretty advanced movement. It seems like the first time a lot of people in Canada are going to hear about it is when it's already done, or at least at the very final stages. Travis Snook says Canada is fucked. Wise guy says I'd be okay with Quebec severing, but not Alberta. Yeah, you can make the argument that would be a net positive. And I actually don't want to see that. I don't want to see that either. I do want Canada to stay together. Man. But if I had to pick one, yeah, Quebec. It's you.
I
guys.
agree. Yep. Just separate.
Mark says
keep Alberta, get rid of Quebec. And you know that the Americans don't want Quebec.
No, fuck no. Mark says Daniel Smith can blame Donald Trump for shooting his mouth off about the 51st state. Poilievre was winning the polls easily until the Trump thing. Yeah, I mean, clearly that happened. But, like, if that's all it took, then what does Poilievre really offer? You know what I mean? I agree with you that Trump was a factor. But if that's all that it took to just completely flip on its own, then Poilievre has to own a large amount of responsibility for that. He completely.
It was his election to lose.
It was.
He lost. If he's not elected tonight, which it seems like it could be a possibility, he fucked it up. That is, he dropped the ball. He fumbled. It's on him. There's no way he should have lost this.
Yeah. Sylvie says something interesting. Did you see the update in Carleton? The Libs are leading. So Carleton is Poilievre's riding. So imagine if he lost his. What a humiliation that would be if he lost in his own riding.
What about? I'd be curious to see the numbers for Carney because he's somewhere in Nepean. You know that Carney's not from Nepean, but he picked a sector of Nepean to run in, and yet supposedly that there's no banner of his office. There's nothing. Like, they're just trying to make him win in an easy.
They just picked one, right? Riding. They just picked a place and parachuted him in there. Yeah, I'm not. Where is Nepean? Is that near Ottawa?
It is in Ottawa. It's on the west side. It's between downtown and Canada.
Okay.
In Ottawa.
Yeah. He's winning pretty handily, 67% to 30%.
That blows my mind. That blows my mind because I have lived in Nepean before.
Yeah. All right, so and then the latest, as we see there, is Liberals 156, Conservatives 149. Let's see. Cheryl says, I'm in Ottawa, and it does not surprise me. I've known for decades that the eastern provinces get transfers from the west, Quebec getting the most, and the feds ignore the west. Yeah, I mean, I knew that too. I guess I wasn't aware of how deep the anger goes. And talking to Jason has certainly clarified that to me, because he's not foaming at the mouth. He's not a hothead by any stretch. No. He's just a calm, measured guy saying enough's enough. And I think in my mind, you take that a lot more seriously than the guy who might just be spouting off and being angry and blah, blah, blah. But when someone's just like calmly, pleasantly almost saying there's really nothing you guys can do, I'm inclined to believe him.
But again, you're saying it right. I didn't realize until very recently how deep that cut was.
I think so too. And I think most people understood there was maybe some, disillusionment, but nothing like what we're hearing from Jason. And I'm, my brother who is watching this show, he just messaged me, and he's saying here's his words. Because I could remember, if you remember, I had asked a few like minutes ago on the show. I said, Darren, let me know. He said, so there's a lot of people in my network, friend groups, social circles, who are sick and tired of constantly feeling like the sugar daddy for the rest of Canada. Not only are we funding a lot of other programs in Canada, but we're fighting the rest of Canada while we're doing it, blocking our pipelines, putting up barriers against moving oil to the U.S. Why are we sending everyone money if you're going to work against us at every turn? A lot of Gen X / millennials that he knows have now lived through it long enough to be mad about it, and they're fucking furious. And again, my brother's not a radical guy. It doesn't. These aren't radical political people. These are just normal people who are fucking sick to death of being taken advantage of, and that's a very human emotion. Nobody likes to be taken advantage of, and nobody likes to be taken for granted, and that is what we're doing to Alberta. And I hope Jason's wrong when he says it's too late. But
I don't think he is, though. I've spoken to
like
so many of them offline, and not just regular people. And this is the worst part, right? You hear about your brother, for example, regular guy that speaks to other people. But I speak to people that speak to people, like to the people that have an audience, to the people that are reporting on what's going on, that talk to people in the field everywhere in Alberta. And that seems to be a pretty constant message across the board. This is what I've come to realize over the past few months. Like I did not realize how bad it had cut them over the past year, especially the last 10 years under Liberal. Because I don't think they felt like that under Harper. It's really when Trudeau came into power that he really fucked the West, like really fucked them.
Yeah.
It always blows my mind how deep, how affected by this they are, like how mad they are at this. And man, this is not good. This is really not good for them. But man, I hope Jason's right about the majority of Liberal. And fortunately, if you look at the panel right now, it's pretty much showing 154 to 151, but that is projected. So might not be right. It might be, there still might be a possible.
154 to
I'm looking at
151.
CBC right now, it's the same. CBC showing the same numbers. They're showing 155 to 150 right now.
Well, that's very interesting.
But look at the amount, man. Look at the votes. You're talking about 2.9 million versus 2.8 million. That is not a massive difference. Like
no,
43% versus 41.4. And if you look at the leading, it keeps on changing between 110, 18, 45, 42. So they are neck to neck.
Oh fuck yeah! I'm trying to see like what are the ones that
haven't come in yet.
Yeah, there's still quite a few, but I mean, I think the majority is probably out of reach, which is good, I guess. If you're going to try to find some silver linings, but we'll definitely stay tuned, guys, because it's changing by the second. As you can see, it's down back to 156 to 149, but we'll because if you think about it, like every if it switches back, you're going to get a movement of basically 2 every time, right? Because if let's say Liberals lose a seat, it's going to go to the Conservatives, so they're going to go down 1, but the Conservatives are going to go up 1. So it won't take a lot to close that gap.
But then you look at the bloc, we had 30 earlier, right? That's what they won. Hold on, I still have the number here. How many did they win? Does it say? Oh yeah, right here. They won 32 in 2021. So where did it come from? How's that possible? 156 to 149, that's the projection. 156. So they're losing. They'd be losing 4 seats as it stands right now. The Conservative would be gaining almost 30 compared to 2021 as we speak right now. So it's definitely the NDP that's losing a shit ton because they should be at 25. They were at 25 last.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And now you're looking at 11. Jesus.
Yeah, that's bad. That is bad.
I like Melissa's comment here saying that Nico, I'll
Nico, I'll
sponsor you to
sponsor you to
Texas.
Texas.
I need three. I need three. I need my wife, baby boy, and me. So I need three.
Mac McDonald Don says, I believe this is a quote that you've said it on the show a few times. It matters not who you vote for. It matters only who counts the ballots. Joseph Stalin.
I've said something worse than that. I totally agree with what he just said, but I say I care not who runs the country as long as you let me print the money.
Oh, that's right. Same thing, or
That
not
is,
same thing, but it's a similar energy.
I can't say who it is because we'll get in trouble again. So,
Mr. Robot says it's not about the cons winning, but it's the mentality of the nation that deeply concerns me. There does seem to be something, yeah. We're a deeply divided nation, and I think we really lost the ability to see each other. And I think I just think that's going to hurt us in so many ways. I don't know what the solution is.
But I don't think we're that divided, man. I don't think that's what it is. I think the big difference is that if you look in the U.S., there's a lot of division because there is a difference between their left and their right. They're Democrats and the Republican. There's an actual difference, but in Canada, there's not that much difference. What we see is what we've been talking about for a month now is age group. Like in the US, it's really the old versus the new that seems to be the biggest problem in Canada right now, because the old have been protected by liberal policies for decades now. And anybody, I got guys to admit to that today. And they understand where they're from, and they're not voting liberal anyway, shape or form. So they understand this. But there's so many of the baby boomers that don't get it. They don't understand it, and they're going to keep on voting for the liberals. So it's not that we're divided. I think that people are just selfish. Because at one point, I can't say that they're naive anymore, because the information is out there. Like, it's very hard for me to take people seriously that don't care about the next generations after them. Because this is what it's becoming right now, right? You remember, I should check how they're doing, but there was a movement starting on TikTok of first-time voters that were literally late teens, beginning of their 20s, making videos for their parents and their grandparents saying, hey, guys, we don't live in the same world. Like, you guys need to vote conservative for us. You need to protect us. You need to talk about our future, because you guys are not going to be there 10, 20 years from now.
Well, I found, let me just hold on here. I found that chart here that I think we showed it a while back, but it's basically that exact thing. It's voter intention by age group, and you can see we've got 18 to 29 conservative, 30 to 39 conservative, 40 to 49 conservative, 50 to 59 conservative, and then 60 plus hard go for the liberals. Now, again, I don't, everyone in a democracy, everyone has the right to vote, and you get one vote. I get it. But something just strikes you the wrong way when the people that probably aren't going to be around here 20 years from now are the ones who are deciding the election, and all the younger people are saying, no, we don't want this. Again, like I think these are our parents and our grandparents. I don't believe that they are malicious. I don't think they're trying to hurt us. I think they just don't want to listen. They have a worldview, they have a belief, and they don't want that belief to change. They think, the system works for them, and they think the system works for us, and it doesn't. The system that works for them no longer exists, and it does. It doesn't sit right, I think, to have the people that are probably not going to be here much longer deciding the future for the people that will be. At the same time, that's democracy.
Yeah, but it's gonna be ugly, man. I cannot understand how baby boomers, like people above 65, have not come to that realization. have not come to the realization that they've had the best time in the history of North America. The people that were born in the 50s and the 60s, they had the best time.
Yeah.
They were able to make a living off a very average job, one single salary. Women stayed home with the kids. Like, that was totally normal.
Mm-hmm.
And now they live in houses, as we've mentioned before, they're worth more than $1 million. Most of that is equity. Most of that's been paid for,
Long
or they've
paid off.
refinanced and bought second and third
Yep.
home.
Yep.
And now the market is so. How can you have a housing market that almost doubles in the span of 10 years, while our money lost 33% of its value over 10 years, and our GDP has not grown over 10 years compared to a 20% in the US? Like, you factor those three things together. How can you not open your eyes to this? How can you actually, at least if they had the courage to admit that they're selfish and they just don't care outside of themselves? Because at the end of the day, this is all I'm hearing. They just don't have the balls to say it out loud. But this is all I'm seeing. I don't believe that they're naive and they really think that's how the world works, because the information's out there. You even have those young people that are trying to talk to the older generation to say, wake the fuck up. This is my future you're talking about. They just don't care. And obviously, look at the results. It's not like it's a landslide. I'm not seeing a landslide anywhere. But this tells me that people just don't give a fuck and they're just too selfish to care.
Yeah. No, I mean, well, I'm okay with giving them a benefit of the doubt. I know you don't want to. That's cool too. I understand.
No, but how can I give you the benefit of the doubt after 10 years?
Yeah.
You have the same guy that ran the policies, his economic policies since 2020/2021. You can Google it. You will find articles upon articles of him admitting that he's working with Trudeau.
The other
and
thing,
people are like, he's going to change it. He's going to make everything
Yeah.
better. No, he's not. He's the guy that was behind it. Now, instead of having a pretty board with great hair and nice socks, you actually have the evil man that was behind his policies.
yeah, and I mean I think one of the main reasons why that older generation is so, they only get their news from mainstream media. Pretty much everyone younger than that, 45 and under, is getting most of their news from social media, which means you're getting a broad range of different viewpoints. And some of those are not always high quality sources either, but you get enough of a broad range that you usually can cut through a lot of the bullshit. But yeah, a lot of our parents and grandparents' generation, 65 plus, they are not all of them, of course, but a lot of them are just they're getting all their news from mainstream media, and they're obviously, there's a lot of Trump derangement syndrome, and that's playing a factor in as well.
Look at these numbers right now. You're talking, they have 59 versus 59 elected. The total and the total of votes is within 100,000 right now. Look at this. But yet they're still declaring Carney as to have won. Yet they're head to head and the counts are basically identical everywhere. And they're still saying, oh, Carney won. This is how ridiculous. How can you trust media when that's what they're showing you?
Yeah. I mean,
like it's right there. It's literally right there.
Yeah, it's frustrating. It's frustrating. I know. Susan Doug Newsham says, actually, I'll go to Rhonda first. She says, Cindy Irwin, I can't fucking believe this shit. Yeah,
I feel you.
I hear you, Rhonda.
Exactly how I feel too.
Susan says Saskatchewan has more leaning to leave than Alberta for leaving does. We have oil, plus we have the coal. I mean, I think they're going to do it together if they do it. I think if Alberta picks up steam, I think Saskatchewan's going to be right there.
Ryan, couldn't agree with you more, man.
Yeah, Ryan Teeple. And then if you do that, then probably Manitoba might jump in as well. And then, fuck, who knows? And maybe BC might say, well, we don't want to be the odd man out stuck over here on the far side. So they jump in. And then what the fuck does the rest of Canada do? I don't know. It won't be good.
Prostitution.
Basically, yeah, we'll be down in the street corner selling ourselves. Ryan says it could be a minority bloc and PC call for a vote of no confidence, and we will see another election next year. Yeah, that could be possible. More likely, though, I think the Liberals would just strike a deal with the bloc, because I think the bloc is really just about getting whatever they can for Quebec, and I'm sure Carney will give them a lot in order to avoid that scenario. But I agree, it's certainly possible. Ian Bruce says the West to break away. Well, that's the topic of the day for sure, certainly around here. Lynn Shurik is saying the Wild Rose Party, which is, I think we were talking about why isn't there an Alberta party similar to the bloc for Alberta? Alexander James says, if you expand things too much, that it's unsustainable, and of course you have to cut. That's the problem with Liberals. They spend more than we have, and the Conservatives have to fix that problem. They become the bad guy. Yeah,
it's always the way it is.
That's a good point.
Always the way it is.
Yeah, and then of course, and then Conservatives are the bad guys for cutting, and then the Liberals will use that then to demonize the Conservatives to then get elected, and then they repeat the cycle again and again.
Yep, that's exactly what we're seeing.
Sylvie says old age security in Ontario is between $600 to $700 a month. It's crazy and cruel. Yeah, and I don't think Poilievre is going to cut that. I haven't heard anything like that.
Well, cut what?
Yeah, there's nothing to cut.
What the fuck do you want to cut?
Yeah, I agree. Wise Guy says, I agree with Nico. The immigrants have to go. This and the vax are the two most important issues to me. Neither are mentioned. I mean, I don't think the immigrants have to go. I think we have to have a much smarter immigration policy. I think we need to focus on high quality immigrants, and
you need to stop it. You know, even the Liberal, I was talking to the guy in the airplane, because I spoke to a bunch of different people today, but even the guy that's a Liberal, I said this, we should have a pause on immigration, reassess it, like take a pause for a year to 4 years, reassess. Who's here? Where's the money going? How much is it costing us? How much of those immigrants that are in Canada are self-sufficient? How much of them are on the social services already? What are they doing? Like, assess what they've been doing over the past few years that they've been here. Are those the type of people, by their behavior, is that the type of people that we want to hear or not? If not, send them back to where they came from. But put a stop to this mass immigration that we're seeing right now and reassess what's going on. Because having people that lived here their whole life, that participated, that paid their taxes, making $600 to $700 a month, when we have people that come here with no money, cell phones paid, credit cards, they have a place to stay that's nicer than most of those people live in. Like, are you kidding me? Like, why are we paying for this, right? So, yeah. But yet they wouldn't have that immigration has not been mentioned.
I mean, regardless of how you feel, like it's ridiculous that they didn't talk about immigration whatsoever. I mean, it's an important issue, and to just not talk about it.
I have not seen one person tell me. I have not heard one person of all the people that I talk to say we don't have enough immigration. We need more. That seems to be across the board something that we agree on. Something needs to be done with immigration, and it is not getting more. None of them are saying that outside of Carney.
Well, yeah, and that's undoubtedly liberal mass migration policies have failed, and I don't know exactly what the correct one is, but I know it's not this, and we have to be able to talk about that. We need to be able to discuss it. And the fact that nobody talked about it, that's, I put that on Poilievre. He could have made this an issue. He could have discussed it.
Easy.
And he didn't.
Easy.
And I suspect it has, I think they're probably all terrified to lose the immigrant vote. But ironically, most immigrants are not opposed to that discussion. They probably want, they don't want just open doors migration policy either, especially the ones who came in the right way.
Well, it depends which one, right?
Well, yeah, if they came in the right way, I mean, any immigrants I've ever talked to who waited in line, who did it the right way, they don't want open borders of migration either. Because it cheapens what they have. They want to preserve Canada just like the rest of us do.
But that's not the type of immigrants that we're talking about right now.
No, exactly. Yeah,
Those are the ones that you're basically we want more of those people that are going to come here and contribute and assimilate and be part of what Canada is supposed to be about.
Yep.
Those
exactly.
are those we should have as many as
So,
possible.
those are the kind of immigrants that will build this country,
Yeah.
right? And that is who we should
100%.
be. That is who we should be bringing into this country, not ones
Agreed.
that are going onto social services right away.
No.
As Sylvie said, if we're paying our own seniors $600 a month, and yet immigrants are some immigrants are coming here and getting thousands of dollars every month. That's a
Makes
problem.
no sense.
That's a real problem. Alexander James says, and yet the politicians make sure they are taken care of. It's criminal. Work your whole life in their system and then get screwed at the end.
Yep.
Yeah, people are angry. People are angry.
Can't blame them.
No. Cheryl says, Rob and Nico, it is way too premature to call it. Yeah, this was maybe 15 to 20 minutes ago. Starting to look a little less premature. Wendy Smith said, this is not right, and I'm so disappointed with this. Yeah, I'd like to say, where are you guys from? I suspect a lot of the people who are really, 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 really bothered are from the West, from Alberta. I think.
Yeah, but maybe she was talking about the result.
Yeah, that's true too. Mysterious commentator says, if Alberta referendums, that will also be rigged. They won't let the cash cow go. Yeah, maybe. I'm sure there are ways that it can be done properly, but that'll be up to the people. That'll be up to the Jason Levines and the other people running it. James Bold says, mail-in ballots with Dominion machines plus the Laurentian elites and a bucket of cash have handed Canada over to China. Yeah, she's it's a lot of pretty disappointed people here. Sylvie says, my mom was a stay-at-home mom. My dad passed away 6 years ago. If it wasn't for his employer's pension, my mom would have had $700 a month to live. That is criminal. That really is.
Agreed.
Steven says, this is not a strong minority. I'm very glad. Now, well, at least someone's looking on the bright side. Steven's going for the silver lining. Yeah, it's all you can do.
It blows my mind, though, man. It blows my mind that this is where we're at 162 versus 147. Although there's only 69 Liberals are elected right now versus 65.
Yeah.
Here's the real reality, right?
Yeah, that's right. I think they certainly
No, don't tell me that she got reelected.
Who?
If there is one person I dislike in the Liberal Party, that's on the same line as Carney, it's this person right here. If there's somebody that woman deserves to be in jail. That woman should be in jail.
Jolie?
No, worse than her.
No,
that woman right there. That is somebody.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Chrystia Freeland.
Yeah, did she get reelected?
Well, she's on. Obviously, it's a very liberal leaning. CBC is very liberal leaning. They all are actually, but
yeah.
I'm gonna Google it. It's just I saw her face as you were talking, and I'm like, oh motherfucker, has she been elected again? Like, this is somebody I don't understand. How is that possible? We're talking about a woman that froze bank accounts of people that were part of the Freedom Convoy. She's freezing payments to Tesla because she doesn't like Elon Musk. Money that should go to Tesla that was given, rebates for people that bought electric car. She sat on it, froze them, and was saying that she wouldn't give it away. So the same person that froze people's account during the Freedom Convoy under Trudeau is doing the same thing to Elon Musk and Tesla under Carney. Like, it's insane. How's that woman not in prison?
Well, it looks like she's getting reelected.
Of course she is.
Wise Guy says, the way it stands right now, the Bloc could join the CPC and form a government. Yeah, as of right now, they could. That would be pretty interesting. That actually be hilarious.
But it
and-
could happen.
It technically could. And again, when I said like, the bloc mostly just wants to get concessions for Quebec, if Poilievre is prime minister, he would be in a position to give them, and they could probably maybe extract more from a Poilievre government than a Carney one. That would actually be super interesting. Sylvie, will Canadians rise up? Why are people so complacent? I mean, we'll have to wait and see, I guess, and see how things shake out.
But why would they rise up if they still continue voting for the Liberals?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. If they're voting for them, I think they probably won't. Satoshi says,
if you want them to stop voting for the Liberals, just close down pharmacies. Just boycott pharmacies and prevent people from going in. There you go. You're going to change their vote. They're all old. They need their medication.
Mr. Robot, and actually this point is exactly how I feel. It says, my point of view, to be more specific, is I just didn't believe Canadians would reward the Liberals after everything's happened these past 9-10 years. That's how I felt. I didn't see it as voting for Poilievre because I like the guy. I just thought you cannot reward. It's not about ideology. It's not about any of the issues. It's about pure performance. You cannot reward 9 years of literally historically bad economic performance. We are by far the worst performing industrialized nation in the world. And it's not even close. You look at the list of countries who are ahead of us over the last 10 years. It's like fucking Costa Rica. Fucking Nicaragua performed better than us. You know what I mean? Like obviously Japan and America. Okay, that makes some sense. Fucking Uruguay. You know what I mean? Croatia is outperforming us. I mean, we have the performance of a third world country, and you cannot reward that. In my opinion, you cannot reward that. I don't give a shit who is the party leader. I don't care how much you like him. You cannot reward that kind of incompetence. And it is historical, unprecedented incompetence in the modern world.
Yep.
Mysterious commentator, universal suffrage is discredited. There needs to be an element of merit among those who choose our leaders.
Ain't that the truth?
Interesting comment. And We the Free from Alberta says, and what have we learned so far about Canadians, folks? We're learning that after the last 10 years of suffering, over 56% of the population will still vote against the futures of our children, economy, and country. If elections were actually real. Satoshi Ape says, they just don't care. I'm 65, founding member of PPC, and I can tell you they don't care. Sylvie says, people can blame other generations all they want. Elections are fixed and part of the agenda. I 100% believe that. Mike Zapornik says, people are blaming Trump for saying 51st state. What he did is show the corruption that we have. I mean, I don't think it's blaming. Yeah, it's just, for me, it's just, I see it as, it's once that talk started, then the media was able to demonize Trump in a way, and also to tie him to Poilievre and Canadian conservatives.
That's what they did.
Yeah, so a lot of the older generation who only consumes their news from mainstream media just believe that. I know, I have family members who genuinely believe he's like going to like have a seize power in a military coup and never leave presidency and also invade Canada. They genuinely believe that, and all I can say is, this is media brainwashing.
Yeah, but this is what blows my mind about people like you're describing right now. They took all of my rights away during COVID because I refused the swoop. They literally told me that I couldn't do anything. I lost my career. I couldn't teach martial art. I couldn't train. I had to build my gym at my house. I could only go to the grocery store and the pharmacy. While everybody was still living their lives, I had to modify mine. I got all my rights away. And they're scared of an orange man in the US instead of being scared of their own governments. This is what blows my mind. So basically they're not scared that somebody is going to take over. They're scared that somebody doesn't align with them. That's
Yeah.
the problem. Is that they're scared of somebody that has different ideas. Because nowhere did Trump say he's going to invade Canada. He's never said that. His 51 state, we all know what he wants. He wants Alberta. He does not want the rest of Canada. Why the fuck would you ever add 40 million liberals to your vote? Oh yeah, let's add another California to the US and make sure a Republican never win the election again. It's not going to happen. People need to stop with this shit. But at the same time, the same people that believe this shit were okay with my rights being taken away by my own government. That they
Yeah.
have no problems with. This is like no problem.
Which was an
Nico.
actual dictatorship move for sure.
Exactly. Yet they're talking about a guy that's been in power for 100 years, 100 days. But the fact that the past 10 years have been destroyed by liberal, this again is not a problem. Like, no, that's okay. That's not a problem. Come on. Like, what is it going to take for those people to wake the fuck up?
I don't know if they will.
Uh-oh.
Melly Fresh says, actually, I'll get that in a second. I just want to take this from Wise Guys. He says European migration, people fleeing Muslim immigration in Europe, but not Islamic immigrants. They're not culturally compatible with Canadian values. I say on the show a lot. I say on the show lots of times. I am a supporter of immigration. I just think it has to be done properly. It's got to be done at a sustainable rate.
Yep.
And
Agreed.
we have to apply a values test. We have to make sure that any newcomers will fit into society, will fit with our cultures, our cultural values. And if they don't, get the fuck out. And there's nothing wrong with that. It would be suicidal of us to allow people in who want to destroy us.
And it has been. And it has been.
Absolutely it has.
You ready? You ready for this, man? Before we take this video, because there's a surprise at the bottom of your screen.
Is there? Oh yeah. We'll bring it. We'll take this one, and then we'll jump. Jason will jump in. Melly Fresh says the continuing mass immigration we're about to experience is going to make the last decade seem like paradise. We're all going to be nostalgic for Trudeau. What a fucking mess.
Jesus, I never thought about that. That's messed up what you just said there, but damn.
I was nostalgic for Trudeau. And we have Jason's going to jump back on with us.
Please no. I never want to miss Trudeau. What's going on? Jason, what's going on, Jason?
How's it?
Hey guys, I just wanted to jump back in one more time before I take my kids home. Because this is exactly what we were expecting. I wasn't sure if it was going to be a majority or minority, but the Liberal win is not a shocker on this side of the Canada. Is it for you? Because I've been listening to you, Nico. You seem a little deflated.
I knew it would be bad no matter what. You know what deflates me more? It is not really that the Liberals are winning. This is not what's deflating me more, is the fact that no matter how I look at it, if Alberta, I did not realize, until you and I really started talking a lot offline, I was not aware how badly hurt Alberta was. Like, I realized that there's no way you guys were happy. That I'm fully aware that we fucked you for so many years, especially over the past 10 years under the Liberal government. But I did not realize how bad that cut was. So to realize that no matter what, it seems like Canada will never be the same. You said something earlier that I had not considered before, and it was the fact that, or the statement that you said, where Carney is probably going to be the last prime minister of Canada as we know it. This is messed up. Like, to me, this is, again, I have options. There's places that I can go, and my family, this is a conversation we've already had, and if that's what it comes down to, that's what we'll do. It is what it is. But it blows my mind that the country that I grew up in, the country that I love, has come to this, and it has been done. And I can't claim people being naive anymore. This is what bums me out, is that what is it going to take? We were just talking how people that are in their 60s that watch CBC that believe that Trump is the problem, after 100 days somehow in power, He's the one that destroyed our economy over the past 10 years. And they cannot even look at their own government to say, my rights were taken away 4 years ago. My career was flushed down the toilet. They literally prevented me from going where I wanted to go because I didn't get a little injection. Now they're telling me that a guy to the south that's been in power for 100 days is the problem, when the government went totalitarian in their faces and they're just like, let's vote for them again. This is what blows my mind. What is it going to take for those people to wake up? Does it need to get even worse? Because at the end of the day, those people that are 65 and above need to start realizing that within the next 5 to 10 years, they're not going to be healthy anymore. They're going to need people like me and younger to take care of them. And if they continue treating the youth the way that they're treating them, guess what? Nobody's going to take care of you. You're going to die alone. This is a situation you need to face. The situation you put your parents through. My grandmother died alone in the hospital during COVID. This is what you guys are facing. If you continue fucking around with the kids like that, they're not going to care about you. Once you destroy Canada, guess what? You're the one that's going to be in trouble.
Yeah, and what you saw here were the two victories that you saw here were for the globalist and for the state media. CBC, CTV, the rest of them, they were on the line if conservatives won. They were going to get defunded. So they worked extra hard to make sure Carney looked like a superhero against Trump. And the elbows up thing worked a lot. And you saw a lot of people show up to vote. Here in Parkland, what we saw with the numbers tonight, the Liberals gained support from the NDP. So the NDP dropped here in Parkland and the Liberals gained support. And you also saw the PPC, all of our support went to Conservative. If you look at the numbers, it's basically the same. It's just a support switch. So what that tells me is a globalist won. We're now even farther deeper into a two-party system than we were at the beginning of this election, because even the NDP is dropping like a stone, and even the Bloc is dropping like a stone. We are more entrenched into a two-party system than we were at the beginning of this election, and that shows you the globalists are winning, and the state media is also very complicit in that. And they were probably fighting for their lives in this election, because if Pierre went in there, then he might have done some damage to the state media. So the biggest losers here are definitely parties 3, 4, 5, and 6, because we all dropped. And the biggest winner here is Conservatives. They picked up a bunch of seats, but the globalists are now firmly in power here in Canada. And if Pierre loses his seat and Jagmeet loses his seat, you might see some other things happen here. And we're actually predicting a early election again, probably in the next 2 years or less. The Bloc are going to have to work. The NDP are going to have to work with the Liberals, or else they may call another election. So Canada is unstable again, but it has a two-party system, and that's very clear to me today.
Do you think that they become, because right now we're seeing 23 Bloc, let's say that the numbers that are on screen right now are accurate. Let's assume that they are. The Bloc could form some type of alliance with the Conservative to prevent the Liberals from continue doing what they're doing, although I doubt that it's going to happen. But what do you see happening here? Because we're talking 161 to 150. So the Liberals don't need the NDP anymore. They can literally, as long as they keep on feeding the Bloc Québécois, they can do whatever the fuck they want.
Well, if the numbers hold, the NDP won't be enough to help the Liberals. It will be the Bloc, which means more money to Quebec, and Quebec is going to take more advantage of that position. And the Liberals will absolutely do that. So you're going to see a lot more concessions to Quebec at the expense of Alberta, which will accelerate the entire desire of Alberta to go ahead and leave.
Yeah.
So on that note, I got to take my PPC hat off, and I got to put a new hat on. Alberta Republic, here we go. This is the next phase, and we'll be starting this tomorrow.
Well, thanks for being here, Jason. So unfortunately, it wasn't didn't work out tonight, but it sounds like you put a lot of hard work in there, and I'm sure your constituents and supporters will appreciate all that.
For sure, and I'm not sad. This kind of worked out the way we thought it was going to, and this is just opening the door more for Alberta and the choices to come. I know Alberta is going to be reeling for a little bit because they were really hoping for a Poilievre win, but you can see that the propaganda worked really well. They scared the Conservative vote. They backed the Conservatives. there were so many people, like in your chat, that said, hey, I like the PPC, but not this election. We got to stop the Liberals. Well, here's some good news for the PPC. Even when you crunch the numbers, there was no split the vote, and they still lost. And they're going to have to take this loss on the chin here. The Conservatives lost because they lost their base. This is what this election is going to be very clear about, and that's unfortunate. They can't blame anybody else now. And if the numbers hold up, Pierre is going to lose his own seat. So that's a very clear message that Pierre is not the leader for the Conservatives going forward. They need a strong leader who has a conservative base and principles, and make sure he sticks to them. Sorry, I think Carney just killed my light, so let me get some more light in here. There we go.
but that's
but I think it's the good news for PPC, because we saw all our support go to the Conservatives, and they still lost. So the Conservatives are going to have to rebuild that party, or we're going to have to find a way to replace it, or Alberta will just do its own thing. Because Alberta gave them a lot of support this election. If you look at the numbers, a lot of Conservative votes out of Alberta, and we still lost. So we're going to have to rethink how we do things out here in Alberta.
I don't know. It's for sure Pierre Poilievre can't stay as the leader because he fumbled it.
So bad.
He went.
Ever since we started this new election, Rob and I, if there's one thing we agreed upon, it was Pierre Poilievre's to lose. And he fumbled it every single time, never stood for anything, never talked to his base, tried to gain support from the left.
He tried to not lose. Right?
Yeah,
he tried to
100%.
not lose, and that will always lose it for him.
Yeah, they went from a supermajority projection in January to a loss. And if you look at the polls, they actually were very close. What's happening tonight is very close to what the polls are saying. I'm not giving the polls a lot of credit, but I'm saying, look, if they were right now, maybe they were right in January when he had a supermajority on the table, and he lost it. He absolutely lost it. And that's because he lost his base, he lost his principles, he pandered to the wrong group. He shouldn't have pandered at all. He should have been a principle-driven leader, and that's not what we saw. So this might be a big shakeup for Canada, and I know we're a little depressed that Preston Manning's projection probably is going to come true, that Carney is going to be the last Prime Minister of Canada as we know it. But we're going to have to grow up a little bit, I think, out here west, put on our cowboy boots and get to work, because this is 4 losses in a row. And they said things to like the PPC, hey, you guys had 3 elections with no seats or no win. Well, so have the Conservatives. They have 4 elections in a row now where they didn't win. And this time they can't even blame the PPC. The numbers just aren't there. It was their loss, and they have to own it now.
Yep. Yeah, there's no other way to put it. There's just an epic failure by Poilievre, and the Conservatives are going to have to, they're going to have to start from scratch because something ain't working. And, I don't know. They're going to have to do a whole lot of postmortem, but it's been a slice, Jason, and I appreciate you coming on for the show a couple times and chiming in and giving the audience sort of that insider 4-on-1 there.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thanks a lot for doing this show. We watched you the entire time. There was a lot of cheering, and some people got sad when they saw the Liberal won. But we're looking forward to the next stage for Alberta, because now I think the fuse is lit, and Preston Manning, I think, is right about what's about to happen. Yeah.
It's again, as Nico said, I really had no idea the depth of anger, I think, and just sense of betrayal that had been Alberta had been feeling. But I think I can get that sense just from talking to you, and I think the rest of Canada really needs to start paying attention. It sounds like it already might be too late, but if it's not, they need to really pull their head out of their ass and try to figure something out. But
well, Rob, I will kind of just correct one thing. We're not angry. Albertans aren't angry. We haven't been angry at the East. This is a bit of a narrative that is out there. Okay. We're very persistent, and we've been very tolerant. When we did the Reform Party and we said the West wants in, we really meant that. We understood that we didn't have a seat at the table, and we really didn't have a lot of decision making or representation. But the East has been very clear. They don't want the West in, but they certainly want our wealth. The next stage is going to be the West wants out. And it's not out of anger. It's just out of a recognition that this relationship doesn't work anymore. We came into this country after Confederation was done, 1867, right? But we came in 1905. So this country wasn't built for Alberta or the future that we've developed now. So it's time to rock the boat If Canada is going to stay together, it's going to be because there's a new provincial deal that's struck through a constitutional convention. And the Republic of Canada could be a way to fix all of this and keep Canada together. So we might be moving from a constitutional monarchy to a constitutional republic. That might keep Canada together because that gives us all a chance to sit down and create a new deal for the provinces or states at that point. But if that's not where Carney wants to go, or he wants to block that, and that's not something that's going to happen within the next couple of years, well, then Alberta does have options. This is like a bad relationship. The divorce attorney there's a retainer paid, and we're now having the next conversation because counseling didn't work out. So we may have to look at taking the next step.
And I don't see Carney helping you guys at all. He said it before. Like
he's been very clear. He's been very clear. It's going to get more painful for Alberta.
You guys are going to need our help more than ever is basically how he phrased it. So he's basically saying it out loud that I plan to continue fucking Alberta with sand in the lube, and they're going to have to take it. That's basically what he's saying. And
correct.
As much as you're saying that you're not mad, I know that there's equivalent of my energy in Alberta that is a hothead. So there has to be people out there, because you're always level-headed. That's something I really respect about you. But at the same time, man, if you're irritated by this, there's a lot of people out there that are just fucking mad at this. This is just,
I was just gonna say, I think they're gonna be more frustrated.
Guys, but it's not good for us. It's not good for the rest of Canada. But I get you, man. I get where you guys are coming from.
There's gonna be more frustration with the Conservative Party than Canada. Yeah. So we're not like upset at the East. We're upset with the Conservative Party. And keep in mind, Poilievre is from Calgary, but his riding is in Ontario. So it's very clear where his allegiance was.
That's a good point. That's a very valid point. Again, with the intelligence there, Jason.
Look, we sent a few people. Harper was from Alberta, Calgary as well. Carney's from Edmonton. Like, he grew up in the Northwest Territories, but he spent a lot of time in Edmonton, and he was going to run in Edmonton, but the numbers were just not there for him in Edmonton, so he went to Napanee. But yeah, we've had a couple people from Alberta kind of turn their backs on Alberta as they headed east. And that's kind of where we're drawing the line now. We've really tried hard. We've gone to counseling. We've done our best. We've been very patient and persistent trying to keep this together. But no, we recognized when it came to the CPP, we wanted to bring the pension plan back to Alberta. Danielle Smith waited for the Carney loss. She was expecting Poilievre to win. And because that didn't happen, even that's in jeopardy. So I think that Alberta is going to make some decisions. And I don't think we're as far away from a win on a referendum as some people are saying. All it's going to take is it's going to sink in for a bit. The Conservatives can't blame the PPC this time. The numbers just are not there. A lot of support went to Conservatives because they didn't want the Liberals to get in, but the Liberals still got in. So Alberta needs to now start focusing on taking care of itself. And I think that's what you're about to see happen.
Man, this is
heavy stuff, but I mean, it's got the ring of truth to it. It makes a lot of sense the way you explain it that way, and it's unfortunate it had to get to this point. But yeah, I mean, I'm actually really, maybe next time we have more time, we could actually dig into that Republic of Canada idea, because I actually find that quite interesting.
Yeah, well, I put a post in the next few days when you have time. Like, let's talk, you and I, see if you can jump on one of our live stream that we do every day to talk a bit more about this, because I think in the next few days people are going to start to realize with that board that we're seeing right now what it actually means.
Yep. Well, we'll take a look at my X. I posted something today. It was 4 episodes that I've done on my show recently about this subject. Alberta statehood, Alberta independence, the next steps for Alberta, and there was another one there, the Alberta's future. Take a look at that. I've had basically all the leaders from all the major movements out here on the show, and individual conversations with them and some panel conversations. They're all in agreement. We definitely have a movement here. They're all going to start to come together, and I can't get into too many details, but I can tell you some major pieces of that puzzle is already in place, because this was anticipated. This is not a big shock to a lot of us out here.
Yeah. No, that's
All right. So maybe one of our next calls will be an international call. But I'll do my best to come on your show soon, and we'll have a conversation and we'll get really deep into it. I think that'll be a great idea.
I think the audience would really enjoy that, and to be honest, I'm really interested in that personally as well. So yeah, I think it's a date. We'll set that up real soon.
Sounds good. That sounds great. But thank you very much for doing the coverage. We were watching you all night. There's some good laughs there, some cheers, and you guys are great hosts. So I hope you do a lot more of this kind of thing.
Thanks a lot, Jason. We appreciate that.
We will. We definitely.
Have a great night with the family.
I will. I'm going to take them home right now.
Yeah.
Yourself a great night.
Yeah.
And remember, Alberta Republic. Here we go. Good night, gentlemen.
Hey, good night, sir. Yeah, that's a good guy. Jason is a smart guy. He's a good spokesman for that whole movement because you talk about separate from Canada. That's an emotional topic, and there's a lot of people that can make that about anger. But I think he's like I said, I think he's a good spokesman for that movement. And if there is anyone who's going to perhaps build a bridge, maybe it's him. I would like to talk about that Republic of Canada idea. All of a sudden, it doesn't seem. I remember he mentioned that when we were on our show a couple months back. Yeah. All of a sudden, it doesn't seem so far fetched. It sounds.
The thing that he's talking about would be good for Canada, but I don't see a guy like Carney being that enabler.
No,
that's the problem. I don't even see a guy like Pierre Poilievre being that enabler that would allow for such a thing. Why would they do that if it means less power to them, right?
Yeah, that's a good point.
And this is always where, as much as I really like where his head is, he's a very, very smart guy. Very knowledgeable, very smart.
Yep.
But man, it's just going to be ugly. It just seems that Canada is going down the path of being ugly everywhere. Everywhere I look, I cannot see any good coming out of this. None. I do not see any good thing coming out of Carney being prime minister. Zero. I cannot believe that a guy like Poilievre dropped the ball like that. This is what probably blows my mind the most is, that commercial that he posted on last Friday that we commented on. He could have done that for a month. He could have released a new one every day, every couple of days. He would have easily won. That would have been the end of it. Pop out.
That's right.
And yet he made one on a fucking Friday afternoon, 3 days. Basically, after people have already 7.3 million people have already voted. Like, are you fucking ridiculous, bro?
Yeah.
It's absolutely insane.
Yeah, I'm looking here at the Alberta results. You know how like in pretty much every even in say Texas, which is obviously highly Republican. You know how the cities tend to go Democrat. I'm looking at Alberta. Not even the cities have gone liberal. It's just all blue. There's one in Edmonton. There's one.
You want to show it up? You have that map right there.
Yeah. I'll pour up here. Let's just remove. Hold on. Remove that. Shoot. So yeah, here we see Alberta, and look, everything's in. They didn't have to count because over here we've got lots. Even all the way back here, we've still got people counting because they're close. Alberta was so not close at all.
Alberta, Manitoba,
79% over here in this one, 77%, 81%, 73%. So yeah, this is an entire sea of blue. And if you zoom into the cities, literally not one red thing, not one red. Even in Calgary Center, you still got 49% conservative. That's a bad sign. If you have not one liberal MP from the province of Alberta, not one.
But if you look, that's Saskatchewan. That's split right down the middle.
Over here, yeah. And now this one here, Yeah, I mean, so this is northern. I mean,
That's just one route. That's just
that's just
one
one
riding.
riding. Yeah, and this giant chunk is what 5,000 votes here. So
Oh
it's not.
shit!
Yeah,
The
so
ca-
it's not. But if you look here, if you zoom in, like Saskatoon, the city, all conservative. I think this has legs. I think the
How many
Alberta
ridings are in Manitoba?
over here.
Manitoba's to the east.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, right
Over
there.
here.
The big.
Okay.
big
Yeah. So you've got the city here is liberal. Calgary, Winnipeg,
Yeah.
West.
I figured as much.
Which I mean, you expect to see, like I said, like Texas, which is like true blue, like as Republic as you're going to get. But if you zoom into like
Yeah, like
fucking
Dallas,
Dallas, yeah,
Austin.
those are Austin, highly very democratic, and
Yep.
that trend is the case for pretty much everywhere. But to
Yep.
get a province that or a state that has large cities, and even the cities are going for the conservative party. That's I can't think of any other place where that is the case. That's very interesting. Yeah, all of Calgary is all
It's
blue.
gonna be ugly for the rest
All
of
you've got
Canada.
is
That
one
because
NDP
what we're
riding.
seeing there, is exactly what Jason was talking about. That
Yeah.
to me shows how tired Alberta is.
Yep.
And they need a change. They didn't get it today.
No.
Oh, but Jesus.
Just since we're already here, let's take a look over here at Carleton riding. You've got Bruce Fanjoy with 51.4% of the vote, and Pierre Poilievre with 45.1. And let's see how many votes.
He's not even gonna win his own riding from what it
That's
looks like right now.
That is pathetic. Utterly pathetic. Yeah.
What's the map you're looking for the people that like to see it? Where do you find that?
This one here is News Interactive CBC. So if you wanted to just Google CBC elections, yep. It's I guess as you said, it's not a huge shock, but I think I think a lot of people in Alberta are going to see it as a call to action. I'm going to take a quick leak, and then we can get in some of these comments because I think we got a little bit of a backlog.
Yep, sounds good, man. I'll grab some of them. I think I see some Jason in here. Where we at? Satoshi Ape, Anerta, here's really pumped. Anyone knows how the vote went in Alberta? Like we just shown, it's literally 100% of the ridings in Alberta are blue. So everything went conservative, which that's going to be problematic tomorrow, considering that it seems that the Liberals are winning. So, Donna Russell, Carney froze the bank account for the Freedom. He was Trudeau's advisor for 5 years. Yep, that's exactly what I'm saying, Donna. 100%. You're absolutely right. Jason, what's going on, brother? Wait, what the fuck are you guys doing up? It's late, bro. It's very late, but we had to cover somewhat of our election here, Jason.
Yeah, I think he saw it in the next comments. He's like, "Oh, I see it. The election."
Rob's right. Can you guys appreciate why Trump won? I can not only appreciate it, but I fucking understand it. Yep, everything is Trump's fault. They already know that Trump is not the problem, but a symptom. But what else are they going to do except accountability? Yeah,
a good comment.
Yeah, well, as always, but it's not going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Mysterious commenter saying Trump said seems to be a lot of drugs and terrorists coming through Canada. Canada said, how dare you? As if we would want to live in a country of drug and terrorists. And that's another thing.
Well,
yes,
it's classic.
Yes, there's terrorists.
Classic TDS, right?
100%.
Like
100%.
Because Trump said it, we have to be against it. Like,
yep.
Who is for drugs and terrorists?
You know, man, I don't remember if I shared this on this podcast, but I posted. You remember the video that you had shown with the woman from the Liberal Party that was basically saying that the plan for Carney was already put in place.
Yep.
They did a few tweaks after he became the leader. So I had posted on a major account. I don't remember who it was, but I had I'm like, yeah, bullshit. I basically called bullshit to the post. People are like, what's your sources? What are your sources? I posted that, and people are like, oh, you're just
Yeah.
reposting Pierre Poliev, so that means it's not true. I'm like, this is from the CBC.
Yeah.
It's literally from their website.
Oh my
Like, are you
Jesus.
are you serious? Like, what is it gonna take? So, because Pierre Poliev had the audacity to post something about CBC, it makes it false. Like,
That's the
seriously?
mindset. That's the mindset of these people. It's just
Yeah.
complete idiocy. Just total
So,
nonsense.
absolutely. Angie Lafontaine is saying immigrants can't vote until they have been here for at least 3 years. Too many government workers don't want to lose their jobs.
That's a factor. That's a factor. For sure.
Of course it is. And if I invite you to go see how many people work for the government. I can't remember the numbers on top of my head,
I
but
think as a
we've been
percentage,
through it.
I
Yeah.
think it was like what 30, like 30% of the workforce or something like that.
So if I remember correctly, you're absolutely right. It's between
Yeah.
20 to 25%. It's just I don't have the numbers in front of me right now, but it was something ridiculous, like more than 1 out of 5 workers, not Canadians, obviously, but the one that work for some level of government, municipal, provincial, or federal. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. Ian Bruce is saying Canada's done. Yeah, I agree, man. Eddie Ayare, lol or LOL, they'll get defunded. Crybabies. Yeah, I don't see it happening. They're not. They're gonna get refunded. They're gonna get because Mark Carney's already pledged to give them more money, so it's not the the funding of CBC ain't going nowhere.
Oh yeah, they're sitting pretty for sure.
Mysterious commentator, it's one party system. You know, this is if there's one thing that this election is going to be recalled for is two party system left. We're going to be closer to the US, and unless they have a new leader in the conservative that is a real conservative, not like Pierre Poliev, we're going to have two parties out of the liberals and the conservative that are basically the same.
Yeah.
Tiny bit of differences between the two, but nothing, not enough. Like the polls are showing it to you, like it's not enough. They're two alike, and look at the results. They're almost the identical result. Like it's insane. It's absolutely insane.
Yeah. Do you want to? Jason's there. Yep. Jason says that's what they wanted. They tell you don't waste your vote. And then their two-party wheel will not flatten, and big business and big pharma wins again. Taking care of the elderly for a price, shaking his damn head. Good to see Jason's chiming in, and he's just as disgusted as all the Canadians.
And for the people out there that don't know who Jason is, if you're not on our show, oh, by the way, if you're not on our show, you need to follow us. You need to follow at the Poly Orphans on X, YouTube, join our daily conversations. We have shows like this for 2.5 hours, Monday to Friday between noon and 2-ish.
We've been going 4 hours already.
4 hours and 15 minutes, man. So
Jesus, actually, it's been pretty fun, to be honest. I don't know who's still here with us, but you guys are hardcore. If you're still with us to the end, to the bitter end.
I can tell you, man, I've been up since 4:30. I've been on a plane for 8 hours.
I can tell you're exhausted.
I'm pretty done, man. I'm gonna take those comments and we can call it a day. I think after 4.5 hours,
I think that's
we've done what we wanted to do, but I'm very disappointed by those numbers, man.
Yeah. And as Nico did say, guys, if you've been following this and you like sort of what we bring to the table, give us a like and a follow on at the Poly Orphans. We do this show live every single day, Monday to Friday, from 12 Eastern until 2 to 2:30. So this episode was a little informal because we're doing we're doing the election, but it's basically the same thing as we've done tonight. It's heavily on audience participation. If you guys drop comments in there, we're gonna get to them. And so this is, if you like the show, please give us a like and a share. Enzo says the Bloc and the Conservative can make a government. Yeah, I guess technically they could. I think they'll go to whoever is going to give them the most shit, and that's an interesting thing. If the Liberals and the Conservatives get into a bidding war for over the Bloc Quebecois,
but that's what's going to happen because the NDP is not going to be there.
No,
I just read that Jagmeet Singh is estimated to be third in his writing. Not first or second, but third is projected. So yeah, but have you heard him talk? Like, who would vote in their right mind? Who would vote for that guy? So now we're literally gonna see a liberal versus a conservative
fight for
parliament.
the Bloc. Yeah,
exactly. The Bloc is going to be the prostitute of
the big winner tonight. Is the Bloc?
The Bloc
Quebecois.
Yeah. Although they lost, they're projected to have lost 9 fucking writing. But they probably will become the most powerful party.
I think
in Canada in the Bloc. Yeah,
I think you're right.
And they don't have. And let's be honest here, they don't have the best interest of Canadians. They have the best interest of Quebecois.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. That's why I want to think about it. Like, they have the power to pick the next president or prime minister. All they'd have to do is, wow, that's actually fascinating. I don't think, fuck yeah, like, because even if
whoever runs the Conservative Party better have some nice lips because there's gonna be some dicks.
Oh yeah, because even if absolutely, even if they get the NDP, that's what 168, whereas the Conservatives with the Bloc is 173. So the NDP have no sway, no power whatsoever. The Bloc just became probably the most powerful party in the Canadian government.
Yep, 100%. Like Blanchet right now is like he's laughing because he won. Blanchet's already been elected, so he won his riding. So he's gonna keep his spot. I don't think I've ever heard of a party losing seats to become more powerful.
That's what's happened here.
That's insane.
That's absolutely no doubt. Well, they had no power before because the Liberals didn't need them. They formed the NDP, and now the Bloc has all the cards, and they can play kingmaker. They can make Poilievre.
Again with this shit. Again with you have to bring that term back.
Kingmaker, baby, kingmaker. Machiavelli says troll level Jedi. I don't know if he's talking about Jason or whoever, but
Jason, Trump,
whoever. Ian Bruce says fly Alberta flag. I think commenting on Jason's hat. Wise guy, the polls use as predictive programming, and it worked. Mysterious commenter agrees with that. All right. Karina Mitchell says, well, so after the last 10 fucking years, Canada gave the Liberals more seats. Really? How fucked up is that? I feel you, Karina. It boggles the mind. I don't understand it.
One more seat.
I don't understand it.
Because they were at 160.
Yeah.
They gave them one more seat, but it's really the Conservatives that won. If you look at all the parties, they're the one that won by the most because they had, until today, they had 119 seats. The Liberals had 160 and they're projected to win 162. And the Conservatives literally won 30 seats. But they still lost.
Yeah,
but the Bloc, it blows my mind that the Bloc has become more powerful by losing 9 seats.
That's wild. That's just an absolute weird quirk of this election.
And what was the number to stay an official party? It was 11?
11, yeah. So the NDP are no longer an official
party. The NDP, they don't get their 12 million per year, or whatever the fuck they're getting as an official party. So Jagmeet Singh did well for himself to fuck us all until he got his pension. Oh man, this is worse than I thought, man. Because I didn't think about the end. You know, in my head, all I would say, just look at the thumbnail. You can see where my head was at.
Yeah.
Liberal versus conservative.
Yeah.
The thumbnail don't lie. I make them all from scratch. So you can see where my head was at. I was just thinking liberal, conservative. If I had to redo that thumbnail, I would find a picture of Blanchet.
Yeah.
I would put it twice the size of Carney.
Oh yeah, and put him in between them.
In the middle, and
You know,
hopefully he's like this.
You know what you should do? Have that, but if you could have him like for tomorrow's episode, like a puppet master. He's got the two on strings or something.
Okay, I'm not that good. I'm not.
Okay.
I don't. I steal shit and I put it all together.
Yeah. Cool. Okay, gotcha. I gotcha. Ian Bruce says, "Well said, Jason," and he's talking about Jason Lavigne, who was talking about Alberta separation.
Yep.
As Julie LaRue agrees, Alberta needs to separate. Fubar says, "I'm moving my family to Texas, and I live in Alberta." Oh shit, he's really good. He's going far. Goodbye, Canada. I'm officially an expat.
Texas is great, but man, if recommendation to you, man, if you're looking for a place to live, Arizona.
Yeah.
If I had to pick between, I spent a lot of time in both. I liked Arizona better because there's not as many woke cities in Arizona there in Texas. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I know what you mean. Because Texas has a lot of woke cities, eh?
Well, if you look at Austin, for example, I'm pretty sure Dallas is one. So they do have quite a bit of them. But I just like Arizona. It really fucked with my head to see 30 feet cactuses and forests of cactuses. And it was just amazing. It was just such a beautiful place, man.
Yeah.
But both of them I would take over Canada. No questions about it. So
yeah, well I love the weather. I've heard I like the hot, man. I don't know. I'm just I could be
right there with you, man.
I could be down with that. Fubar says, "I am a libertarian and I see the writing on the walls. Anyone that can should leave." So he sounds pretty serious.
I'm right there with you, brother. Right there with you.
Jason says, "I wanted this for you guys so bad." Jason, we appreciate that, brother. Yeah, it just fuck. It wasn't.
You know, I'm so tired right now that I don't even realize what this means. Like when I wake up in the morning, because I'm so exhausted, I will wake up and I'll sit outside with my coffee while everybody's sleeping. I'll smoke a cigar.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
No, it's because you should see the view that I have here. Like literally, we see the water. It's down a ravine. Like it's magnificent what I'm looking at. It's gonna hit me in the morning, as in what fuck is gonna happen now.
It's gonna be wild. I think Cheryl says, "Thank you, Rob and Nico, for covering an election night." Hey, Cheryl, thank you for tuning in. This was,
as always,
you're one of our most loyal listeners, and we're always going to appreciate you. We appreciate all our listeners, but especially the ones that have been with us from the very beginning. And this isn't a very fun outcome, but this, as always, it is fun being here with you guys, and we hope that you guys had a good time. Sylvie, thanks for streaming this, guys. Sylvie, again, you're as one of our other most loyal listeners. So thank you for being here, Sylvie. Fubar says, "Also follow you guys from the States." Hey, we got lots of American followers. Fubar, we appreciate that.
By the way, Fubar, I spend half of my time in the U.S. Like I just came back from Alabama, and I'm like, what the fuck am I doing in Canada?
It's Linus doesn't want to believe it. He calls bullshit. And unfortunately, brother, I think it's
hard for me to believe it too.
Harsh Dinsa says Brampton Center. Is that I assume that he's asking about the
Brampton. Can you pull up? Do you still have your map?
Yeah, I do actually.
Brampton. It's east of Toronto or west of Toronto. Sorry.
I got Larry Brock, Conservatives 53% to the
Conservative.
Yeah, the Conservatives won that one, to the Liberal Joy O'Donnell for 40.3%. And that is in the books. So the Conservative won Brampton Center. Fubar, NDP was the death of Canada. Yeah, I think I don't really know what the point of NDP ever was. I never really got them. I kind of saw them a little bit as the Bloc, just just a small group that was using their position to get concessions and stuff. But sounds like no more. Sounds like Canada said, "Fuck that." The NDP has. I mean, they still exist, but not really. It's certainly not what they were.
And even
Shelley,
the only one that won for the Green Party is May. May still
that's
won.
it. That's it. Yeah,
How
and
did
she won.
win her riding? Like, how is
She won. She won.
she-
She won
Oh,
big
yeah.
too.
Oh yeah, by like 50 or 75% over the
Yeah.
next one. I saw that.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
I noticed
insane.
that.
That's insane.
It's funny
How
because
can-
there was a lot of talk that she was at risk of losing
Yeah,
it, and
yeah.
it was weird to have that so bad. Shelley says, "I'm moving from Ontario to Alberta." Shelley, I think there's going to be a lot of
feel you.
people. I think there's going to be a lot of people that are feel the same. Fubar says, "I'll keep that in mind." Thanks, Rob. Anytime, brother. You are also one of our regular listeners, and again, we can't appreciate that enough. Mysterious commentator says, "I found Phoenix to be very clean, but where do Arizona and Texas get enough water for all the people in crisis?" Yeah, I feel like there's a bit of I don't know enough about
Colorado
Arizona.
River.
Yeah,
Colorado.
yeah.
Yeah.
A
A
it's
lot of
Linus.
Colorado River. So
I feel you. First time here. Hey, Linus. Appreciate you commenting. Always love to see new faces. Hopefully, you stick around. I see that you're on X. Please do follow us on X at the Poly Orphans. We go live every single day, Monday to Friday at 12 Eastern. Guys, again, we've been doing more just sort of commentary on politics today, but that is sort of what the show is all about. I'm a common sense liberal. There are a few of us left. One of the last few common sense liberals. Nico is a common sense conservative, and together we essentially talk about the politics of the day just through that lens. Not really big on labels, just being common sense people. And for some reason, that seems to be radical today in today's political discourse. But we're trying to create a space where that doesn't have to be radical, where we can find common ground on most issues and respectfully disagree when we don't. Mr. Robot says, "Yeah, guys, this stream was amazing. Any advice? I'm 23 and I'm stuck here in Ontario. How do you fight freedom when Canadians love to be told what to do and believe in big government?" Thank you for that, Mr. Robot. We appreciate, you've been around for a couple weeks now, and you've always been a strong commenter, and we of course appreciate that. And advice, you're young. I think
find a job online, bro. And move.
yeah. Honestly, should run out to Alberta, join that movement there, because I think that's where the action's going to be over the next couple of years.
Yeah, I agree, man.
If you feel like you just want to do something, I think that's the place to do it. Because I think that to me that's where the exciting battles are going to be fought. I think.
Yep. This is where the start of the beginning of the end is what we're seeing right now, and Alberta is going to be the battleground. I totally agree with that.
Yeah, I agree with that too. And just from a pure, even if you weren't interested in politics, I think Alberta is a place to be right now. Just from their economy is strong, and if they do
look at what they voted, literally it's blue from
all
top
blue
to bottom, side
all
to
blue.
side. Like, that's insane.
I think if you're if this election made you feel either angry or just you feel like you want to fight back in some way, I think move to Alberta. Yeah, because that's where you're going to find people who are actually doing that. Because as you said, just look at that map, just pure blue all the way down. Even the cities, and cities are always liberal, and I'm sure Calgary is no different. I'm sure Calgary's liberal compared to the rural side. Even the cities are blue. So, you don't really have a lot of that, any division. You've got an entire province and everybody's on the same page. As I said, my brother's been texting me while we're doing this show. He's not political. He's not radical. And he's saying him and his friends they're just sick of it. They're talking about these things. And he said they've never really talked about this stuff before, but it is. He said, I'll message you tomorrow. He's like, we're going to go through the 5 stages of grief here, I'm sure. But mysterious commentator, May's riding is weird. Lots of unsolicited blowjobs I've heard. I mean, it is weird how people are talking about how She might lose her seat, and then she wins by like 80%. I don't know how that happens.
Who said that?
Mysterious commentator. He's been funny tonight.
You know, bro, this is you fit right in.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's us for sure, brother. Jason, the original friend of the show. Jason is for sure. I think he's literally our first regular audience member. So it's always great to see Jason comment here. Critical thinking is not a team sport. Love the podcast. And he's also here on Wednesdays. He's a guest every Wednesday. If you guys are new, tune in. Jason's also he's a great, a smart guy. Lots of interesting things to say. Mr. Robot, the only patriots in this country are located in Western Canada. I also feel like the East are programmed to neglect Western Canada and just view them as a bunch of Trump supporters. It's sad. I like I said, I'm in New Brunswick. I'm in the East, and I have been just honestly shocked by what I've heard from Jason. Not just today, but we were on his podcast a couple months back, and that's when I first really kind of heard about this, anger, or no, not anger, but like disgust with the rest of Canada. Just
Frustrations.
Frustration is probably the best word. And I think you're right, though. I think certainly out here where I am, it's just something people have no idea about. And I think if Jason does go on that tour that he's talking about, I think that there'd be a lot of benefit to that.
But at the same time, I don't think it's that we're brainwashed or anything. It's just not something that's spoken about.
That's it. That's what it is. It's not cutting through. And this is where the media bias comes from.
About 3-4 months ago, I had never realized how bad it actually was.
Yep.
And when you hear it from a guy that's so level-headed, like Jason, like he's not one of those hotheads that's just screaming at the top of their lungs just because they're irritated. No, you're talking about a guy he can name you dates as to this was done, we tried to do this, we tried to do that, we tried to do that, and here we are again, and it's not changing. It's very humbling to see a guy like him, but at the same time, I feel so stupid for not knowing this. For not being aware of this a year ago or even 6 months ago. That was not on my radar. It's really just since I've met Jason, because he knows who's who in Alberta. Like the guy I'm at, the guy where I'm staying right now in BC, him and Jason have known each other for years. So he's everywhere in the West. Like Jason knows everybody that seems to be worth knowing in politics.
Mm-hmm.
And he's blowing my mind when it comes to that. It really hurts. It hurts my heart to know that we've treated them that bad and they've been that irritated, and yet we keep on doing it and nobody's aware.
I agree.
This is going to be a very hard awakening for a lot of people over the next few months. When they start seeing Alberta aligning with the US and just saying, you know what, we're fucking done. They're going to be, where's this coming from?
Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to be like. Oh, but just because of this election? No, motherfuckers.
The election been going on final for 10 years.
Yeah, the final straw. And I think, I think just the fact that he's so level-headed, it does make you pay attention a little more. And
because he's not emotional about it. He's able to keep it very low-key, but he's very smart. He's very intelligent in the way that he presents it. Damn, bro.
Well, yeah, and it's as you're talking about that, I'm like, fake news isn't just what the media says; it's also what they don't say, and you will never hear the media talk anything about that. Anything about Quebec or Alberta separatism. They talk about Quebec separatism not on regular because I think they understand that Quebec doesn't actually want to separate. I think they know Alberta actually does, and that's why that's the difference. That's why they won't talk about it.
Agreed.
Fubar says, thing about you guys I respect is you're trying to bridge the gap. Well, we really appreciate that, Fubar. That's
all we try to do, man.
That has been from day one. That's what this show's been about. We obviously we're different ends of the spectrum. Officially, I'm on the left, he's on the right. But one thing we noticed is as you really, if you cut the bullshit and just come at issues from common sense perspective, you notice you're actually going to have a lot more common ground with the other side than you think. And the media won't tell you that. The media thinks we have to be enemies. And this show is about showing that we don't need to be that way. And if you watch the show enough, you'll see that we definitely disagree regularly, but we do so respectfully, and we do so in ways that are productive. It doesn't prevent us from moving forward. So hopefully
But
you
it's
stick
not about, it's not only just about you and I.
no,
I disagree with the people in the comments, but we're still able to have a
absolutely.
genuine conversation. So,
Well, we're trying to provide a model, right, for how anyone can do it. And I
And-
think that, yeah,
the funniest thing is that we agree so much that on the problematic, but what we tend to disagree on is how to fix it.
and that's
How
where
do
the
we fix the problem? We see the same problems, but we're like, this is the route I would take. This is where the conversation is, but we're not even having that conversation right now.
well, and to me, that's where the debate should be. Okay, we all agree
Yep.
there's a problem. How do we fix it? That's productive.
Yep.
What
Yep.
what you're seeing in the broader public today is we're not even agreeing on the problem. We're not even agreeing that,
Exactly.
you know what I
No.
mean? And that's a problem.
There's an issue. Yep.
Yeah, that's when things get really bad.
The
because,
first step, we don't agree. What's the first step? Is admitting there's a problem. That's what
yeah,
I've been in AA before, and that's what it is, right? The first step, accept that there's a problem.
Well, 'cause
Then
if you
can start
don't-
working on it. Of course,
if
how
you-
can you fix
if
a
you don't-
problem
yeah.
if you don't know that it exists?
exactly, right. And that's it, nothing else matters if you can't at least understand that there's a problem.
Agreed.
Marvin says disbelief is a better word here in Alberta. This voting
Yeah,
system is rigged.
agreed.
Yeah, I agree. So they're not voted in there.
Disbelief is the way to go. Yeah,
Yep.
disbelief is a good is the perfect term. Bang on.
Fubar says, I was a business owner and a class 2 driver. This is a great province, but it will only be successful if it leads Canada. I hate to say it, but it is the truth. I suspect this is going to become a much big mainstream topic within Alberta over the next couple months. And I think that's going to
Give
start
it 6
tomorrow.
months. Give it
I think
6
it's going
months.
to I think it's going to
Oh,
start
yeah.
tomorrow.
It started today. I
yeah,
guarantee you there's phone calls that have been made tonight
Yep.
about
Yep.
what the fuck are they going to talk about tomorrow.
I think there's going to be a lot of people who have been saying, okay, let's see how this election goes. Let's see how this election goes. And then they're like, no, this is clearly, there's no fixing this. Marvin says, we in Alberta are going to have independent Alberta. We have to survive. Yeah, again, not at all uncommon.
I get it, man. I get it.
Mr. Robot says, yes, I agree with that as well, Nico. The media and the national narrative in this country is controlled by the left. Of course, the voice of Western Canada and Alberta have been suppressed. Yeah, I mean, Mr. Robot, just to what you were saying a few minutes ago about, what to do. Again, you got to live your own life and make your own choices. But honestly, if I was young, if I was 23, I might go out that way. I might go out to Alberta and look up someone like Jason Lavigne, because as Nico said, that's a connected guy.
He's going to be part of it.
He's going to
be part of it.
They're going to need soldiers in that battle. And, if that's if you're interested in sort of pushing back against some of the stuff you saw tonight, that's probably the best way to do it.
Agreed.
Alberta is an abusive relationship with Canada. P.S. We are taking Saskatchewan with us. Yeah, I think Saskatchewan is going to probably be tagging along for sure. Marvin says Jason is our voice for Alberta Truth. Is lots of respect for Jason here for sure, and our other Jason. I love the username Fubar. Guys, I think that's going to be it for us. We're going on almost 5 hours here. It has been probably not the best result, but it has always been a great time, as always, here with you guys. If you are new, again, please like and share us on X, but especially YouTube. That's one we're really trying to build up. As you can see, you see a little bit what we're about. And again, this is what we try to bring every single day. The reason we do it live is because, as you've seen so much tonight, if we took away all the comments, this is just an hour and a half of us two bald yahoos just making fun of each other and shooting the shit. So you guys, this show is nothing without you. So, you could have been anywhere in the world tonight, but you chose to be here with us, and we really appreciate that. Hopefully, you guys enjoyed your time here. We absolutely enjoyed spending this time with you. Check us out tomorrow, as we're gonna we'll all be hungover, I'm sure, and we'll try to digest a little bit of what we saw tonight. And other than that, I think that's about it. Final one, human error, because he just jumped in. I heard they just started counting advance about 10 minutes ago. That's 7 million. Isn't this still? Hey, who knows? maybe we'll wake up tomorrow and things will be different. But yeah,
This is something I was thinking about. Thanks for bringing that up. Who said that? Human error. You
human
know,
error. Yeah.
yeah, this is something I was thinking of earlier because I did not see the votes when I was looking at the tabulation of this
Yeah, I
writing.
mean that can change 7 million votes. It's close enough that could change some things.
Close enough, bro. They're
Yeah.
within 150,000 votes.
Oh, geez, is that all it is?
It's 6.2 to 6.3. Like it's literally 150, like 6.194 compared to 6.365. It's that close.
Whoa.
This is the popular vote. So this is how close they are in votes. They're almost neck to neck in vote, but they've won more. They've been elected in more places. So that means that they're so close. But that's probably a big portion of those votes are from Alberta, right? Because they went unchallenged in Alberta.
I mean, it hurt. Like
But
Alberta's already won their could be, but
that's where that's why they're probably so close because they won Alberta. Because if you look at you look at the numbers, your 101 has been elected for the Liberals versus 93.
Mm-hmm.
And total vote, you're 42.9, 41.7. So it's neck to neck, man. It's really neck to neck, but they have 9 or 8 more writing, but they had 0 in Alberta. So that played a massive role.
Yep.
But we'll see, especially for Poliev. I wouldn't be surprised if he won his riding because they were saying that the most he had, remember, I think it was 42 or 43,000 people had already voted.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
They're like 150,000 or something stupid like that.
Yep.
So like a third of people, give or take, have already voted on Friday, Good Friday. That was a fucking week and a half ago. And if those have not been tabulated, for all you know, Poliev has won by landslide.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So maybe we'll wake up with a tie where it's going to be equal. And if I remember in the Constitution, if 2 parties get the same amount of seats, they have to go in an arena and fight to the death. Pretty sure that's what happens, right?
Which means Carney will probably win because I don't think
Oh,
Poliev has it in him. To be
yeah,
honest.
he's gonna fight. He's gonna fight dirty. He's gonna fight like that's his access to his precious.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right, guys. All right. Again, guys, thank you for being here with us. Hopefully, we see you guys tomorrow as we discuss everything that happened tonight. Peace.